right, ladies and gentlemen, top of the morning. We've got a great day here at the Singapore Discovery Centre, and we've got the Campus Legends Secondary School Edition Season 9 that is down the road, of course, organized by SCOGA, short for Singapore Cyber Sports and Online Gaming Association, and of course with Esports Academy as well. Co-organized by the Defense Collective Singapore, supported by Moonton, produced by C2E4. My name's Abstract. I'm gonna be your host of the rest of the day, as we will be covering the entirety of the single eliminations brackets for all of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang players that are here from all over Singapore when it comes down to the schools. So we do have quite a bit of schools that played yesterday, and those were in round robin format. But unfortunately, it is a round robin after all. So eventually we'll then whittle down the amount of teams that is available left in the tournament, and now we are down here for today with a limited amount of teams, and eventually we will be able to crown a winner. That will be going back home with a total prize pool of 9,500 diamonds. And of course, how the prize pool breakdown is gonna be like this, with the first place going back home with 5,000 MLBB diamonds, followed by second place with 2,500 diamonds, and third place with 2,000 diamonds. In the meantime, we also do have a couple of other side activities as well as other side tournaments, such as Guardians of the City 2, where we did allocate some of the budgets over to that as well, because we do have got group stage, or rather we have the groupings, group category, as well as the singles category for GOTC 2. Whereas in the group category, we do have first place that will be going back home with $300 of gift voucher, second and third with $200 and $100 gift vouchers respectively. Followed by the singles category, we're giving away $150, $150 gift voucher for first place, second place, and third place respectively. Now that we have pretty much got all of that pretty much wrapped up, I do want to tell you guys a little bit more about Campus Legends, because of the fact that when it comes down to all of that history, it of course was launched in 2021. Campus Legends Secondary School pretty much leverages the rising popularity of esports to engage students meaningfully, right? So whenever we're looking at like the June holidays, December holidays, or anything of that sort, we prepare the teams and prepare the players to prepare themselves for these kinds of tournaments, and that's where we mean meaningfully, right? It offers a safe and a very structured platform for students to compete in and showcase their gaming talents, and of course build very critical life skills that they are able to get through gaming. Now, beyond competition, it also supports holistic development through workshops on cyber wellness, online safety, and digital literacy conducted by SCOGA and the Esports Academy, one of which are currently, or rather yesterday, we have this thing called the Shield Workshop, where we focus on cyber wellness and teach people a little bit more about cyberbullying and all that sorts using Gen AI. So we employ the users of AI in order to teach all of that concepts and teach people how to deal when it comes down to difficult situations, such as yourself being bullied, others being bullied, and how should you appropriately respond to those kinds of situations. So to all of the schools and teachers that are interested in such workshops, programs, or perhaps even want to participate in Campus Legends in order to engage these students meaningfully, you can always drop yourself into the Telegram group chat, t.me/Campus Legends, to find out a little bit more about what Campus Legends have got to offer. And in fact, the next season of Campus Legends is coming right up soon, 30th and 31st of October. So if you want to be in the know and be fully updated with the schedules of Campus Legends, make sure you drop yourself into the Telegram group. And in the meantime, social media platform as well, we will post quite a lot of these kinds of Campus Legends related stuff in there as well. So take a look at our TikTok as well as Instagram. We've got Singapore Cyber Sports, we've got campuslegends.sg, as well as Campus Game Fest, full word of it. Okay, so just search it up on social media and follow us over there. Now, without further ado, we will be getting our two teams up onto stage and prepare themselves for this upcoming battle. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we do have got, well, unfortunately, not a lot of people onto the theater because, most of the teams has already been whittled out and such. We do have our two competitors right here. So, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause as we bring our next two teams, or rather the first two teams of today. We got Hwa Chong Institution and Nan Chao High. And with that said and done, we've got two of the teams that are in their respective zone, the blue zone and the red zone. And not only me, myself, and I is in here for this Campus Legends Secondary School, I still have two very esteemed casters at the top of the theater. I've got Moman and Cake. So boys, take it away with some intriguing commentary.
Hello guys.
Good
and
morning.
Welcome to Campus Legends Secondary School. Of course, we have the round of 16s lined up for you guys. First of all, I'm your caster Moman, and together with me is Cake.
Hello.
So right, for today we are going to have HCI versus Hwa Chong Institution versus Nan Chao High School, right?
That's right.
And for this, I would like to say, right, I haven't seen Nan Chao play. I've seen Hwa Chong play, and they're really good in terms of drafting, really good in terms of taking the picks as well. And I hope that Nan Chao, well, they are on a similar level as well, because we are already in the round of 16, and they're going to go into that quarterfinals really soon.
That's right. HCI actually finished the day off yesterday with 0 losses, going at a 5-0 in their groups, and Nan Chao High walked away with a 4-1 scoreline. So I think these two teams, like, the results speak for themselves. They are pretty strong, and they kind of ended at the top of their brackets, if not like maybe even like in the second place. So this kind of shows that they do have the sauce. They do have the draft. They do have the macro in order to fight all the way into the round of 16. So maybe this match might be quite interesting. Like, they haven't met each other yet.
Yeah, definitely very interesting because for both teams, well, it's going to be their first few times playing each other, especially since there's a new iteration of the roster as well. And of course, with many of these esports careers, let's say like micro careers like CCAs, or let's say just extracurricular activities in school, you do have a certain lifespan to it, right? For example, when you're in school, it's only like 4 to 5 years. So of course, as a collegiate level slash high school level gamer, you only have maybe 4 to 5 years of lifespan in this league. And for Campus Legends Secondary School, it is about a certain amount of time before they go into the main Campus Legends themselves, right? Yeah, so we do see people from Campus Legends Secondary School going into the other seasons, the big seasons of the Campus Legends themselves, where we are also going to have Campus Legends in the next few months, where the higher tertiary level education systems, they will be playing against each other. But for now, this will be secondary school, and we have the Joy and the Cho already back.
Okay, really interesting stuff coming out here. Eartho being banned as well, so maybe Nan Chao might be thinking of grabbing, like, let's say a Granger. Kalea being banned out from the side of Hwa Chong Institution. Yeah, I think like these are kind of general bans that you might see. Like, a lot of stuff being open right now, so the Chip, the Loyi, even the Suyo, the Lucas, all these scary picks are out for the taking. Kimi as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely if you want to play the mobility, you do have that option available. If you want to play tank, you want to play assassin jungles, a lot of them are available, and it will be the first pick of choice. It will be Nan Chao High School going with the Suyo. So Hwa Chong Institution responding with the Hylos and the Matilda. Very strong in terms of having the mobility, having the sustainability as well. But yeah, I mean, looking at the picks that can come true from Nan Chao High School, potentially a Chip Loyi, or something like the hands of a Granger, something the hands of a Harif as well.
Okay, the Chip and the CC coming out. Chip not locked in yet, but I guess since we're gonna have a Hylos in the EXP lane. Okay, yep, the Chip gets locked down by Gio Tomioka. So on the side of Hwa Chong Institution, they're looking to be a very brawler kind of composition. Like you have the Matilda for your mobility, high loss with the Glorious Pathway to just like make a really good engage or disengage, and both of them are holding Revitalize as well. So like that's a very kind of forward heavy kind of composition.
Yeah, I mean, they want that sustainability, right? Just to help up with the Martis, especially if having that snowball effect. And of course, you want to fight early on. And for HCI, I mean, their goal is to try and lock down the Chip, try and lock down the CC, try and lock down the Suyo. So these three core picks, they have already been revealed. So taking out the Kimmy, really good pick coming out from the side of HCI, taking out the carry as well. So carry, I would just say, for HCI, they've been performing very well on the carry. So that's something that maybe they are trying to blanket out the bans, because for them, I mean, they don't really need to worry about that too much. And for the side of Hwa Chong Institution, yeah, going with the Sicilian.
Alright, and we're gonna see the Granger and the Choosing being picked up by Nanchao High. So that's a lot of crowd control and possibly a late game insurance as well with the Granger. It's kind of looking a little bit balanced on the side of Nanchao. Like they do have good backline support, they do have the dive, they do have sustain. And on the side of Hwa Chong Institution, it also looks a little bit late game. So it's just going to see whether their marksman is going to be another greedy pick, or whether they're just going to go for a little bit safer. Oh, okay, they go for the Harif. I don't think we saw any Harif yesterday, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very strong pick. I mean, versus the Granger, really good at playing against the grain, right? Granger wants to play with that range, want to play that poke play style. Meanwhile, Harif is more of a, in your face. You want to be dropping down that Zamon's Force, dropping down that Glorious Pathway, and with the Guiding Light, of course, guiding Wind, there's gonna be a lot of mobility plays coming out from the side of HCI. But what I really like about Nanchao, right, is that they have this mobility, pseudo mobility, right, with the shortcut, with that Zhu Xin as well. You can actually disrupt very well. But something that I'm worried about for Nanchao is that they have no frontliner. They have to win skirmishes, but they can't just poke and prod.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes into the late game, although they do have the Granger as your late game insurance, once your Sicilian really starts to build up and ramp up on that damage, it's going to be really, really hard to play around it. Unless you can jump into the back line. But if you do jump into the back line, you have to deal with the Hylos, the Martis to like peel for the Sicilian. So we're just gonna see how they're gonna play. So Nanchao High against Hwa Chong Institution, first game of the day in the gold lane. Just a little bit of exchanges going on right here. And Tenjin, alright, I thought he was gonna be in trouble there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely as the Zhu Xin, you do have that flicker, right? And that flicker is a very interesting pick coming out from the side of Nanchao, because generally you would see something along the lines of a Purify, but for the side of Hwa Chong Institution, they don't really have a lot of lockdown, so you can go for the added mobility. So Nanchao actually, they have a lot of ways to enter and disengage. Now already in this jungle, we do have the Soul Sever dealing a lot of damage to DRZL. DRZL going down as Shrimp Eater unable to respond. That flicker away being used for GU Tomioka together with Tengen to disengage.
Well, I mean, once you get level 4 in the Choosing, you already have a free flicker, so I guess not much is lost. I mean, just gotta wait 2 minutes for it to come back for your double flicker. Ho-ho. So right now, Tenjin putting a little bit of crowd control onto Jungkook right here, but unfortunately 3 members of Hwa Chong Institution will respond in kind, and Shrimp Eater will send Tenjin back into base.
Yeah, he does have that dunk, level 4 already obtained, so he will be trying to go on that rampage throughout the map. But already, that's very good disengagement. Of course, CC, you can push the advantage. You have a lot of high mobility. You can cross terrain very easily as well. But one of the things that she lacks is that team fight capability, right? She does not have any ability to fight these team fights. It's more about trying to find these pickoffs and segment the fights away.
Yeah, you really want to get like a single target with the Curtain Call and Yo-Yo Blitz. So with what you're doing right now, putting 2 into the top lane against this CC really kind of divides her damage, and the turtle goes to I Am Nuts. Here comes a shortcut right now. 4 members from Hwa Chong Institution will be caught out. I Am Nuts takes Aspect down, and the chase is on as both members of Hwa Chong Institution gets lifted up into the air. The RZL will be able to run away, but no, Shrimp Eater will not be able to escape. Goes in. Will he go for Decimate? Decimates 1. Going for a second one. Decimates 2. Tengen will be forced to run away, but the third Decimate is on the way. No, he gets lifted into the air, but Shrimp Eater ain't stopping right now. But okay, I guess he has to stop right now.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you can see the micro-level decision-making coming out, but Salmon's Force on that bottom lane. Skirl trying to push the limits.
Oh
now,
boy.
Ryu Tomioka, he's here, both using their flickers to try and get out of harm's reach. And that's the decision-making errors coming out from, let's say, this is going to be, of course, the secondary school level, where it's, let's say, it was in that pro gaming scene that Decimate would have come out a lot earlier to just close the distance than Asura's Wrath. But, of course, for the side of HCI, that answer coming out from the side of Shrimp Eater still very much needed in a form of consolation because their team did go down by quite a bit.
Yeah, when you let the Martis snowball, it's just going to be it's just not going to end up well for you. And I think that's what's going to be happening right now. Shrimp Eater already on that 3-0 at level 6. While okay, I Am Nuts is on level 8 already, so that's gonna be the retry fights going probably into the direction of Nanxiao a little bit more. Tomioka trying to find a little bit of vision out for the side of Hwa Chong Institution, and yeah, I think they're just giving each other a staring match currently.
Yeah, I mean, at that bottom lane already, we do have that showdown with
I
the
think he'll
Salmon's
live.
Force. Yeah, but already that's a lot of poke damage coming through, right? We can see that Skrull, he's very confident on this Harif, and that's something that's going to transition into the late game very hard because Alex is not getting the farm, he's not getting the support, but of course, that turtle spawning on the top might be a much needed push for the side of Nanxiao.
Yeah, taking the trade right here. Hwa Chong Institution trying to go for the Granger while Nanxiao just takes away the turtle. The 1v1 coming out here with Push Pevi. Trying to go for Aspect, getting the creep zone out. Now Ryu Tomioka just sitting around in the lake.
Yeah.
Is he going for the Harif?
I mean,
Oh, okay,
Harif is just doing that 1v3
Oh, yeah, shortcut.
situation. Shortcut.
1v5 actually.
Yeah, 1v5. Yeah, I mean, that shortcut is very well used just to shut him down. And that's huge momentum swing coming out from Nanxiao because that puts them at a 1,000 gold
Yeah,
advantage.
they really needed that. Yeah. So the RZL will be forced to relinquish control of that bush. Now, like what you said, they really had to shut down the Harif soon, because like the Harif was at 0-0, like 0 deaths, and if you don't let the Granger farm, you're not going to be able to hit that late game win condition in time.
Yeah, the power spike coming through from the side of Nanxiao will be at an all-time high, maybe probably at that 8-minute mark, right, when you have that second objective and you are looking at probably the Suyo hitting that level 12 mark. Now, already at level 10, something that they have to watch out for is I Am Nuts consistently. Now, with that shortcut not available, I don't think they're going to try and force this fight, but Hwa Chong, I mean, they are trying to just disengage as much as possible.
Yeah, Flicker's being burnt out already. Like both teams just don't really want to commit right now. I guess we're just being in the honeymoon stage of the farming. Now buffs just being like, you know, collected for the respective junglers. Yeah, they're just gonna be looking at each other. So what do you think the items are now right now?
Stardom Scythe.
Oh,
I
okay,
mean,
okay.
Yeah, picked up from the side of Super Skrull, and we do have that Thunderbelt, right, coming out from the side
on
of
the 6-minute
Shrimp
mark
Eater,
as well, yeah.
But I'm pretty sure, like, Skypiercer status, Alex has it, Shrimp Eater has it, but already Skrull will be going down on that bottom lane. Very good shortcut usage, I guess, but I mean, this opens up that macro advantage, knowing that the shortcut has been used, and they can just pump the farm and put on that pressure into Shrimp Eater. And that's that mid turret gone for a turret, for a turtle and Harif.
And another turret as well.
Yeah,
Probably.
I don't really like this coming out from Nanxiao because they're taking the death ball fights when they can actually be playing the macro a bit more. And Hwa Chong Institution, right? Well, as long as they can keep pumping the farm onto one of the targets, they will eventually still get the trades going through.
But I guess that I guess they felt that shortcut was necessary in order to like shut Super Squirrel down. Because as we see right now, the levels, Alex Will Stay is currently a higher level than Super Squirrel, and with the Sky Piercer, I'm envisioning that we are going to be seeing a lot of damage coming out from this Granger. So probably denying the farm from the Harif, or rather shutting him down a little bit earlier. I guess that's something that they think that it's needed for them to start having the advantage in these team fights, although they do lose like a tower or two.
Yeah, I mean, now what Hwa Chong needs to do is just basically play defense, right?
Yeah.
And all they have to do is defend this middle turret, and there's something just set in terms of map control. Because that middle turret provides so much map control. Now, Pushpav, he is in a bit of a predicament here, but not able to be stunned up. Does not have enough mana.
Oh,
They
shortcut.
pop the shortcut, though.
Alright, trying to take this big ass fight. We're going to be seeing a Glorious Pathway go down. And that's it. The Glorious Pathway went forward and then they ran back.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good way to slow the opponents down. Because for Hwa Chong, we're down in the manpower, right? You don't have Harif, you shouldn't fight. And without the Zamon's Force down together with the Glorious Pathway, that's two key utilities being used. But they still
DRZ?
want to find DRZ.
Yeah, using the Circling Eagle just to run away. Yeah, I think these two teams really are playing really disciplined right now. Like, even though it's an 8-minute mark, there's only 9 kills in total on the board. Like, sure, they're just going to be poking at each other, but none of them are really committing to a straight fight. And I think that's good right now because in 2 seconds the Lord will spawn.
Yeah, we do have a sort of a pseudo-engage
Curtain
onto
Call.
Squirrel. Glorious Pathway has been used. Not able to find the stun, but Alex is already doing the macro work on the top lane. This is something that I wanted to see out of Nanchao, right? Actually having that trio, that shortcut, just pushing into that middle lane and then applying pressure with heroes on the other side, like the Granger, like the CC, because they shouldn't be playing with the teammates, right? CC, he just thrives off alone, and of course now he's doing a great job of handling Aspect as well. Now Hwa Chong, they've been doing a great job of the macro game so far. Skuro, all the way on the bottom lane, has been doing a lot of work. Sure, they can
That's
take
right.
this Lord if they want. It's not too much of a big deal.
Alright, now as you say, the Lord does go to Nanchao, but it looks like they'll be looking for another fight. The RZL looking to be on in their sights, but doesn't matter as Ryu Tomioka pops in the shortcut onto the bot lane, trying to catch Super Squirrel. But Super Squirrel will be able to run away. But here comes the backup, here comes the Cavalry, just trying to back him up. But yet again, they're going to be into another staring match.
I mean, this is really good coming out from side of Hwa Chong Institution, right? Using that shortcut, and already now that middle lane pressure from the super creeps coming through, they can actually take this fight if they wish due to Circling Eagle, finding its mark onto 3. They're waiting on that Glorious Pathway and Zamon's Force combo, but unable to get it because they know that Skrull is not in position, and they have the Lord to deal with at the bottom lane. So very good discipline coming out from HCI to not force that team fight. Now that's good for Nanchao High School as well, because they do have the later scaling in terms of just having that farm effectiveness. That there is a fall-off point with the Martis that actually is reached and capped at possibly around that 15-minute mark, and that's where Nanchao, they're looking for that timing.
Yeah, like as you said, the fact that Hwa Chong had to split up, wait, a shortcut into the bot lane. There goes the Harif. Super Squirrel will fall, and with it, the bottom lane turret will fall as well. Now Hwa Chong Institution trying to find the issue to make sure that Harif's death was not in vain, but unfortunately, they won't be able to get anything of value from that. Yeah, going into... Yeah, like just circling back to what you said, when Hwa Chong had to split up to defend both the top and the bottom towers from like the potential push, this gave Nanchao the chance to kind of clear out their jungle and prevent them from farming anymore. Now looking at the items right here, you're going to be seeing Granger just 2 items away from being the complete build, while Harif, who seemed to be in such a good lead just now, is 1 item behind, and that's really not where you want to be.
Well, there is a definite power spike when the Harif gets the Holy Crystal compared to build that's coming out from the Granger, right? So that timing is something that they have to really watch out for, because there is a Sky Piercer fall-off timing as well. Of course, if you don't have that 8 kills, that stacks is not going to help. And that's going to be a redundant item, especially if you're not stacking on those kills. Now, that's something that Nanchao High School needs to watch out for. Meanwhile, that's something that HCI, they can actually take advantage of, right? They do have the defensive capability with the stacking coming in from the Sicilian and the consistent clear of that mage damage.
Yeah, it kind of seems that the fall-off, like the fall-off that you mentioned just now for the Martis, is starting to happen right now, as the items start to stack up on the side of Nanchao High, so Martis can't really sustain and go in for the Decimate plays as freely as he wished. So that means Hwa Chong really has to play for that Sicilian and for that Harif to really scale up in time.
Yeah.
But the question is, can they survive until then?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the setup possibilities for HCI, right? If you take a look at who can potentially set up, it seems like it's
shortcut.
only that person. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 people from the side of Nancho coming right down, trying to give Hwa Chong a good beating. But Hwa Chong will be standing tall. Glorious Pathway coming down, and it looks like they're going to be turning the tides. One Decimate comes out, but he fails to take down the Granger. But Granger will take down Shrimp Eater instead, going on the killing spree. Shortcut will end, and Nancho High will back out from the fight, finding the target that they needed.
Well, technically, that's a fight that HCI should have won, right? They did have that damage, and now they are continuing on the team fight. Harif doing God's work in the back line, takes a double kill for himself. They get the Lord for Nanchao High. Yes, great trade, but HCI, that's a recovery move. Now, with that Lord, Enhanced Lord, now they have to set their sights on handling it, potentially proxying the waves, potentially getting a creep lane pushing for themselves.
Yeah, but we're going to be seeing the top and the bot lane stacking up pretty high. Now Alex will be clearing out the mid lane, but there's no minions in the mid lane for them to do a 3-lane push. Now Hwa Chong Institution all hands on deck, just getting rid of Madara Uchiha onto the bottom lane, while Martis is left alone.
Yeah.
Nanchao they're slowly walking up. They know that he's in the jungle. They want to push the issue, but they don't really want to commit that much.
I mean, positioning-wise is really good. Now the shortcut coming through
yeah,
onto Aspect, but that's not going to be the target you want, right? And the guiding wind is already there. Very good disengage coming out. That's a huge utility gone. Now, HCI, that's their key power timing. They do have the itemization on Squirrel already. That Diamond Force placement becomes ever so important. And the pickoff capabilities of Alex will be tested here, right? Whether or not the Death Sonatas are going to catch on the key members.
Yeah, 30 stacks onto that Sky Piercer already. That things are starting to look a little bit grim for Hwa Chong Institution. Now Jiu Tomioka has to pop off that flicker in order to survive. Meanwhile, Push Pavi just being a little bit of annoying menace and the side of Hwa Chong's side. The bot lane will push through. There's going to be a lot of damage from that really fat minion wave.
Yeah, and of course, from the side of HCI, similarly to the Martis fall-off time, Nanchao High School will have that fall-off timing for the CC as well, right? No matter how itemized you are on that CC, you are hoping for the macro, you're hoping for a segmented team fight, but when it comes to these defense scenarios where Sicilian is just laying on damage from the back and he's shielded so well by the 2 frontliners of Hwa Chong Institution, right? The Hylos and the Martis, well, it's going to become increasingly harder and harder to reach the squishier targets. Now, that's something that you are going to have to alleviate with lane pressure, alleviate with macro, and that's something that they're doing a good job of doing right now.
Yeah, shots being fired into the middle tower from Hwa Chong Institution. They're trying to defend this tower with their life, knowing that if they lose this, they lose a lot of map control. And Nanchao High, just they kind of hit the Granger Power Spike, but now the question is whether they can finish the game before Hwa Chong hits their Sicilian Power Spike, as you said, because they don't really have a reliable way to dive in other than the shortcut and possibly the Suyo just dashing straight in. The CC probably not going to be able to do much, but here comes the Circling Eagle as Hwa Chong takes his team fight shortcut coming down to give them a little bit of stun. But Tengen will be able to take down the Matilda as we're going to see Shrimp Eater pop another Decimate to get chipped down. A 1-for-1 trade as both teams just decided to call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good trade coming out from Southern Nanchao,
Yeah,
right?
support for support, yeah.
Yeah, they do get that map advantage as well. A very slight overextension coming in for Hwa Chong. But now with the Zaymans Force, they are trying to make up for the mistakes. They take out Push Pop, who is alone. That opens up that Lord opportunity. Now, this is the 15 to 16 minute mark, right? This is the Sicilian power spike timing, where if you don't catch that Sicilian, if you don't take out Jungkook, well, that's just not a good look because he has the stacks for days and
Divine
the magic.
Glaive.
Yeah, magic
Oh, man.
amplification. Oh, no.
Alright, things are gonna be looking a little bit interesting right now. Hwa Chong Institution right now has an artillery at the back of their pockets. Now Jiu Tomioka just trying to clear the bush right here. Possibly we'll see a shortcut go down onto the Harif, but Super Square will be protected. Here comes the Bat Feast. We're going to be looking at the damage from the Sicilian now, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be seeing I Am Nas being forced to run away. Retribution already popped as well, giving Hwa Chong Institution free reign to take this Lord. Nanchao looks to be struggling a little bit right now in this time.
Yeah, and that's the capabilities of that Sicilian in that later stage of the game. Well, they do have the creep wave to deal with.
He's hitting the minion.
I mean, it's not very important. Not very important for the side of HCI. They can deal with it. They get the Lord, and that's something that, well, Nanchao, they need to watch out for, right? A chip shortcut, well, you're not going to find any value, especially if you go in as 5 right now. You might be going into just the loving arms of Jungkook, right? Where he's just going to be able to burst you down, and he deals so much damage now.
Do you stand Jungkook, by the way?
No, I don't. I'm a Jimin fan.
Oh, okay. Understandable. So is my mom, actually. So, wait, hold on. My mom likes Jungkook.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, Sanguine Claws coming right now. Alex, unfortunately, will get shot down by Jungkook. But here, a lot of damage being popped out. Gio Tomioka will be the next to fall. I Am Nuts catches out the Matilda, but he will fall to Shrimp Eater. Shrimp Eater doesn't care that his power spike is over. He only cares about the decimation as the middle tower will face the increasing onslaught by Madara Uchiha. Only Push Pavi is left to defend the base, and there's nothing he can do as he falls, and Hwa-Chong Institution will take the first game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Hwa-Chong Institution, well, the way that they played that, certain mistakes there, but of course still very clean gameplay, understanding their power spikes at the end. And I feel that for Nanchao High as well, well, there were certain things that were not converted at the start, right? Using the shortcut a bit too early, not knowing that there's a disengage possibility as well. Well, it could have had better placements, but that chip did not have a Loyi, right? So he had to go from the front. He couldn't find that flank placement of the shortcut. And yeah, it just really telegraphs where, well, where a shortcut is going to come from. And Hwa-Chong can easily see and try and adapt to where the shortcut is going to come from.
That's right, it was well played by both sides. Nanchao really nearly had it in the bag, but unfortunately they were unable to end the game before the Sicilian hit the power spike. And as you said, both teams just capitalized on each other's mistakes. Yeah. And it just seems that Hwa-Chong was able to convert all of these little micro errors that Nanchao made, especially once Granger died at the last fight. They just decided, okay, damage dealer is gone, so let's pile on the damage and let's end the game before they can stage a comeback. And honestly, just look at the number of kills in total, 13-9, a very disciplined game coming out right now.
Yeah. And I mean, definitely the damage numbers are very high coming out from both teams as well. This is the first time that we've seen a Granger versus a Harif matchup. So these are the two top dogs of the gold lane right now.
Yeah, both played pretty well, yeah.
Yeah, they both played very well indeed. And of course, well, congratulations to HCI. I mean, this is going to be...
Is it best of 1 or best of 3?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, right? Is it best of 1 or best of 3? I think it's still best of 1 at round 16s.
I actually can't remember.
Yeah.
All I know is it's single elimination. So if they're out, they're out.
Yeah, I mean, if they're out, they're out.
Yeah, but they made it all the way to day 2.
Yeah,
so that's pretty good.
Day 2 is pretty good, and I feel that they did have what it took to. Oh, this is going to be a best of 3.
Best of 3. Okay. So that's game 1.
All right, game 1.
There's
We're
2
gonna
more.
Have game 2.
Potentially 2 more. Yeah.
Back to the drawing board. All right, back to the drawing board. So back to the drawing board for Nanchao High School. What could they have done better in terms of drafting? Right, drafting wise, well, they did get denied away that Sicilian by HGI. That's a very good. Thinking by them to take away the Sicilian, because the Sicilian with the Granger together would have been great poke damage. So they had to go with a secondary Zhu Xin, which somehow didn't synergize well with that lineup, right?
Yeah.
They have the chip. Well, seems like maybe they didn't have the versatility to go for the Luoyi, then they didn't want to go for it. But now, moving on to the next stage, we're at game 2. What can they do better? Maybe they can pick their heroes better in tandem in this banning and drafting pattern. They have to really analyze what they're going to pick together so that the enemy does not really deny away what you want to do. And you got to understand, with the first pick, what does that take? You ban out first 2, then you pick the first 1, then you pick the next 2. So what kind of combo do you want to show with your first pick?
Injustice in the world.
Alright, it seems that Hwa-Chong does have a really good Cho player.
So,
I think that's gonna be like a pocket ban, like a targeted ban actually. So Hwa-Chong Institution, knowing that the chip actually caused a lot of trouble for them in the early game, decides to ban them out. And Matilda gets banned out as well, so there's going to be 2 very annoying supports being taken out of the game.
Yeah.
But that leaves you with very scary damage dealers like Hayabusa, like
Suyo, Lucas,
Suyo. If you
Kalea.
like, you can put the Hanzo in there if you like. Kalea will be open as well. Like a lot of picks open for the taking.
Yeah, there's a lot of prime picks. There's only 6 bans in the pool, right? 4 at the start, 2 more after the
Pick
first few
Layla.
ban phases. So definitely, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of picks available. They do have
Oh,
the
yeah.
Kimmy as well, and we know how HCI they do like to play that Kimmy. And this is gonna be a huge problem for Nanchao to deal with, right? Definitely having those frontliners, Suyo and Kalea. Yeah, that Tsunami Slam, aka the Toonami Slam, very very good at dealing with that backline engage. But still, you have to find the opening.
Fight to our heart's content.
Good.
That's a Lucas.
Yeah. Naruto versus Sasuke, yeah?
Wait, it's Naruto versus Sasuke and Sakura.
Sakura.
So I hope they have the skins. So we can see Team 7 fight against
Well,
each
they need to
other.
win the diamonds to get the skin. So
Oh, that's
yeah.
true, that's true. And we're gonna be seeing Irithel come out, so that means like the Granger counter probably like you want to kite all the Rhapsody shots. So I guess Irithel probably a good pick.
Not really,
Ish?
not really. We do see Irithel being the answer, but of course, it has to be paired with something along the lines of a very good frontliner to be able to deal that damage, right? To be able to just go for the flank to find those arrows. And
I guess you have like Kalea
yeah, I
and
guess
Suyo
so.
to like maybe do a pincer attack. Like Suyo goes in, Kalea goes in from another angle and gives Irithel a little bit of space to like turn around and get like a really nice angle to shoot those arrows in. We're going to be seeing Florin being banned out from Nanchao High. Now you really don't want to have the Florin and Lucas combination, because with the 15% damage reduction, actually 15% health plus 15% defense, 30% damage reduction, that's not going to be really nice to fight against.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of things
Oh.
that they need to worry about
Oh.
for the side of HCI. And definitely, I mean, well, they can go for a more quirky playstyle for the side of Nanchao, especially since they don't have much synergies together right now. So they do need something to be that setup, to be that
Oh.
glue. And it seems like, well, they're leaving the Kalea to be that only form of
Yeah.
setup for Nanchao. So if you take a look at them, right, they are very reactive in terms of taking these team fights. They
It's
are
like
defensive.
Very
yeah.
peel based.
Yeah, very peel based.
Like that's one thing that Valier is really good at, like using the wave of fire to just like push your opponents away. So I guess once Lucas starts to come in, you can push him away. And there's going to be a Martis in the jungle yet again. This time DRZL will be onto the high loss. So very tanky fellas over there. I guess usually in this sense, if the marksman wasn't picked up, I am sure that Super Squirrel would have picked up that carry.
yeah.
We saw how powerful he was on the carry yesterday, and this would be a good comp to play carry in. Ish.
I mean, Super Squirrel is playing Granger already.
Oh
so
wait,
yeah.
Super. Oh,
Yeah.
my bad. G. I thought.
Yeah, Nanchao's the one that needs to answer. So they actually picked up the Irithel just to combat the. I just gotta say, man, Hwa-Chong, they have very good drafting like patterns, right? They are really ahead of their opponents in terms of drafting. Just gotta say, man,
Sasuke.
the drafting wise really
Sasuke.
favors HCI at the point. But Nanchao, at this point, the Valier pick is that wild card together with the Phoveus.
Yeah, I think I kind of see where they're going with the Phoveus, because just now they had trouble going into the Granger. Into the back line. So maybe they're going to be using Phoveus as like a sort of safe way to go into the back line by jumping in with the Infernal Pursuit and all.
Yeah.
And this also gives space for Nanchao to go in as well with the Kalea by burning out their Purifies first before anything happens. So yeah, game number 2, Hwa-Chong against Nanchao. If Nanchao wins this, we'll be going into a game number 3, the first one of today.
Yeah, man. This is going to be crazy because definitely for both teams, well, already 1-0 for the side of Hwa-Chong Institution. And Nanchao, I mean, they're trying to answer, but the draft doesn't look too hot at this point.
Oh
Because
boy.
Valier is not going to have a good time at all. Yeah, your fireballs aren't gonna do much against Jungkook here, my friend. He's just gonna be dancing around you.
Smooth like butter. But yeah, the Starlium Beam coming right out to stun them out, preventing them from contesting the Little Wanderer at all. I am nuts. Getting a little bit of pressure in there, but nothing too much that they can't handle. And meanwhile, Alex will be getting a little bit of trouble there. Yeah, manages to run away, like, your standard laning phase kind of things.
Yeah, now the EXP lane matchup is something that is very interesting, right? It's
Yeah.
gonna be a Lucas
It's been a while,
against
actually.
Phoveus, so it's gonna be a
Oh,
wild.
DRZL!
Yeah, DRZL in a lot of trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all. As the Revitalize comes in, we're going to be seeing a jungle for jungle trade. Sorry, not the jungle for jungle trade, a jungle for roam trade, and in the end, it's going to be seeing both the jungle and the roam from Nanchao falling to the Shrimp Eater.
Yeah, that's the problem that I have a bit with Nanchao's lineup, right? If you take a look at their lineup, yeah, they are very reactive. Yes, they can respond very well. They have a lot of answers, but where's the damage? Like, where's the damage? Like, who's gonna eventually output the damage?
Yeah, they don't really have any early game damage as of now. Like, most of it will have to wait until level 4 when you get the heavy crossbow, when you get the Infernal Pursuit. But at level 3, that's where the Shrimp Eater can really shine. Since you're the jungle in the Martis, you're gonna get level 4 fast. And without the level 4 on the other side, you can just easily go in with all your decimates. Now, Gio Tomioka will be fighting DRZL hit on both of these supports. So much tankiness, no damage at all. It's going to be a wet noodle fight.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy, but of course, we have to see Kimmy's positioning, right? Because it's
Ooh.
going to be a lot of damage coming out from Jungkook, but he's going down at the first part of the
Tsunami
fight.
Slam.
Now, already that Glorious Pathway is out with the rest of the members of Hwacheong coming in. They get the turtle, they get 2 members of Nanchao High School, and that's for Jungkook, right? That's a great trade.
Yeah, they do get the turtle, they get the Phoveus, and I think they got one more kill. Was it the Kalea as well? Yeah, the Kalea with the Tsunami Slam did manage to get the Kimmy, but that's all they got. Like 1 for 3-ish kind of thing. Not a really good trade.
Yeah, I mean, usually, generally, the answer that we see that Irithel does with against the Granger is when he's trying to Rhapsody you or Death Sonata you
Just
go
run.
in, right? You
Yeah.
go in, you flank in, and you go in even harder. But he's not given a chance to do that because he doesn't have an aggressive support like a Cho or Ruby or something that can dive in, like something like a Matilda. But now he has a Kalea who has that flicker. Maybe that can be a potential.
Yeah, Aspect with all the resolve in the world is unable to pop it in time, but Shrimp Eater doesn't care. Shrimp Eater is trying to make the most of it, but he decides that, you know what, this fight ain't worth it, and just leaves.
Yeah, I mean,
I respect that, I respect that.
I mean, at that point, you gotta know that your damage is not enough. It's gonna be a wet noodle fight, like you said. But for Hwacheong, right, they have an assured damage coming out from Jungkook. Already, that Glorious Pathway being put up on this purple buff here, right? DRZL, he is in the thick of things, and already he finds Gyu Tomioka out of position, trying to set things up. But Tengen is not able to just stay there because there's no more frontliners left.
Oh, that was so wasted. The Tsunami Slam onto Jungkook was the perfect thing. And if Push Pevy actually went in with his passive basic attack and launched the Dark Wave and whatever onto the Kimmy.
Yeah, I mean that was the answer. Usually, usually that's the answer that we see. Like when the Granger is going to you with the Death Rhapsody or I mean the Sonatas. Well, you go in with the ultimate and you try and shut him down, but that's in a 1v1 scenario. In the later stages of the game, it's not going to be possible, right?
Yeah, there was some Korean drama things right there. But now Jungkook and DRZL going straight in. Here comes the Tidal Strike going in, but Tengen forced to pop his flicker right there. Fireballs going down, trying to keep them at bay. But now Gyu Tomioka not being able to catch anybody as the Purify comes out from Jungkook. No team fight, no initiation. A turtle going straight to Hwacheong Institution.
Yeah, and this is the main problem coming out for Nanchao right now, right?
Yeah, just two
2 of the
Purifies,
key
yeah.
targets, they have Purifies. And your setup really relies on that one person getting that Tsunami Slam on the opponents. So once he popped that Purify, he's just safe. But now Super Squirrel, he's not. He's 1v4 at this point.
Yeah,
he's
Purify does
fighting the
come
battle of his life.
Oh!
He does have that flicker and already
Go!
not able to get through.
Wait, he's alive!
The footsie,
He's alive!
the sidestep coming in from Super Squirrel is able to survive that. Oh my god!
Yeah, he does get the sense of Gyu Tomioka hiding in the bush, and he survives the 4v1. Look at the moves on that man.
They used the flicker. They used everything they had in the book, and
That was amazing.
one Purify versus 4 Nanchao High School members committing almost everything.
Okay, I guess there could have been a little bit more efficiency in the use of the Phoveus skills, like maybe launch the Demonic Impact first before going in with the basic attack, but it doesn't matter, that's been passed. DRZL going in with the Tsunami, being pulled in by the Tsunami Slam, and Nanchao High will finally get a target from that play.
Yeah, I mean, that still converts to a lot of map pressure that I haven't seen alleviated coming in from Nanchao High School, right? Because there's consistent pressure on the bottom, consistent pressure on the mid, and it's consistently staggered. So they are doing a great job of pressuring the lanes while giving up DRZL's life. Not too big of a deal. Look at the Death Sonatas.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage coming in from Super Squirrel. Oh, that Death Sonata kind of took out like nearly a quarter of the health from Tengen, and that's really not what you want to see. Do you think he has a Sky Piercer already?
I mean,
I can't tell. Like
for the side of
6
Super Squirrel,
yeah, 6
yes.
minutes?
For Nanchao, maybe no.
Oh well, we'll see later. But now Push Pevy trying to find a way to defend this lane as DRZL will be protecting Super Squirrel right now. And this is kind of something that we want to see from the side of Hwa Chong Institution. Right now they know that Super Squirrel is going to be their key win condition, their key damage dealer. So giving them a little bit more resources to protect him. That's going to be really, really hard for Nanchao to break through.
Yeah, and this is about a lineup with a tolerance for mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Hwa Chong, they can actually poke and prod because they have that capability to just assess the damage before they actually commit to a team fight. Their abilities don't require you
nice
to
traction
commit.
pulse. As speaking of committing, we're going to be seeing Shrimp Eater run in with the Glorious Pathway as Super Squirrel takes down the turret. Now will they be able to make a comeback from this as Push Pevy threatens to go in with the Infernal Pursuit, but Hwa Chong Institution pulls away after taking 2 targets.
I mean, that's a much needed push coming in from Hwa Chong, right? We've seen how much they can convert off this mill turret aggression. Now that they got this first mill turret, what does the mill turret mean in all of MLBB? It opens up the left and right
Lots
side
of vision, yeah.
of the enemy jungle. You can just go in now because Nanchao High School, those bushes aren't safe for you anymore. And that's why the middle turret is so important.
Alright, Sky Piercer is already available for this Grandeur. Maybe possibly only 10 stacks, but looking at the side of, what's his name, Alex, we're going to be seeing the Wind Talker and the Husk Claw. So, lifesteal, critical hits, and movement speed increase. It's something that Irito kind of needs, but at this point he's kind of really far behind. He's going to be seeing the Malefic Roar already on this Super Squirrel.
4,800 compared to the 6,000, close to 7,000 of Super Squirrel. Well, if you run into that and you just get shot by a Rhapsody, I just think it is 1/3 of your HP.
Not even Rhapsody, I think just a basic attack will do a lot.
Yeah.
Now, like, as a testament to that damage, look at how much Gyu Tomioka actually took. Now, Shrimp Eater with the attack speed from his passive is able to chop down that turret really, really quickly, leaving Nanchao slightly more naked.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Hwa Chong are playing the map right now, they're just pulling and
man.
pushing Nanchao around. Now, they might go for this engage really soon, but of course, they can't feel, right, that the mistake tolerance that I was talking about. They can just feel out damage. If the opponents want to disengage, never mind. We don't have any high priority skills that we want to commit right now.
And it just doesn't seem that Nanchao has as strong of a late game insurance as Hwa Chong Institution, as we're going to be seeing the Kimi and the Grandeur already doing a lot of damage. Now Lord does go to Hwa Chong Institution. Nanchao protecting their jungle, trying to protect them from the hungry beast, which is Hwa Chong Institution.
Yeah, they get Super Skirtle. That's a huge trade coming in from Nanchao. That's a lot of shutdown goal. Sky Piercer stacks down at the cost of the Lord.
Important.
Yeah, they gotta do this, right? They gotta consistently find these mistakes that Hwa Chong Institution are making. And the mistakes are maybe putting Super Squirrel too out of position, putting Jungkook too out of position. That's the only 2 targets that they can possibly go for. Shrimp Eater, maybe an opening on him, but looking at the gold graph, I mean, Hwa Chong Institution, close to 6,000 to 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah, but we've seen games being blown with this much of a gold lead, so it's not out of the woods yet for Nanchao High.
Winnable.
Yeah, especially since Tengen just picked up that glowing wand, which means the frontliners, like in the sense of Hylos and the Lucas, is going to have a slightly harder time keeping themselves alive in the fight. But we're going to be seeing the Flicker Tsunami Slam coming in on Super Squirrel, but he will survive. Gyu Tomioka will fall to the Sky Piercer as the Vengeance being popped by the Lucas will keep him alive as well. This middle tower looks to be in a little bit of danger, but meanwhile onto the top lane, the minions have slowly pushed their way in already. The Arzel and Aspect just going to town on it as Nanchao High will try to find some consolation for it and is unable to as Hwa Chong Institution is slowly starting to pull out.
Very good restraint. The spacing that Hwa Chong are playing, they aren't committing their frontliners too ahead.
Wait, speaking of commitment,
yeah, they're just putting their damage from behind.
oh man, Now we're going to be seeing Hwa Chong commit the glorious pathway in. Jungkook looking to be pretty low right now. But thanks to the level advantage, they're able to just run away. Nanqiao High School will live to fight another day. But will they be able to survive the next onslaught?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was worried about.
Oh no!
Blade of Despair already out on Super Skrull. That's going to be a huge power spike. And definitely for the side of Nanqiao, I mean, they lost 2 Tier 3 inhibitors already, right? At this point, they're licking their wounds. They are hoping to get that perfect dream scenario team fight, right? You can see what they're going for. There's a lot of AoE damage coming out with the Irithel. There's a Tsunami Slam. There is the Valier knockups. And, of course, the pushbacks as well. But that's only if they're running into your face, which Hwa Chong Institution are not. They're consistently poking the damage back, feeling out that Valier, making sure that his HP is low, and make sure that Tengen, he joins the fight at a later state where his HP bar is not safe enough.
And now Tengen, if we saw the items just now, he's actually building up to the Ice Queen wand. So once he gets it up, that might swing the fight slightly to Nanqiao a little bit more, maybe just a teeny little bit, because we know that Aspect needs to keep moving. DRZL can't stay still, if not he's just gonna get shot by the Irithel. So maybe this Ice Queen wand might help them a little bit in the team fight, but just looking at their levels, they're slowly, okay, not slowly, they're still quite far away. Level 11 compared to level 13. If Nanqiao wants to win this, they have to kind of wait until the level disparity disappears, but at that point, we're gonna have both teams already at level 15. And that's a late game grandeur you're fighting against.
Yeah, I mean, this Lord really cements that nail in the coffin for coming in from Nanqiao High School. They do have a sliver of, you know, hope, right?
Maybe a miracle?
Tomioka, yeah, I mean, he did get that Dominant Ice, right? That Dominant Ice really good at dealing with the healing factors coming out from the front line, but still, the problem is damage. Valier, do you have enough damage? That's gonna be that main issue. Hopefully, Tengen finds that key opening, because Valier, well, you need a certain spacing. And Hwa Chong, they've been taking advantage of that spacing.
Yeah, the 3-lane push will be happening right now as the bot and top lanes are slowly going in with the Lord as well. Madara Uchiha launching his assault onto the Hidden Leaf Village. But this time, will Sasuke be able to defend it? Now we're going to see the glorious pathway go down as everybody pops their ultimate skills. Here comes Alex will stay taking Jungkook out of the fight, but Shrimp Eater will be popping the decimation in. Look at that Sky Piercer going down by Grandeur, and that's gonna be Nanqiao High going down. Hwa Chong Institution wins the second game, finishing the series at 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0. We saw that at the end, right? Nanqiao, when you are fighting that 5-on-5, their lineup was really good at fighting the 5-on-5. They could have potentially won that, but it was already too late into the game where they lost that 2 inhibitor turrets. That crystal was already exposed, and all Hwa Chong had to do, even though they were losing the members, was to focus down the crystal. And that's what really good target prioritization about, right? It's not about kills, it's about winning the game. It's about objectives as well. And the way that they drafted, they navigated the minefields of the draft, it was really good. And yeah, this is what a very good team does to you, is that it forces you to pick certain things, and then you're like, oh, maybe this is an answer. And suddenly Hwa Chong's like, nah, it's not really the answer. We're going for something else. And yeah, it just forces you into that unforced error. But of course, thank you guys, Nanqiao High School. You guys put on a great show today. I mean, it was against one of the top few teams that I've seen. Hwa Chong Institution, definitely one of the premier teams to look out for in this competition.
Yeah, like looking at the items right now, we can see that Granger already onto that full build. Everything that he needs is in the palm of his hands. And now Martis as well going for, like, you know, the little balance kind of thing where he can go in confidently with his decimates and yet still escape thanks to the help of the Queen's Wings. So like, honestly, the draft over here, again, very good protection out the front. Very good late game insurance, very good crowd control coming in from Hwa Chong Institution. And on the side of Nanqiao High, they do have the initiation, they do have some sort of frontline and crowd control, but I think their late game insurance just wasn't as strong.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the problem is, right, they have consistent damage, right? Consistent damage is just numbers alone. 40k damage coming out from Tengen and Alex. And that's comparable to what the damage is coming out, but you have to take a look at how you're going to burst through the sustain coming out from Hwa Chong, which is the revitalization, glorious pathway, Lucas, that healing factor coming out from Martis as well. So that's something that you need to consistently keep in the back of your minds where, well, what do we have to burst through that initial sustainability?
Yeah, but that's going to be Hwa Chong Institution against Nanchiao High, the first game of the day, our first BO3, and our first 2-0 victory.
Yeah, so
Yep.
I mean, Hwa Chong Institution, well,
Yep.
they did a great job, but Nanchao, of course, they put on a great show again. I mean, I'm looking forward to see. I'm not calling it too early, but Hwa Chong is gonna be looking like a potential grand finalist.
Semis at least.
Yeah, semi contender here. So against West Spring, against the top few contenders, Unity Secondary School, we have Kranji
Oh,
Secondary
yeah.
School, we have Woodlands Rink playing as well. So these are
Bukit
all
Panjang Government High as well.
yeah, Bukit Panjang Government High. These are all top contenders. So I'm very happy to say that we are going to have a lot of good games on our hands today, especially as we approach later and later into the grand finals. So do stay tuned to the rest of the games, but we'll be going for a short break.
Bye.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to Campus Legends Secondary School Edition, Season 9. Of course, we've got the first best of 3 games that's already done and dusted. But we still have got a couple of games to go because today is all about single eliminations. As such, it is all going to be a best of 3 format. That means that the first team that managed to get a total of 2 wins per series is going to move on to the next part of the brackets. But before we even go on and introduce the next team, we're gonna have to go through with a little bit of those formalities as I introduce everyone to Campus Legends Secondary School Season 9 once again. As this entire event is of course organized by the Singapore Cyber Sports and Online Gaming Association, short for SCOGA, as well as the Esports Academy, co-organized by the Defense Collective Singapore, and of course supported by Moonton, produced by C2E4. The entirety of course, Campus Legends, of course, stemmed all the way back to 2021, trying to look for ways to meaningfully engage students, especially when it comes down to periods that is shortly after their examinations, such as times during the June holidays as well as the December holidays, and even when it comes down to holistic development through workshops on cyber wellness, on online safety and digital literacy is something that you can expect out of Esports Academy. In fact, when it comes down to yesterday, and I believe today as well, we do have the Shield workshop where we educate the students all about a lot of... today don't have. Yesterday, actually. Yesterday, we do have the Shield workshop. So we educate students more about these kinds of situations such as bullying, such as being bullied by bullied yourself, or witnessing someone else being bullied. So they are put into, quote-unquote, a simulation, whereas they talk to an AI. The AI adopt personas and they have to find ways in order to communicate with the AI and then test the students as to how they come out of it. Are they going to be empathetic to the bullied students? Are they able to identify factors such as false information being passed down by the AI? And really just putting them to the test. If you are a if you are a teacher from school, or generally you want to have these kind of workshops, or perhaps want to participate in Campus Legends, you can always join our Telegram Telegram group at t.me/Campus Legends. And speaking of which, we also do have some social media platform that we'll love for you to follow on TikTok as well as Instagram, and that is Singapore Cyber Sports, as well as campuslegends.sg, and not forget Campus Game Fest. If you want to be in the know regarding when the next Campus Legends is going to happen, in fact, Season 10, sneak peek, it is going to be on the 30th and the 31st of October. So you don't have to remember that for now, but we will post that all in our Instagram and TikTok. So make sure you guys follow. Now, without further ado, we are going to be moving on to the next part of the brackets for our Mobile Legends Bang Bang segment. And this upcoming team, oh boy, this is gonna be fun. So, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we just put a round of applause and, of course, welcome the next 2 team, Anglican High School versus Bendemeer Secondary School. With the 2 teams that have put themselves right in front of the stage and ready to face the tides within of the Land of Dawn, let's see exactly how are they going to be dealing with the adversaries that faces ahead, and possibly the emergence of Uchiha Madara that is going to be posing as the Lord. I'll be passing my time over to our commentators up at the top of this theater. Cake and Moment, take it away.
Hello, guys, and welcome to Campus Legends Secondary School Season 9. Yeah, we are at the round of 16s. I'm Caster Moman, and we are joined with Cake today.
Hello.
Hello. And anyway, yeah, so we are at round of 16s. It's going to be best of 3s, and we already saw Hwa Chong Institution take on Nanchao, and they got a 2-0 victory. So today it's going to be Anglican versus Bendemeer Secondary School. I mean, yesterday...
yeah, we did see Bendemeer Secondary School play yesterday. I forgot to take down the draft of what they did yesterday, but
It's okay.
It was a good game.
It's a best of one.
It was
It's
a really
best-
good game.
It's a best of one, so we're gonna be looking forward to see what they're gonna do in the best of
Yeah.
three.
Let me check. Let me see how they fared yesterday. Actually,
Yeah, I mean, for yesterday they did pretty okay as well, and I feel that for Anglican this will be the first time we're seeing them on stream.
oh, definitely, yeah.
So it's gonna be interesting, right? Both teams, of course, known for making the round of 16s, and Anglican High School with that 4-1 scoreline. Bendemeer, secondary school.
5-0.
Well, 5-0 yesterday. Yeah, we saw them
Very
play
strong teams,
against,
yeah.
Gabriel Secondary School, right? St.
Mhm.
Gabriel's, right?
Was
Yeah.
it St. Gabe's?
Yeah, it
Oh,
was
yeah,
St.
it was
Gabe's.
St.
Yeah,
Gabe's,
it
yeah.
was St. Gabe's.
Yeah, both teams are really strong, and St. Gabe's ain't nothing to sniff at as well. They're running at a 4-1 scoreline right now. The only loss that they had was against Bendemeer Secondary School. And that's kind of true for most of the teams that are actually qualified for the top 16 today. They either have a 5-0 or a 4-1 score. So now jumping straight into the draft, we're going to be seeing Kalea being banned out by Anglican High School.
Yeah, so I mean, on the likes of how Bendemeer likes to play, I really think that Javian is a very good player. So they do have to worry about how Javian plays, right? Especially on the goal
Definitely,
lane.
yeah.
I mean, we saw him on the Granger yesterday on the goal lane. He was kind of tearing things up. And meanwhile, for Anglican, we don't have much information on how they do like to play. But of course, you do want to take out a standard meta ban, so already with the chip gone, with the Kalea and the Kimmy gone, yeah, that's something that, well, if you get a Kimmy for yourself,
That's good.
it's just good news at
Oh,
this
oh.
current state of meta.
Pom Sigma onto that Freya. You're
Yeah.
oh, okay, and we're gonna see a Gato Kachak band coming
Where
out
there
from
is
the
light,
side of
there
Bendemeer
are
Secondary
also
School, and they do pick up
shadows.
that Loi. So I'm not sure if you've seen it before, but there was this TikTok back then where you're gonna be putting either a Lolita or a Tigreal into the diversion, and then it just instantly hits the opponent team. But the timing is quite tight on that one, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether we'll see it, but it's going to be pretty interesting to see it. And now we're going to be seeing a Mathilda being picked up by Anglican High.
I mean, Bendemeer definitely watched some pro MLBB, right? Because if you pick up a Tigreal and the Loi, and then the Lucas, well, you open yourself up to a very good plethora of plays. But for Anglican High School, well, they have been watching MPLSG because we know one of the teams that like to put Freya, especially in the jungle and also in that gold lane as well. So that's a potential flex pick coming out from Anglican. If they want to really shut down that gold lane, they can put the Freya there because it's very good at dealing with other gold laners.
Yeah, one of the strongest early game brawlers, and even in the mid game as well, if you that Freya just keep getting the combo hits up, getting the stacks with the Valkyrie's descent, you get a lot of splash and range damage as well. The only thing that you can really do to shut her down is to just provide that crowd control. Make sure that she can't move. So usually, if there are Freyas out there, sometimes you might see a Diggy. You might not. You might.
They
But
already
we-
have a
okay,
Tigreal. They
okay.
have a Tigreal.
Badang
but,
being
yeah, yeah.
I mean, on the side of Anglican High.
I mean,
mid,
they have a
yeah.
Matilda, so
Oh.
yeah.
I mean, that's a get out of jail free card as well.
Yeah,
as
it's a get out of jail free card already, so maybe
Harif-
you don't need that Diggy, but now for
Whoa!
Bendemeer, they're going for the Alucard once again, right? Shimmer yesterday.
he
going-
did play it, yeah.
Yeah, he played the Alucard yesterday. I
Uh,
mean, really bailed out by Javian, I would say, but
Yep.
of course, if you go for a tankier build, maybe you can't frontline very well, but for this case, they will need the damage. They will actually need a damage Alucard.
Yeah, maybe the Blade of the Heptases with the first item, and then you're gonna see the okay. Ayushino with the Granger and the Sicilian onto Bomberman's control, with Javian holding onto the Irithel. Now we've talked about how Irithel is technically a good answer to Granger, since once he
technically.
fires off the Rhapsody, the Death Sonata, you can just run away from it, run into him, and take that possible trade. But we've seen how Hwa Chong Institution actually played against that
Yeah.
and came out on top as
I mean,
well.
it's the fact of the matter that they had a Kalea, right? Now it's a Tigreal, but
Ooh,
now
OB1.
it's always about that Loi factor. That Loi, you can potentially just put so many mines behind the enemy's position, and that's going to be something that you got to consistently scout out for. Whether you have the vision to do so, that's going to be important as well. So especially once that level 4 timing is out for JL, that's going to be hard for Anglican High School to sniff out.
Yeah, and right now hopping into the first game of Anglican High School and Bendemeer Secondary School. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in the auditorium right now, please give them a round of applause and make some noise for them. Alright, so we're going to be seeing 4 members of Bendemeer just leashing the butt from him, and JL is back on the Loi again. We've seen him save his own skin so many times yesterday. Let's see whether he's going to be able to do it this time as well.
Yeah, I mean, now the diversion, there's a lot of capabilities compared to yesterday, right? That implosion really an X factor when it comes to these team fights. Now, with this 1v1, with the Lucas and the Phoveus, we're going to see a heavy brawl factor here. YOLO.exe brought down extremely low.
Yeah, if you're Phoveus playing against a... if you're Lucas playing against a Phoveus, you really kind of want to take the fights before Phoveus gets that level 4, since almost every single one of Lucas's skills and his playstyle requires that dash. And that's just going to give him the Infernal Pursuit really quickly. So, seeing Phoveus win that early skirmish is kind of a bad sign of things that are about to come.
Yeah, Anglican High School playing the map positioning very well. The rotations coming in very much on time. Freya is there with the
Sacred
first
Hammer.
engage, with the level 4 as well. Gets the first blood onto Thunder,
Yikes.
follow up onto
Ooh.
Javian. Good rotations. Anglican High, I mean, at this point, they are very clear of their power spike understanding. Now, with that Bendemeer having that level 4 on the Alucard, he shows himself on the bottom lane,
Oh,
but YOLO
Zoomer.
is already down. Zoomer might get a consolation here. Level 4, Infernal Pursuit, not available. But Sigma is here, not able to find the catch on Zoomer, and possibly wouldn't have killed him.
Not Sigma enough, I guess. So, Zoomer actually had the Obsidian Blade skin yesterday, and today he's going for the Obi-Wan. So I think today we're looking at a true Alucard connoisseur. Right now, Pom Pom Sigma going for the turtle. Bendemeer Secondary School not really opting to take this fight, as Pom Pom Sigma will be taking that turtle for Anglican High.
And the rotation coming out from Anglican High School towards the top lane, where they managed to get the Tigreal and the Irithel, right? This puts a very heavy advantage onto Yoshino right now, because he has the Death Sonatas and the Rhapsodies just to play that poking game way better. So they have to answer back, but now JL...
No diversion this time can save you, JL, but I don't think that really matters. YOLO.exe doing a really nice protection right here, but the Infernal Pursuit will be blocked off by that flicker, but ... will not stop. He might stop, but Pom Pom Sigma going in, trying to get YOLO.exe down to low. He does manage to get the kill. JL finally gets that diversion, but he doesn't run away.
Yeah, now with Hinata coming in, he has that circling eagle, gets the finish. Streamer is here now. He will get that 1v2 scenario, gets the first. Pom Pom Sigma in a lot of trouble. Bomberman is here, manages to jump away from the terrain. Sanguine Claws not able to connect. Streamer does not have any more skills.
Yeah, playing really well right now. Any Alucard mains in the chat, in the audience right now should be really happy to see this Alucard kind of popping off right now. It's something you don't really expect, but Alucard does have that really good chase and finishing potential, especially with the Pursuit as his passive. Now we're going to be seeing Hinata show you. Oh, okay, Zoomer gets caught by the Sanguine Claws, but nothing to be worried about.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, it's really about the timings coming out from the implosion as well. We haven't seen it used in the game. But now diversion in the top lane, circling eagle, used on the Streamer, the hate onto the Alucard main. Javian able to get out, but JL diverts himself into death as Anglican High School. They are living in the enemy jungle. Implosion is available, but it's not going to be effective. 1v4 is not enough.
Yeah, that diversion was kind of a little bit off target. If it had landed in the bush instead, maybe that might have given him a little bit of sneaky play potential, but unfortunately that's not where it landed. Now Javian trying to keep alive against Ayushino right here. Unfortunately, Ayushino will not be taking this matter into his own hands, as we're going to be seeing 4 dots just going into the jungle of Zoomer, managing to take him out, but not before Pom Pom Sigma falls as well.
Yeah, that's a great answer coming in for Bendemeer.
Yeah, jungle for jungle, yeah.
Yeah, they need to slowly get these trades going, because there's a heavy poke potential coming through. There's going to be a lot of top lane pressure that Anglican High School has left behind. Now with that, they go into the jungle. Infernal Pursuit finds YOLO and Tigreal. Thunder will be going down. This puts puts Javian in a lot of danger. Circling Eagle. Well, so easy coming out from Anglican High School. They understand the map extremely well.
Yeah, knowing that they have they have the upper hand right now. Zuma trying to go in to get Ayushino. Does manage to get that kill, but it's going to be the Wisps. Oh, it is not going to be the Wisps that take him down, but Zuma will be able to get 2 kills for himself and run away from the Bomberman. No, the bad impact not going to be hitting. Oh, Zuma!
Now JL, he has that diversion, right? Now he does find the better of Phoveus, but this is just an contingency coming through. YOLO is just getting YOLO down by Sigma here on this bottom lane because, I mean, Freya, you 1v1, he just thrives. And this is going to be the same story that we're going to see consistently, where the Freya is going to be able to be that individual unit, consistently running into the jungle and taking enemy territory.
Yeah, especially with the emblem that the Pom Pom Sigma has right now. Every time she gets a kill, she gets a speed up, she gets the health regen. So there's going to be nice fights going in the direction of her. But there's going to be Pom Pom Sigma against Zuma. Zuma seems to be able to take this fight right now. But here comes the Sicilian with the backup, circling Eagle, and the Guiding Wing allows her to go back in. Pom Pom Sigma will fall, but Hinata Shoyu does manage to take down Lucas with her as a trade.
I mean, this is just that mid-game, right? Anglican, they are playing that long game where they have the Sicilian Granger combo. So eventually, Freya is gonna fall off.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter as long as she's starting the fights. Anglican High School, they have that assured win condition. And they have the poke conditions coming out as well, right? Already, the itemizations, you can start to see the funneling of farm, shift targets towards that Granger. He's at 5,300. He's been consistently getting the macro in, not joining his team fights doesn't make a difference.
Hey, JL has the Sky Piercer now. So we're going to be seeing 3 Sky Piercers on the board, namely on the Freya, the Granger, and the Luo Yi. So if they do scale, it's going to be very, very scary. But I didn't see any Sky Piercers on the Zoomer.
Yeah,
At this point in time, I think it's a little bit too late because you're not really getting like, kills anymore. But now Anglican High School will be positioning to take this turtle for themselves, giving them a little bit more EXP and giving Bendemeer a little bit more of an uphill battle to fight.
Yeah, and this is the time where that damage transition really comes through. Whether the Alucard goes for the tank build or whether he goes for that ability to fight. Now, he's in dire straits here. But luckily for him, right, JL is there. They need to worry about diversion at all times. And Sigma, very good map awareness.
Yeah, Sigma really showing them what Morgan can do. Really just posing on them, showing the dominance that a really fat Freya can provide. Now, Anglican High School has pressure on many sides as of now. Granger on the top, Sigma on the bottom. Like we said, 1v1s. Freya wins those, and Freya's already on level 12. That's at least a 4-level difference. Even if you're not a Freya, those are fights you really don't want to take.
Yeah, I mean, BOD timing coming out from the side of Anglican High, they are at the key power spike 8 minutes into the game, right? And already, that's the Freya power spike that you need to watch out for, that BOD, that Blade of Despair coming out, that huge itemization change. It really shifts the playstyle of the Freya. It becomes a huge damage sink where you are able to burst down heroes. You become a Mortis in the map, just essentially, and you can just knock up and just keep them there for days.
I really like how Anglican High has kind of transitioned the Freya into kind of a split pusher right now, since Granger is online. Granger has the items, Granger has the damage. A potential implosion coming in. Unfortunately, the Purify will kill Sacred Hammer, not really pushing anybody, but Circling Eagle will knock him out. We're going to be seeing Zoomer jump in, but that's not going to do anything. YOLO.exe alone by himself will get knocked on by everybody from the side of Anglican High. Now JL with the plays from Luo Yi does manage to get some crowd control in, but will it be enough though? A mark going onto JL's head, and JL will not go in alone.
I mean, this is tough, right? This is tough coming in from the side of Anglican High School.
Unfortunate, man.
That was good, but it's a very hard lineup to circumnavigate, where you get the implosion, and Bomberman, he was caught, but the purification was there just to get out of harm's way, and that's something that you gotta consistently cycle through. They did get Yoshino in the end, but that's just one key member of that 2-member piece. And Anglican High School, they have that Sicilian as well as the Granger, so you gotta take out both. One is not enough.
Yeah, they don't really have any like hard answers to Freya. they didn't have it in the early part of the game. Maybe in the later part of the game, like you could put a Loi at the back to try to get those stacks onto that Freya to keep her at bay. But you have the Sicilian, you have the Granger. That's long range, high damage going in from the side of Anglican High School. And Bendemeer, at this point, the only way to answer it is through a really good team fight. Like, Purifies are down. Okay, maybe not. Like, Purifies are up already. So, Thunder really has to like time this well. How are you going to catch? Who are you going to catch? And when are you going to catch?
Well, the only answer would be to try and catch Freya, right? Getting that damage
Oh.
out is huge, but circling Eagle onto 2, he does find one person in that turret, but
Maybe two.
Implosion not enough. Shimmer, he actually answers back. Bomberman and Hinata are down. This
YOLO.
Lucas is actually online right now, but not able to tear through the damage of Yoshino at this point. And Sigma being alive is a huge problem. There's a lot of disrupt coming from Sigma and of course Ellipsis, Phobius, whatever, whatever his name is.
Yeah, this Freya already on that level 15, that's really not something you want to see. A level 13 Yoshino is also going to pose a lot of trouble. Now we saw Zoomer actually go in and manage to get like some kills here and there. And YOLO.exe also did manage to do some damage. So that means they're slowly getting to the point where they are able to take fair fights.
Yeah,
The question is, can they survive long enough?
if you take a look at the team fight, right, the Implosion was used on the Phobius just so that the disrupt was not there. Lucas and Shimmer, they were able to disrupt the back lines. Very good map awareness for them, but they have to understand that the Power Spikes was not in their favor, but that trade definitely was. Now, Sanguine Claws being used onto Shimmer, but he is trying to fight through this, not able to get through. And now the damage coming in from Anglican High in the back line. That's just too much. Triple kill coming out from Sigma, and they're not able to find him. Maniac, potential Savage at this point, and the first Savage here on stream at Campus Legends Secondary School, gotten by Anglican High as they take the first series.
Woo!
First game, of the series.
A really great play from Anglican High, like really pushing the advantages of having that Freya into the early game. No hard crowd control coming out from the side of Bendemeer to shut her down. And with that, the snowball just kept rolling and rolling and rolling, leaving Sicilian and Granger to find space to come online. And that was just the final nail in the coffin for Bendemeer Secondary in this first game of the best of 3.
Yeah,
Wow.
definitely for both sides.
Savage!
You can see that, well, the map control was just way better, right? In terms of draft, yeah, they did have the key pieces in, and they put a spicy little pick, right? They put a Freya in, but they had the rest of the components through, where that poke damage was coming out from the Sicilian, it was coming out from the Granger. That's the standard 1-2 piece combo that we always see in the big leagues, where, yeah, the magic damage is there with the Bat Blast, right? And of course, we have the Rhapsodies from the Granger at far range. Now, to supplement that, they had the Matilda, and that's one of the strongest roam picks that if you know how to play, it really enables your team very well.
Yep.
So Sigma and Mr. got enabled so heavily. Whether or not you want to get out, whether or not you want to play, Hinata Shoyo, he was always there.
Yeah, the sustain from the Matilda was enough such that Phobius didn't even need a War Axe at all.
Yeah.
And like looking at the items from the side of Bendemeer, Zoomer didn't really have any early game burst items. Like he did have the Endless Battle, but he didn't really have the Blade of the Heptaseas. So that means in the early game you don't really have that. Cause when you hold the War Axe, you want to fight long.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the early game is the part where you don't want to fight long. You just want to finish it quick and dirty. Kill the marksman and then leave.
Yeah, I would think like maybe a Sky Piercer into a Blade of Heptaseas would have served him much better, especially in the state of the game where you don't want to take the sustained team fights versus a very heavy poke team, right? The damage is going to consistently be poking you through, and maybe he was thinking like, oh yeah, if there's damage, I build the Endless Battle so that, yeah, I do get a bit of lifesteal back. I can take the team fight for team. Because if you take a look at the side of Bendemeer, they don't really have any form of sustain. They don't really have any form of a very good frontliner. So he had to become the frontliner, and because YOLO EXE, of course, he was shut down very heavily on that EXP lane, he couldn't become the frontliner that the team needed.
I mean, like, fighting against a Phoveus
Yeah, it's hard.
in the EXP lane. That's as a Lucas, that's like a really hard uphill battle, especially if you can't really win the pre-level 4 fights, cause that's the part where technically Phoveus is the weakest at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's not to say he's weak. He's still insanely strong.
Phoveus is still a very strong pick, I gotta say, but
Lots of sustain coming
but
in.
I think in that 1v1 scenario where Lucas versus Phoveus, you gotta be winning that level 1 to level 3. If not, you're not gonna have a good lane at all. But moving on into the next game, where if you have that Phoveus versus Lucas again, well, it has to be a better adaptation coming out from the side of
Yep.
Benavir Secondary School. Now, with the bans, do you take out the Alucard here, right? You know that Streamer's Alucard is completely scary and hard to deal with. Maybe if you take that out, might not be a problem anymore.
Alright, they do take out the Phoveus, which is probably one of the counters against the Lucas, so maybe they want to try to get rid of that the backline Infernal Pursuits coming in from the side of Anglican High, which they have shown to be playing really well. Now Anglican High will take out the Kalea, and okay, yep, the target ban coming right out.
Yeah, respect bands right there, right? So now for Anglican, yeah, they don't have that key itemizations. No, I mean key hero from the Freya, and of course the Phoveus coming out. So of course they are. I'm pretty sure they have a lot in their strat books, right? So to win like that, I mean, yeah. The deny pick as well, right? I mean, Thunder coming out with the Tyrael once again.
Who said there are
Alright,
no
now that
shortcuts in
that
life?
leaves stuff
I
like
literally
Chip
invented
open
one.
for Anglican High. We have
to
the
our
Suyo
heart's
as
content.
well.
Ah,
So
that's,
I
Lucas.
think the Lucas, yeah. I think JL might pick up that Law E because you don't really want to give the Law E chip combo over to the side of Anglican High, because that you're just giving up a lot of map control. But then again, you might want to like just bait out the Law E, because like if you want to play against the Law E, because the Law E can't really apply crowd control immediately. But anyway, JL just take up that Law E. I guess it's a good pick, yeah.
And now
The
we,
deny pick, yeah.
we do see the
Thumbs up.
Arcus. Yeah, Arcus coming out from YOLO EXE.
Fight.
And of
Fight for
course,
the
now
ultimate
with that
answer.
Hilda pick, well, Anglican High School, it looks like a very aggressive opening, right? Having the Lucas in the jungle. Now, this is a Lucas that I like to see. Lucas in the jungle, Hilda in the EXP lane, and of course, the roaming chip. That roaming chip is going to apply a lot of pressure regardless, and a very good ban taking out the Boxia because of that Hilda and also the Lucas. The healing factors, you don't want it to get reduced.
Yeah, don't forget the damage base of max HP from the Shield of Spirit. Now you see, you're going to see like a lot of the heroes on the side of Anglican High right now are really high in HP.
Yeah.
So maybe a carry. If
Yeah.
a carry comes out from the side of
Benimir,
Benimir, that might spell a little trouble for them. So,
when I
yep.
give the word.
What?
A Khalid. A Khalid. Yeah. So that's going to be a very interesting pick coming out, right? So where is the Khalid going to go?
Home?
I don't know, man. Like this is gonna be a very flexible pick coming out from the side of Anglican High School.
Okay.
So laning wise, very interesting. But for the side of Benjamin Secondary School, they do pick up the Granger for themselves. That's a very good pick coming out from Jaden. We know how scary he is. On the
Zoomer on the
Jim on the
Alucard, yeah?
Alucard, yeah. And we have Harif as well.
Okay.
So Anglican High School, in terms of team fight, right? They win every single time because they have so much sustain and so much team fight capability. So this is gonna be a mid lane Khalid, I think.
This meta looks familiar. Remember back then where gold laners and assassins were basically out of the picture, since you had like two EXP, like two really techy people into the side lanes, and they would just go straight and dominate their lanes by just killing the marksman immediately.
Yeah.
So maybe they're going to be playing like two tanky people into the top and to the bot lane, then have Harif to just eat up every single resource that they have and play like a sort of protect the president kind of composition.
Yeah.
And
but
with the rotation from Chip, that kind of enables it as well. So
yeah.
5 seconds.
Oh, already. I mean, at
what?
the-
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We gotta see that Bomberman. He's gonna be early on in that middle lane, right? It's gonna be a mid lane Khalid, of course, with the concussive blast. You do have a very good clearing capability. I've already sniffed him out extremely early, but the rest of the team, they want to go for these engages here because they have a very aggressive level 1 lineup.
Yeah, there we
Shimmer
go.
is gonna get controlled very heavily. Hinata
Oh,
finds the first
man.
blood onto Shoyo. And already, I mean, Streamer going down, well, you can keep the Azure buff here. You're not going to get it, but that's going to be huge advantages for the Lucas.
I mean, that's the kind of pressure that you can get from this kind of compositions. Like, you don't really need the level 4. Hilda with the power of wilderness, sorry, not the power of wilderness, with the second skill, and Khalid with the... With his, what's his first skill called again? I kind of forgot.
I
But-
don't know.
yeah,
Rolling
but-
Blades, I don't know.
Yeah, but with these skills, you can actually apply a lot of pressure, and he doesn't get the blue buff. Man, okay, Pom Pom Sigma with 2 buffs, one of it not his.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
gonna put Zuma really on the back foot.
yeah, that's a great denial of resource coming out from Anglican, continuing to put on that chokehold, right? With the chip in that front line, consistently applying that damage. Tide Thunder, he's not gonna get anything. Tigreal is out of the map already. This Crimson, this Orange, going the way of the side of Anglican once again. This is bad news, Bears. Already 2,000 gold advantage at 2 minutes into the game, and there's still map advantages to be gotten. They haven't taken their own side of the map.
Zuma's level 1.
Yeah, Zuma's level 1.
That's kind of not what you want to see. Your jungler has to be at least level 4 by the 2-minute mark. And Anglican High with this composition of just going deep into the jungle and denying Zuma any farm puts him at level 1. And that also puts Thunder unable to get any EXP from the roam boots.
Yeah, YOLO not even level 4, does not have the Eternal Evil. He just pops it at the last second, unable to pump that skill in time. Streamer still level 1, getting chased down by the mid laner of the game, Bomberman. They're really, their lineup is coming to full fruition. Now, Ellipsis going for that dive on that bottom lane. Raging Sandstorm not able to find anything at this point. Shortcut is available. Hinata brings in Yoshino. Now, the Zamet's Force has been applied in the back lane. That turret is still around, though, so that's something that they have to worry about. Now, this is very interesting. Yoshino going to teleport back to the bottom lane. That's something that you can do with the shortcut.
Well, back then when this meta was kind of all the craze, like, okay, Juman's kind of dead over there.
Yeah.
Wait, oh,
He's
he
alive.
survives, yay!
Survives?
Yeah, he kind of survives, yeah. Wait, will he? Lucas? No ulti? No
Yeah.
ulti? Oh, okay. You know what? We live and let learn, okay? So, like, back then when this meta was all the craze, this kind of playstyle was kind of the thing for this team composition. Like, you really just want to keep going. You will fall off in the late game because there's a limit to how much you can just keep diving the team without having any repercussions. So by ensuring that your early game is dominated, you deny the jungle any farm, you deny the gold laner, you deny those carries which require the farm any sort of like leveling up. As you can see over here, Javian will have no backup from Zoom. Just when I say that, we're going to see Chip fall underneath the turret, which gives Javian some sort of farm and gives Javian his level 3. Yippee.
A huge dive, right? Huge dive coming in from the side of Anglican, and it was instantly punished. And this is really the fact that, yeah, Anglican, they are pretty much playing just to their comfort factors right now. They know that their skill level is slightly above the opponent. So definitely in terms of that early game, they know the pressures, they understand the map a lot better, but the conversion of objectives coming out from Bendermere, that's keeping them, that's keeping the macro in check. Now, Shortcut not finding any value, that's going to become a huge problem, especially as we go into the later stages of the game. So Bendermere, they can actually bide their time. Streamers, I mean, he's already a gone case, right? He's not going to get the farm back into position. So that's something that he needs to consistently worry about.
Yeah, the second turtle coming up right now. Zuma doesn't even have his ultimate. There is no implosion. And here it comes. Sacred Hammer pushing the Ellipsis into the turret, but the double Revitalize will keep him alive. Loi will not be able to stun them long enough for anything of value to be done to them, as Pom Pom Sigma will just have the time of his life taking this turtle down.
Yeah, I mean, there's a triple Revitalize combo coming in from the side of Anglican.
Alright, triple.
Yeah, so it's going to be very hard to death ball into them. And they're really relying on the picks coming out from Javian, right? So Javian getting the key itemization, that's going to be one of their outs. YOLO EXE with the Inspire, that's going to be another one of the outs as well. So now very good catch onto the Hilda, but this is Pom Pom Sigma at full strength.
Oh
and
my goodness!
This is a full power spike. So Anglican High School, well, they're just going to roll.
Yeah, Power Runa does take one. Javian will fall to another shortcut as well. I like how this shortcut right there was taking all the turret damage. YOLO.exe will have to pop that Eternal Evil, trying to get Bomberman, but Bomberman with his level advantage will be able to run away.
Yeah, I
Wait,
mean-
he doesn't have the level advantage anymore. So yeah, see, this is one of the issues with this kind of composition, is that you will not be farming in your lane most of the time. You will lose levels when it starts to slowly go into the late game. So as we see here, Zoomer, of course he will fall since he's only level 4, but if they do manage to push up into the mid game, they will slowly start to out-level them, as we've seen just now with YOLO.exe and slowly with Javian.
Yeah, it's about absorbing and giving the pressure on the other side of the map. And we see all EXE trying to do that as much as possible. And the good thing, right, before 10 minutes, you have that holy defense. But Anglican High School, well, they have complete control of the enemy jungle. If they continue to choke out the resources, you think about it this way. Your jungle is yours, their jungle is yours. So there's a lot of gold that you're consistently getting at this 1 minute mark. Now, Hilda and YOLO.exe, they're going for that 1v1. But the shortcut has already been popped in that middle stage between the tier 1 and the tier 2. Yoshino with the damage force. He gets a double kill for himself.
Triple kill.
Dreama is out of harm's reach, but not for long as he finally goes down.
Yeah, the death ball is really starting to rear its ugly head once again as Anglican High School takes another convincing team fight. Right now, the result of that team fight will result in the middle tower going down. Possibly another middle tower if they do play it right. But as you can see here, the shortcut really ensured that Bendemeer Secondary School is not able to run away. Even with Implosion available, they're just not able to catch Anglican High School in a place where they don't want to be. Because that's exactly where they want to be, right in the middle of your team.
And that's the problem with Bendemeer, right? They don't have a consistent poke lineup, especially if they don't have the farm. JL requires some form of space, and with the deny pick of that Loyi, well, it just denies him a way of the chance of picking up the Sicilian for himself. So that means, yeah, you do have a bit of a shorter range, so that means they're easier
And
to catch you.
Hammer!
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Do it! Do it! Do it! Go! You can do it! No, okay, it's not gonna happen. These players are way too disciplined for that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Anglican High School already 12-2, 10 kills lead. So 10,000 gold advantage. It's going to be a roll through from anyone who dares to really show their face in the rest of the map. So that's the vision problem coming in from Bendemeer. What they can do is potentially push out and diversion back, right? That's the only play that I can see happening, because that's a Loyi factor that you have going for you. You can do a suicide push and then divert back into your lanes or whatsoever to defend. But so far, that hasn't been done.
Yeah, we're just over 40 seconds to the next Lord. I think once that Lord comes out, that might be the game-ending play. So Anglican High looking to fight. We're going to see a diversion coming out. JL doesn't manage to run away. Pump Pump Sigma just dealing so much damage. The shortcut comes in, but it doesn't really matter as Thunder will fall. Javian, just taking so many shots, falls to flicker away. That's going to be the top tower open for the taking. As we're going to see in the mid lane, they're going to be pushing that as well. Minions are slowly coming in. Yoshino takes the top lane. Bomberman and Hinata Shoyo as the rest of the Anglican High collapses onto the mid lane. Nothing really much that Bendemeer can do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, 10,000 gold advantage. Anglican High really understanding the game state a lot better than Bendemeer, of course. And of course, really for the side of Zoomer, he's been shown what it means to be a one trick, right? When you play your Alucard a bit too much, well, your opponents are essentially going to start to read you. And this is what happens when you play in the highest level as one trick. It's going to be very hard for you to just play that hero. And of course, I was a one trick myself, so I can understand. I can understand where he's at. Well, you get shut down a lot when you just want to play that one hero. So you gotta build your versatility. And meanwhile, for Anglican High School, I really feel that, yeah, with the shortcut right now, with the state that Harif is at right now, it's gonna be very hard for Bendemeer to even mount a comeback.
I think if Bendemeer were to make a comeback, it will have to be on the hands of Anglican High. If they possibly put the shortcut a little bit too like in an awkward position,
Yeah.
they put it into Thunder, maybe like this kind of mistakes can be capitalized upon by Bendemeer Secondary School. And we've seen them capitalize on these mistakes before. So if Anglican High makes these kind of things, the game might change into the favor of Bendemeer Secondary School. But look at how disciplined they are playing. The lanes are slowly being pushed in together. Holy defense, more like no-Lee defense, as the Holy defense does get popped away. Madara Uchiha popping right straight in. A shortcut over here might be able to end it all, as you're going to be seeing the top and bot lane slowly being pushed in as well.
Yeah, they couldn't get the tri-lane pressures, and of course the Holy defenses are still up at this point.
Bot lanes, oh, they're gone actually.
Yeah, just take, no, as in they were up, so that's
Oh,
why
yeah.
they took away the creeps. And of course, Anglican High, well, they will have a bit of pressure going
Conceal?
out. They have Conceal going in. Right
Shortcut!
now, YOLO going down, JL as well, Tumor and Thunder falling.
Wait a
Eternal
minute.
Evil has been popped, but
Wait
it's
a minute.
1v5. Not gonna happen. Anglican High School already too far gone. Takes out Pom Pom Sigma, but Javian the only one alive. I don't think he can do it, man, as Anglican High School will be taken. Well, no creep.
No minions!
No minions. Yeah.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Here comes the minions. Alright, and that's going to be the finish the Anglican High needs to advance to the next round.
Yeah. Anglican High with a 2-0. Yeah, of course. Meanwhile, very well done from San Bendemeer. We did see the surprise pick coming out from the Alucard, always the last pick, right? It really caught the members of Anglican off guard. Dreamer did have a bit of moments in the first game, but second game completely shut down.
Anglican High kind of locked in, picked up the really early game death ball composition to just run them all down. And I don't really think there was anything that Bendemeer could have done at that point.
Yeah,
Like,
congratulations.
it was kind of over in the first minute of the game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're getting the series 2-0. We see their faces on screen. So yeah, they look very happy. I mean, Bendemeer, you don't need to be too sad. Of course, it's always about, as my good friend Kindo Fu, who is here, would say, winners and learners, right? So the learners, well, you do learn a lot from this experience. Maybe if you are going to pursue MLBB as a career, if you're going to pursue pro gaming as a career, right? Gaming is about a lot of facets of the game as well. You need to understand what other map timings, what are the hero picks available, and you got to know that banning and drafting meta heroes, things that are good in the game and things that are not. These are all part of the game. They are all part of the package. You can go against the grain, but you're going to have a harder time.
I mean, Bendemeer's journey will end here, but there's always going to be next year. Unless you're in secondary 4 and you're graduating this this year.
I don't
Then,
think so. They look young.
Oh.
They look young. They got years ahead of them.
All right,
We're going
and
to see them in Season
Yeah,
10.
we'll see you guys next year again, possibly coming back stronger.
Yeah.
Maybe with an even more cracked Alucard.
Yeah, I mean, Season 10 is going to be something that we're going to be really hyped for as well. So, of course, these teams that have lost today, they might get a revenge arc in Season 10 as well. So Season 10 will be happening in October. So if you guys are interested to sign up, do find the people at the registration counter, our friendly little people wearing the tags, right? Look for either organizer or crew or whatever. Don't look for talent because we can't help you. Yeah,
We don't know nothing.
We don't know anything. We don't. We're the same as you. We're just here. We're just here to watch for a good time.
Vibes.
Yeah, for the vibes. So yeah, that was series
yeah.
number 2. Yeah, series number 2, game number 2.
Mhm.
We did have
2-2-0s.
Yeah, Anglican High getting the 2-0s. So of course, do stay tuned for the rest of the day. We will have more games for you guys. Of course, we're still looking forward towards that top seed and that second best seed playing. We don't know what their power levels are at yet.
Yep. So it's definitely going to be interesting. Like even we don't know which teams are playing like in the next game. I think it's going to be the semi-finals already.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And who do you think is going through?
Oh well.
I mean, West Spring's probably going
quarters,
through.
right? It's quarters, right? Round of
This was the quarters.
Oh, this was the quarters.
Yeah, so
or-
I think West Spring is in. Hua Chong maybe is in already.
Yeah, I mean, West Spring, Hua Chong, Unity, I don't know who's playing who,
Yeah.
but then hopefully we will see these teams duke it out on the screen on the stream. So, of course, we'll be going for a short break. We'll see you guys later, and yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to Campus Legends Secondary School Edition Season 9. My name is Abstract, your host of today. We have come all the way from yesterday until today, where we have a plethora of teams of various schools come together here in Singapore Discovery Centre to fight it out to be the very best of Season 9's Campus Legends Secondary School Edition. Now that we have come to day number 2, we started off with the top 16, top 8, which have been played out already, and now we are proceeding over to the semi-finals. I'll introduce to you guys the teams in a short little bit, because before that I would like to give a huge shout out over to our organizers, of course the Singapore Cyber Sports and Online Gaming Association, short for SCOGA, as well as Esports Academy. Of course, co-organized by the Defense Collective Singapore, supported by Moonton, and of course produced by C2E4. If you guys have yet to follow us on Instagram and TikTok, now's the time, as you just head over to the search bar and type Singapore Cyber Sports, campuslegends.sg, and Campus Game Fest. If you want to be in the know when it comes down to all the things competition and community, you're gonna have to go through these pages in order to sign up for any potential events that are about to come up. Now, without further ado, we're going to be moving on to the semi-finals, and after some grueling matches in today's best of 3 game, in short for first to 2, we have total of 4 teams left. And this bracket that we are going to be watching is definitely going to be a scary one, because one of these teams have been very dominant in the previous seasons, and we are excited to see what they have got in store for us today as, you know, new competitors coming in. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we invite the next 2 teams up on stage. We have Hwa Chong Institution and West Spring Secondary School. Now the players are excited to the point that they almost fell off the stage. Please be careful. To all the teams that is going to go up the little podium, please be very careful as you go down the stage. Now, not only do you have to be careful about the stage, you gotta have to be real careful about your games, because your games are going to be commentated by our very own resident casters, Cake and Moment.
Welcome back to Campus Legends Secondary School, guys. It's me, Moman. Joined with me is going to be Cake.
Hello.
And of course, we have that premier matchup right now. It's the semifinals. So it's going to be West Spring Secondary School versus Hwa Chong Institution, right? So for West Spring Secondary School, they've been our defending champions.
Last year's champions as well.
Yeah, last year's champions as well. And of course, they are a very strong team. So I've identified Hwa Chong as going to be like potentially top 4. They were playing very well. But now they're going up against their true test, which is going to be the potential champion. So we have our 2 top contenders. On the other hand, though, we have Anglican High, who will be taking on Hawaii Secondary School.
Yep.
So Hawaii Secondary School taking out Unity Secondary School as well.
Yep.
So it's going to be, yeah, a lot of upsets here.
Yeah, West Spring and Hwa Chong Institution actually do have a 2-0 record all the way until now. So we're just going to be seeing who will be the first one to break it. And meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, we're going to see Anglican High also having a 2-0 record all the way, with Hawaii being the one with a 2-1 against Unity. So all these teams very, very, very strong. We saw how Anglican High actually kind of dissected Bendemeer's game plan and kicked them out of the top 16. We saw how Hwa Chong played against Nanchao, doing really close games and giving us a really good show. So this time, 2 powerhouses, but only 1 victor.
Yeah, it's going to be a very telling match here, because meanwhile, I mean, a lot of them are very familiar faces, right? We've seen them in community tournaments.
I've seen this team before from West Spring.
Yeah, I mean, for West Spring themselves, they were there at most of the Singapore community tournaments. We've seen these kids around, and they've been growing a lot as a team. And
Height as well.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
got much taller.
yeah, they got much taller. Now they're wearing long pants, right? We saw them from shorts going into long pants.
The sign of seniority in school.
Yeah, sign of seniority in school. And meanwhile, for the guys of Hwa-Chong, also it's gonna be one of a very good tests because they do have a very good draft. They do have very good sense of the game, but their true micro is really about when you're pitted against a very strong player yourself, how do you respond when suddenly the things that you want to do, you fell 2 steps behind. And sometimes maybe your drafts aren't enough when the micro just overcomes you.
Yeah, in this case, your mechanics are probably going to be on par with each other, if not that, just a very slight discrepancy. So you just can't rely on mechanics alone to snowball and just like dominate the team. So this is a lot of mind games now as well. So now we're going to be seeing West Spring banning out that Martis and the Matilda. We saw how Shrimp Eater just kind of rolled through with the decimation onto that Martis. And right now we're going to see Kimi and Fanny being banned out from Hwa-Chong.
I mean, these guys have done their homework apparently because, yeah, Fanny player on the other side, Martis player on the other side as well. So Matilda very strong in the hands of Hwa-Chong. Now, with the opening pick out of West Spring Secondary, right? A lot of opening picks you can go for. You can go for the chip if you want to play another type of play style. That's Suyo, Lucas available as well. Kalea is in the pool. And they go for the Boxia, actually.
Okay. So we know that Arzel will probably go for the high loss. As we see over here. So I guess that's kind of like a good
counter.
It goes well into high loss since like you can do the HP percentage damage and also the healing reduction, as well as the crowd control via slows from the Tortoise Poissons.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you want to really put your booby traps in the Glorious Pathway, right?
Yeah.
And for Boxia, I mean, that's going to be one of the factors that might go his favor. Now, Suyo, very interesting.
Tried
right?
and tested. Yeah.
Fighter Assassin for Shrimp Eater, it will work very well in the current state of the game, but West Spring Secondary School, I'm pretty sure they've played against these kind of strategies before, so now they're thinking, well, what are we comfortable with? What goes well with our current lineup, right? They really secure that Harif already. We've seen Skirl on that Harif as well. So you don't want to give the Harif away into the hands of a Hylos because the Glorious Pathway and the Zamin's Force together,
Oh, that's going to be nasty.
they control a huge area.
Yeah, but one thing that Squirrel was known for his previous games was the carry.
Yeah.
So especially against the Baxia, that might be a little bit like painful to be played into, but the Boxer coming out from, the Hayabusa coming out from Dipper, and Granger going into for Squirrel. So I get interesting picks
Both
over
sides
here.
really have great answers so far, not giving up any form of leeway in terms of banning and drafting. Of course, this is also part of the game where you don't want to give your opponent too much of a power advantage. They have not shown too much of their hand. Now, with that Farsa ban, right, West Spring Secondary School, they're potentially looking for a Sicilian ban. If not, they will let it through because they have the Hayabusa. They have the ability to jump the back line as well. So, yeah, the way to set the stage, you can just banning out each other, making sure that you cover out the bases, right? If they go for a Sicilian, never mind. We have a Hayabusa, we have Boxia to really
I just jump right in.
Yeah.
And as you say, the Sicilian being banned out, we saw how Jungkook actually managed to stay alive, managed to farm his stacks up real fast with the Sicilian, and became a late game powerhouse. And right now we're going to see Aspect onto that Cho. So when all the teams playing up against Hwa-Chong so far really just banned out that Cho, so maybe today we'll see the true way of the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, for West Spring Secondary School, right, for the Cho itself, there's a lot of answers. I mean, sometimes people pick up the Ruby, try and mess up the Cho a little bit for that disrupt. If not, you can go more of your team fight. You can just build off your Zamin's Force. You can build off your Hayabusa as well. They go for the Novara. They want to keep the Vision game up and the Badang as well. So this is most likely we're going to see a Badang on the roam and the Boxia in the EXP lane, or they can swap roles as well. But Novara most likely is going to be in the mage role, and that's something that's lacking on the side of Hwa-Chong Institution, right? They have yet to pick up a mage laner for themselves. If they want to go for that poke style gameplay, well, they don't really have the Farsa. They don't have the Sicilian available. Those are the best too. Yeah, Xavier.
Yeah. I mean, you do have the range from the Infinite Extension. Like the Mystic Field does produce like good crowd control, especially against like the likes of Harif. Kinda-ish.
I mean, Vexana would be a great pick as well, but any kind of mage pick that you pick right now is gonna fall prey to the Hayabusa. That's something that they need to be scared about.
Maybe a
right?
Zask would be good actually.
Zask, something like a Aurora could have that kind of sustainability, but they go for the Xavier, right?
choice.
Okay,
Xavier, interesting is that you have that self-peel, that you do have that Mystic Field. Of course, Dawning Light is a global skill, gonna be paired very well, but it is a very late game hero. Compared to Sicilian, you don't have the ability to reposition the enemies. You only have the ability to just keep them there, right?
Yep.
So yeah, that's gonna be something that's gonna be harder to execute for Hwa-Chong Institution. But Xavier itself, very good in terms of that lane clear, having a scaling as well. So West Spring Secondary School, I gotta say, slightly favored in terms of draft right now because of the fact that they do have a very good scaling draft, right? Novaria, Harith, there are team fight synergies all on point with Hayabusa jump at the back line. Meanwhile, it's a harder execution. They're really relying on the Way of the Dragon coming out from the side of Hwa-Chong Institution.
Yeah, and right now we're going to be jumping straight into the match. West Spring Secondary School against Hwa-Chong Institution. The first game of the semifinals, the first game of the series. Audience over here, are you excited? If you're excited, please make some noise!
Yeah, this is a potential grand final matchup that we are going to see. So these are the two powerhouses we have here at the Singapore Discovery Center, Campus Legends Secondary School Season 9. And whoever wins this will be going to grand finals. Jungkook already facing a lot of pressure. Snow Teasy and Javsky really going and managing these rotations very well. They do get the vision, but not the invade. Very good defense. But you do see Ashton Hall taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's probably not going to be able to get that gold minion right there. Now Snow Teasy and Arzel both exchanging revitalizers, and it's going to be Snow Teasy with the shields, with the anti-heal, with the percentage HP damage that does manage to take down the Arzel.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about the Xavier really early game. Your cooldowns are not that short, right? So you don't have the ability to fight, and you're really relying on that right click. Same thing with the Novaria. So that's going to be an issue of which tank is going to be much more tankier. Yeah, and for DRZL, he didn't have any form of Glorious Pathway, level 4 not available yet. So Snow Teasy did have the edge of giving him that first blood.
Yeah, it looks like we're having an anime fight over here actually. Like we're gonna have like Hunter x Hunter and Naruto and also the Jujutsu Kaisen all in one match.
I mean, a lot of animes in the Land of Dawn right now.
If only Martis was open, then we'll probably see Attack on Titan as well.
Yeah, or the landing. I mean, we will see Mikasa, but now already a jump on the top lane.
Dipper?
Dipper is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, the
but
shadow kill.
Quad Shadow with the shadow kill finds its mark, but Skirl gets that solo kill onto Ashton together with the help of DRZL. That's going to be a huge turning point, right, for the side of Hwa-Chong Institution. Now, these are the two top teams. They know how to deal with the advantages. They know how to play when they're behind, and that's why they're in the semifinals.
Yeah, right now West Spring Secondary School already with the Turtle. Dawning Light coming out trying to deal some just a little bit poke damage, but Super Squirrel isn't giving Ashton Hall any time to farm. Purify being popped up, giving him a little bit of speed to run away, but will he be able to survive? Yes, he will. Super Squirrel just pop the flicker, and now West Spring knows it. Here comes the Shield of Unity, trying to get... Oh! The Gold Crab will block his way as DRZL takes advantage of it, pops in the Glorious Pathway, but unfortunately the Shields of Spirit are just going to prove a little bit too much for DRZL to handle.
Yeah, Ashton Hall really needs to watch out for the Sonatas, and definitely not having it available at the moment, but 4 members here already, and Synchro Fisher not finding anything. Snow Teasy revitalized to keep alive, and Arzel will be the one falling. Now Quad Shadow in the backline, they have to watch out for that. Not able to find anything yet for Bana, but now for Hwa-Chong Institution, it's for them to answer.
The Dawning Light just barely missed Snow Teasy right there. If it had hit, that might have been like one of the plays of the game, but unfortunately we might see that later, I guess. So now Young Dipper and Aspect just going at it. Now this time I think we're probably going to be seeing a damage kind of Badang, like with your DHS and your what was that again? The Sea Halberd probably. Yeah, since there's so much healing on the side of Hwa-Chong Institution, as we have High Buster goes in, we'll only have to pray to see what happens. Super Squirrel will fall. Turtle coming up in 30 seconds. Nothing they can't handle as both teams are just going to go back to farming.
Yeah, very good answer on the map rotations. And yeah, as you were saying, right,
Oh, Thunderbelt.
they have to go for the Thunderbelt really for the side
Standard-
of Badang. It's a
standard,
standard
yep.
build, right? Standard build. You don't go for damage yet, especially you're on the roam Badang. You're not gonna you're on the EXP Badang,
yeah.
but you don't have that frontliner. Boxia is not gonna be enough because he is a roamer after all, right? That you need 2 levels of frontliners consistently jumping because you already have the damage. The damage is going to
Yeah.
come from Ashton, Javsky, and Bana. And so that's 3 levels of damage. You don't go more greedier than that.
You're now leaving the bot lane empty alone. That's going to be the gold plating already taken down by Super Squirrel and the Arzel. That's really something you don't want to give up unless you can find a good trade for it. Now it seems we do have a lane swap coming in as we're going to see the wall being put up by Dipper, but it's not enough to keep Aspect contained. Gold plating from the mid lane will go down as well as Notizi tries to jump in. Shield of Unity stuns Aspect, but Aspect is just going to be able to Shunpo his way out of that.
Yeah, they gotta worry about the damage values. Glorious Pathway being popped out, but not able to recapitalize on the rest of team members. Finding the mark. Dipper managing to catch 2 inside his zone. But West Spring Secondary School, they didn't have the follow-ups because at this point, Ashton Hall, this is still the gold plating stage. You want to get that macro going for yourself. Now, they do answer in a form of a bit of macro, but that bottom lane turret already being taken by Hwacheong Institution.
Not just the turret itself, the gold plating, the entirety was taken out by the gold laner and the support. Like the support maybe it's just like, yeah, okay, sure, you can have it, but giving it to the gold laner, that's really something you don't want to do. Like you're just gonna give Squirrel a lot of farm. Like sure you get the turtle, sure you get a little bit more gold plating over there, but is it really worth it though?
Yeah, but that power spike
Oh,
is
nice shot.
still very, very far away, right? Hwacheong Institution, if you think about Xavier and Granger, you do need some form of scaling. You need more items before you're effective in this team fight. Now, Glorious Pathway being popped in the middle.
Oh, nice fist
Bana
crack.
nearly finding his end there, but Quad Shadow out. And now, with West Spring Secondary School consistently applying the pressure, they are wary of that power spike. They know that at this point, they're the strongest in the game right now.
Yep, right now both teams are just playing it safe, trying to get them to, trying to get the pulse spikes, trying to get the farm, and not really giving up any of these like unnecessary kills. Like we're gonna see only 5 kills on the board currently before this next turtle spawns. Now West Spring Secondary School already posturing up for it, while Hwacheong Institution is also responding in kind. Evil Queller comes out just to get a little bit of poke here and there, but just going to be seeing who will be the one to take this turtle.
Oh, Super Skrull taking a lot of damage at this point. Glorious Pathway used, committed on that bottom lane, but already Bana getting that turtle, and together with Javsky falling, but already segmented team fight with the Zamon's Force actually doing a lot of work. Double kill for Ashton Hall as he hits his power spike. And Donning like not enough. Dong Cook not able to flash and finish. Triple kill coming out for Hayabusa. Bana doing work on the bottom, and Ashton Hall splitting it up with the Zamon's Force.
Honestly, absolute cinema. That was a really beautiful fight to watch where you just see 2 segmented things happening at the same time with good results on the same side. Like usually you see like maybe like you get a trade over here, like you lose an objective over there. But West Spring Secondary, they got both fights and the turtle. So that's a lot of things going for them. Like look at that beautiful fist break, look at that beautiful OG shadow kill, and just look at the cleanup from Ashton Hall over there. Like sure, Javsky may have fallen, but it doesn't matter since the entirety of Hwacheong Institution just evaporated in an instant.
Yeah, and that's the weakness of Hwacheong's Institution's lineup, right? They need to fight as 5, and that's what really falls behind because you need to put Super Skrull and Jungkook together where they have that poke damage, they have that peel, and the other 3, suddenly the other 3 are lacking a lot of damage because Shrimp Eater, if you think about it, he's a lot of bursts, yes, but where's the consistent damage? It's not going to come from the Cho, it's not going to come from the Hylos. They need to be 5. And for West Spring Secondary, as long as they can put Ashton Hall and Bana away from each other, they still have the damage consistently pumping through.
Yeah, but just like before, I think their last solace will lie in Super Squirrel and Jungkook again. As we all know, the late game Xavier is just going to keep shooting Dawning Light after Dawning Light after Dawning Light, and that's going to be a lot of damage, especially once you get the Wishing Lantern onto yourself.
Yeah.
And we saw what Super Squirrel can do in the late game once you get like the Sky Piercer, once you get your BOD, once you get your Malefic Roar over there. And the damage from the Granger would just start coming through. War Axe coming out from Bana, I guess, is quite good in order to deal with the tankier side of Hwa Chong Institution. So like looking at the items, we already see the Hunter Strike, Sky Piercer, and Malefic Roar onto the Granger. But look at the items of Harif though, that's a lot.
I mean, the true power spike is also when Harif manages to get his Holy Crystal. So that's something that Hwa Chong Institution really needs to watch out for. The moment the Holy Crystal is picked up from the side of Ashton Hall, that's something that, well, you just can't come back from that for that timing, right? But that silver lining that you talked about, right? It is that Dawning Light ability to just clear the waves and clear the lane. So West Spring Secondary School, they are on a bit of a timer here. They have to watch out for the late game a bit. Not saying that they don't have the ability to jump in. Bana on that Hayabusa, he's going to be that wildcard factor. If he finds Jungkook, well, that's the end of the game.
Right now, it just seems that Bana has the superior Sharingan, as Madara Uchiha does go down. Now the other Sharingan wielder in the form of Shrimp Eater right now just kind of has to find these squishy targets in order to really get their backline, but it just seems that West Spring is really giving them all the pills that they need. Glorious Pathway coming down to just kind of cut their escapes, but Ashton Hall will be taking a lot of damage from that Dawning Light.
Yeah,
It's starting to build up.
Yeah, something that he needs to watch out for, right? He has the shield values, yes, but the sustain, it's only one revitalization that is going to be there. But Bana jumping in with the quad shadow, the masked man not finding the other masked man. Gojo Satoru will be able to survive for now. Jungkook landing that Dawning Light, able to clear out the creep waves. Hwa Chong Institution, hold on.
Right now, Hwa Chong Institution is kind of safe for now.
Yeah,
Yeah, they do take down Madara Uchiha. Right now, the lanes are pushing in a little bit, so it's kind of like, you know, a little bit of farm for them right now. This is what they need to do.
there's a lot of anime storylines here, right? Sasuke taking down Madara, and then we have two of the white guys with the masks, and I mean
White-haired guys.
The white-haired guys with the blindfolds. So yeah, we got the Sharingan versus
Sharingan also,
Sharingan versus Sharingan.
And then we have Kurapika against Gojo Satoru. So like, it's going to be a cross-anime fight right
so
now.
many white hair guys in this.
Now you mentioned it, yeah.
Everybody has white hair, right?
At one point in time, Sasuke actually did have white hair as well, like in his cursed demon form after like he got the curse mark from Orochimaru.
Orochimaru, yeah.
Was it white or black?
Can't
Can't remember. But anyway, Hwa Chong Institution, they really need to get Super Squirrel and Jungkook up to speed if they want any chance in fighting back against West Spring Secondary School.
Yeah, and of course, for West Spring Secondary School, they are having that opportunity to open, right? They have the ability to open with anything. The Zamon's Force is also an opening. Quad Shadow is an opening as well. And they have a lot of choices here, right? And really, something that they need to watch out for is that Fist Break coming out from Dipper as well, because it will zone them out, segment them out. Snow Cheesy at Tortoise Croissants is going to be huge too.
And we're going to see the Quad Shadow going in, just threatening to jump right in. Hwa Chong Institution is respecting that and just provided so much support to Super Squirrel and to Jungkook. Now 4 seconds until the turtle spawns. Both sides have their retributions ready, but Bana is already on level 15. So I guess Hwa Chong Institution, they're not really taking this fight. They don't really want to risk getting another team wipeout, and instead are just farming themselves in order to get their levels up to speed.
Yeah, something that they have to consistently
nice try.
worry about, right, is the Nofaria. But now they're trying to clash onto Javsky. He does have to flicker away. Now Zamon's Force counter, answer, DRZ into deep aspect in as well. Mega kill going the way of Ashton Hall. Clean disengage from Hwa Chong. But have they lost too much here? 2 members down.
Yeah, I think they thought that they had the jump onto Javsky. But Javsky kind of disengaged really nicely, and as a result, Aspect just went in a little bit too deep, which kind of forced DRZ to kind of back him up, but in the end, both of them kind of lost their lives. Now you're going to see the Dawning Light coming out of here, preventing West Spring from entering any further, but it doesn't matter. Jungkook will be left with just a sliver of health, and Super Squirrel as well as the mid tower falls.
Yeah, and that was a very good way to deal with that high ground pressure.
Damage,
Take the fight out of the base, right? Don't fight in the high ground. Try and fight them out of position. Now, that Dawning Light is available to clear out the creep waves for now. They lost one inhibitor tier 3, but for Hwa Chong Institution, right? It's not the end of days. They still can come back from this.
Yeah, just look at the amount of damage that Javsky is doing, honestly. Like, as long as you land your shots, Novaria can be a really big menace. And you don't actually just have to like hit every single target, since the Meteor can actually give you vision as well. So
Yeah.
by providing this vision, providing the crowd control, by providing the threat of damage, West Spring Secondary is holding Hwa Chong back. Now the Wishing Lantern isn't really active on Jong Jong Kook yet, at least from what I see. So we don't really have that long range poke damage coming in just yet.
Yeah, something that needs to be mentioned about the Novaria combo is also the Astro Echo, right? Given the
Right.
circles on that floor, it exposes the AoE, increases the AoE indicators of HCI members. And this means that Synchro Fisher, you can hit more targets. That damage coming through from Dipper, right? With the ultimate, with the fists, he is going to do way more damage in those enclosed areas. So West Spring Secondary School, they have a lot of synergies together. Now, Hwa Chong Institution, they still have that tried and true method of the Dawning Light together with the Sonatas.
Oh.
So their hold is going to be very good.
Alright, Wishing Lantern finally out on the side of Xavier. So that means the poke damage is going to start ramping up a little bit, especially against the Snow Tizzy and Dipper. Wow. I think if Hwa Chong Institution can hold it out just a little bit more, like Granger is on his last item, so is Harif. Their gold is roughly similar, just around 600 gold apart, and that's not a lot. It's still comebackable. It's like they're slowly starting to build towards their power spike, and we've seen what Hwa Chong can do once they do hit their power spike.
Yeah, they do need to take out Jungkook, right? He's going to become very huge in that state already. It's 15 minutes into the game. This means that Lord is going to be, still like that 12-minute Lord, but something that needs to be washed out for now. With that Astro Echo, able to get a lot of vision. West Spring Secondary School, they're not giving up any ounce of ground in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they can't really fight this as well, since the minions are threatening to push into their base, and a level 14 against a level 15 Retribution just ain't gonna cut it yet. Now Wishing Lantern onto Javsky as well, so that's also even more poke damage coming in. You really don't want to get hit by the Meteor. Just look at the amount of health that took off the Hylos. That's a Hylos.
Yeah, I mean, it's still roaming high loss. I would say you're behind, you're down. But that top lane turret, that pressure was unprecedented. They didn't prepare that creep lane in time.
Oh.
Now Zamon's forced. Diarzell, he will be the first to fall. And with the rest of Hwa Chong members, they are clumped in. And Ashton Hall gets an easy double kill. Crystal taken out.
A
West
really,
Spring Secondary School. I mean,
really
1-0.
clean game, yeah.
Victory!
Yeah, so that's West Spring Secondary School with a dominant showing, preventing Hwa Chong Institution from actually getting to their power spikes, cleaning out the game 1-0 in a really quick fashion.
Yeah, I mean, these guys...
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. They've been playing together for a very long time. Their lane pressure was very good. They always really maintain the creep waves and always apply the pressure, right? The creeps are just not about pushing turrets or gold. They're also a vision-giving tool, because you can really tell whether or not they are rotating with the creep pressure as well. And they use that extremely well for West Spring Secondary School, like keeping a mark on the enemy's locations at all times, because the only way that they can really engage is either Shrimp Eater or Aspect, right? The other three members, well, you're not going to be running in on the Xavier or on a Granger.
Yeah, I guess they also thought that, like, you know, maybe since I have the Hylos and the Troll, I can just like dive straight in, like with the Suyo.
Yeah.
But once you do commit to like a 3-man push, you're leaving your backline exposed. And once your backline is exposed, you have the people like Snow Tizzy who can just use the Shield Unity to just jump straight into the backline. You can have Bena just using the shadows to attack your backline as well. And you can have Ashton Hall just doing what he does. So
Yeah.
like, it's a very committal kind of playstyle, I would say.
Yeah, it is. It is.
And it's also quite easily punished by the comp from West Spring Secondary School.
I mean, they do have the ability to disengage, but that Xavier pick really is a very different flavor coming out, right?
Kinda took a while to come online.
Yeah, it took a while. Dawning Light, of course, it does take a lot of time to come online. And for the Granger as well, scaling into that mid game, they did secure that Harif kill early on in the game with the Hylos rotation. But it's always about the team fights for West Spring Secondary School. And it seems like, yeah, the sense of clearing the creep pressure was very good. In the last few senses, it was still neck and neck. And what really led to the downfall of Hwa Chong was the fact that, yeah, they didn't think about the top lane pressure being a problem.
Sanjo.
Yeah, and right now we're gonna see Hayabusa being banned out. Like if you can't deal with it, just get rid of it. Like,
Well-
can't beat it, ban it.
Well, I mean, there's still the threat of the Fanny, and I think for West Spring Secondary School, right, the bans are working. Marches and Matilda, they look like, well, they are the prime winning suspects of Hwacheong.
It's kind of like their engine,
yeah.
like the heart of their team currently. So like by getting rid of those, you're kind of forcing them to play into like a comp that they don't usually, like they don't really aren't as comfortable with playing.
Yeah. But now this puts Hwacheong Institution in that front foot, right? What do they go for? If they want to ban
said
out
there are no
that chip,
shortcuts in
yeah,
life?
suddenly,
I
you know
literally
what's in the
invented
pool?
one.
The Fanny is in the pool. The Kimmy is in the pool. So for Hwacheong, they can go for the Kimmy, but they will trade that Fanny away to West Spring Secondary School. Now, that's something that they have to watch out for.
And just as you said, Matilda and Martis will be banned out. I guess these are more like the target bans.
Yeah.
Like just cutting your wings off, literally. No more eagle, no more guiding wind. You can't fly, you can't decimate anybody. But will you pick up the Suyo again?
I mean, at this point, like, Kimmy was working out, but this is something that they have to fear, right? The Fanny pick coming out, so they do go for the Sicilian first. Now, if West Spring Secondary School are going to really counter out that pick, they can take away their Granger if they want. But this might be a trap set by Hwacheong Institution too, because they know how to play against a Granger. They have a Granger player. Super Squirrel is, when you play against a Granger a lot, because I am a Granger player myself, I know how to counter out the Granger. You pick the Iruthel, you pick something else, and you are really going to shut him down because you know his rotation. So they pick up the Kimmy, they pick up the Boxia, not picking up the Fanny for themselves. Now, Hwacheong Institution, very interesting picks, might come through, but still, not set in stone yet. They go for the Gato.
Alright, Gato comes in with the AOG, a really good initiation and escape tool. On the Revitalize, I guess. Like, you know, really good to survive.
Yeah.
In the EXP lane, in the roam, really flexible picks. So we're going to see Hylos yet again. But if you're going to pick two tanky boys, you run the risk of being kind of hard countered by Snow Tizzy. Since Snow Tizzy can kind of shut you down by denying your area, giving you the healing reduction. And also, I know I say this many times, but the Shield of Spirit can really do a lot of damage against high HP targets.
Yeah, so now it's about the junglers, right?
Okay.
Whether or not you go for that Suyo, they go for that Julian. The level 3 Power Spike, very keen to be used by the Sicilian because you do have the Sanguine Claws to really combo. So this mid duo is going to be a bit scary. But now, what do you go for, right? How do you overcome this level 3 Power Spike? How do you overcome this aggression? Whether or not you pick up that Fanny for yourselves or not, the Hayabusa is out of the field. So which assassin jungler is available for you? You go for that fighter assassin type, that Suyo. Pretty good at dealing with it, but still, Julian has a higher power spike at level 3, which is like a 1 minute difference. Whether or not Hwacheong, they can get that 1 minute power spike going.
Alright, getting rid of the Harif. I mean, you really don't want that cat boy to be running circles around you. And especially with the Xamon Force and your, what's the other thing again?
The Synchro Fissure?
Ah yes, with the Xamon Force and the Synchro Fusion, like that's something you really don't want to go against if you, especially if you're a Kimmy,
Yeah.
because you're going to be shooting to your left, going to be shooting to your right. You look left, look right, and then you shoot nothing.
Yeah.
So now we're going to see Badang being banned out from the side of Hwacheong Institution. Yeah, we saw how much like trouble West Spring gave, especially with the Fist Win, Fist Crack.
Yeah. And before the Badang roam,
Sorry,
right?
Fist Break, Fist Crack. Yeah.
Before the Badang roam, the meta was the Khalid roam. So, I mean, at that point, you can go for that tier 2 pick, but they go for that Fanny themselves.
no Fanny.
No, oh, not Fanny.
Uh-huh.
Beatrix themselves.
We got tricked.
Yeah. That I heard the voice line. And I was like, oh man, that's a trick right there. So with the Beatrix, yeah, they do have the better team fight. There's a lot of creep clearing potentials as well. So this is a very clean cut combo, right? The Kimmy and the Beatrix, these are artillery from afar, and then they have that front line. So that's gonna shred through the Gatot. That's gonna shred through that Julian, and that's when the level 4 power spike comes in for West Spring.
Comboing ultis from Kimmy and the Beatrix, especially if it's a rocket one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just gonna be stuck, and you're just gonna look at the rockets come at you. There's nothing you can do if you're just stuck right there. So right now we're gonna be seeing the cross map awareness, sorry, the cross map presence from the Moskov, from Super Squirrel, and DRZL actually picking up the Hylos yet again.
Yeah, I mean, interesting thing that they can go for is to go for a Clash Lane Suyo, right? And then they pick up that jungle now, but of course, that Clash Lane Suyo is not going to do well. I was hoping that they'd go for a CC, something along the lines of an individual lineup, because they do have very individual heroes, right? And they do go for the glue instead, so they want to really pump up that team fight. So Hwa Chong Institution really can make use of that and play the cross-map plays very well, because they do have the Moskov. So that's one weakness of West Spring Secondary School that Hwa Chong can really take advantage of.
And it seems that we're going to be seeing both edgy junglers. We have Fushiguro Megumi and Sasuke Uchiha, both of them black-haired edgelords.
Yeah,
I would say in their own respective animes itself.
Yeah, I mean, at least one guy didn't betray his entire clan, right? So yeah, that's gonna be the guy from Jujutsu Kaisen. But we have Hisoka as well, so he's gonna be joining in.
I mean, technically, Sasuke wasn't the one who betrayed the clan; it was Itachi.
Yeah, that's true. But he betrayed the Leaf Village, so.
That's kind of worse, but anyway, we're jumping straight into game number 2, Hwa Chong Institution against West Spring Secondary School. Will West Spring take home the win, or will Hwa Chong bring it to a game 3?
Yeah, this is gonna be one of the matches to watch for sure, because these two are just top contenders. And on the other brackets, we are gonna have the winner of Anglican High versus Anglican versus Hawaii. Yeah, Hawaii Secondary School to go up against the winner from this semifinals.
Alright, now looking into the jungle, Bana trying to go for the invade right now is Dipper. We all know the cheese from the Slam Slam. Really pulling it off right here. Just look at the amount of crowd control and damage being done. Now the jungle will also be slowly getting cleared. So right now, as you said, Julian spikes at level 3. And right now what West Spring is doing, they're preventing the level 3 from coming, dropping the RZL straight back to base. Here comes the Shield Unity, but oh, it gets knocked into the sky. Here comes the level 3 from the Shrimp Eater, and they will have to back away.
They took away 2 enemy creep camps and then just reassessed their situation, went back into the jungle, and of course, for the side of Suyo, Bana already level 4. This nullifies that level 3 power spike for the Julian. Very well played by West Spring Secondary School. Now in the enemy's jungle, fighting Shrimp Eater out of position, does have that enhanced skill 2 to get away. But for the side of West Spring Secondary School, this is really, they have nullified the Julian altogether.
Yeah, once that level 3 power spike has ended, once that gap has closed, you kind of have to wait for a long time before you can come in. So maybe this time you're going to be transitioning to the basic attack Julian at this point. Yeah, but right now going straight for the jungles yet again, just getting the levels up in order to get equal footing on the Retribution. Bana already on that level 4, the turtle being zoned out by West Spring Secondary School. It seems that Hwa Chong has no choice but to give it up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that turtle is going to be in West Spring Secondary School favor, right? Because you didn't get any kind of advantage, and Shrimp Eater, at this point, is going to be the target of the hate coming in from West Spring Secondary School. Javsky not able to get taunted up by Aspect. They do have the Avatar Guardian if they want to re-engage, but they have to watch out for the split coming out from Dipper at this point. That's something you don't want to fight into.
Wait.
Yeah, he knows he's there. He knows he's there.
Yeah, the shotgun really doing a lot of damage actually if you do manage to hit all your shots, but now Snow TZ with that level 4 Tortoise Poisson's already up. Jungkook using the Bat Feast to keep himself alive, but Javsky will stand at the end of the edge of the Glorious Pathway and run away just like that.
Yeah, rotations coming
Super
through.
Squirrel?
Super Squirrel might be in a bit of trouble. Does not
Nice
have
shot.
the flicker. Able to get the Spirit Misery away. DRZL is here. Does not have the Glorious Pathway. Spirit Destruction not finding its mark, and that would mean the end of the team fight.
I guess that Spear of Destruction did hit a minion. It gave him that creep secure. Really important to get the gold, you know? Alright, so now Dipper finding himself in a little bit of a situation. The grab will put him on top of Aspect, keeping him alive for the next fight. Now Super Squirrel over here is just being so pressured by Ashton Hall.
Yeah, it's very hard to kill the glue, right? I was expecting the Hylos to be in that EXP lane and Gato to be the roam, so that would have a bigger power spike timing. But now that the Avatar Guardian is up, I feel that, yeah, it would have been better to be a tankier Hylos instead of a tanky Gato Kacha. Well, you do have the taunt ability available. You both still have the same kit.
Oh, nice punch.
Okay.
Alright, so we're going to see Glorious Pathway going down. Ashton Hall being caught in a little bit out of position. I think he might fall at this point. Now it's going to be the Julian that does take him down out of this fight. Moskov with a little bit of health, and Javsky over here shooting Aspect down. Will he turn around to get that boosted basic attack? Yes, he will. Regens a little bit of health, but it's just not enough. Javsky keeping his position and baiting the Revitalize out of Aspect.
I mean, for this point, right? That's why like a boosted high loss would have been better. That
Yeah.
turnaround would have been crazier. I mean, with the Gato Kacha on the roam, you can actually go for the Vengeance, but now with the Revitalize, yeah, there's going to be a problem when Javski's able to have so much free space. That taunt, yes, you can catch it, but you want to use it on more priority targets such as Ashton Hall. So that's not going to be in the cards coming in from Hwa-Chong Institution. Now, West Spring Secondary, they do have the rotations coming through on the top lane already. They want this gold lane turret.
Alright, turrets are going to go down. Here comes the Sanguine Claws, keeping Banner into the turret, but Banner will be able to escape. But meanwhile, the RZL trying to find a little bit of initiation right here. Snipe shot just misses his mark, as Banner will try to go again. Evil Queller doesn't really get anybody, as both teams are just going to back out of that tower.
I mean, while all this is happening, there's no macro plays throughout the rest of the map. What I expected was that bottom lane being clearly pushed down, right? You do have the
Oh, it's still standing,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So Tyra's still standing at that 5-minute mark. Really good news for the side of West Spring Secondary School because they are going for that mid lane turn now. AOG in
Oh,
the back
nice
line,
shot.
only onto Dipper though.
Yeah, Dipper is going to be able to split his way out of there. And meanwhile, Snow Teensy left with just a little bit of health. Revitalize does save him, and the Glorious Pathway will keep them out alive, allowing them to run away. Ashton Hall, yet another shot, finds his mark, but it's just not enough to kill Jungkook.
Yeah, the good thing about Hwa-Chong Institution now is that they have that scaling into the late game, but at that mid-game stage, right? What's the mid-game state gonna be? Because the damage needs to come from Shrimp Eater. Now, Shrimp Eater has been controlled, so whether or not Snow Cheesy sniffs out Shrimp Eater when it comes down to this rotations, because Shrimp Eater is gonna be looking for a squishy.
Oh, and just like that, Dipper has found the squishy himself. Puts our little Moskov onto the chopping block, but unfortunately he's going to be forced to run away. Now Shrimp Eater over here is going to be accompanied by a little bit of help. Here comes SOD. Oh, okay, a little mark going over there, but I don't think you want to go into that.
Nah, there's no way. If you're going into that, you don't deserve to be in the semifinals.
Do it for the bit.
Now Shrimp Eater in a lot of trouble. Javsky able to sniff it out, deal the damage, and now Shrimp Eater now skills left out of the game. Turtle taken from the side of West Spring Secondary School. Snow Teasy playing a very good keep away game now, but now on that front line, finding the damage onto DRZL with the Soul Sever. But now Glorious Pathway has been expended.
I have no idea how Javsky survived that. I think Jungkook just didn't have enough mana to cast just one bad impact at that time, giving Javsky just a little bit of time to like life steal some health away to give him just a little bit of sustain. But anyway, Javsky is alive. Everybody else is alive right now. Turrets are going down. It's just not looking too good for Hwa-Chong Institution at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, when you know that he uses the 3-1-2 combo from Shrimp Eater, you gotta know that the cooldown is 7 seconds across all the skills, right? So that's the weakness of Shrimp Eater, Julian, right there. So once that is telegraphed to Javsky, he knows that there's not going to be any more damage coming out. So that's something that he needs to consistently watch out for. Now, this Glorious Pathway, well, it has been the case where West Spring is able to just bait it out time and time again, and it's always been a preemptive measure. They see the Glorious Pathway, they're like, yeah, it's okay, brother. I don't want to buy any of the insurance policies, and they just disengage.
Alright, a really nice Sanguine Claws coming in to just keep them a little bit away, but will it be enough to save the turret though? Don't think so, since Japsy's on the case. Now just a lot of skills being traded back and forth. Bana finding himself in a 2v1, chooses not to take that fight. Dipper being a little bit of a menace right here. A really nice traction pulse, but I guess that's just for show.
Yeah, already 5,000 gold advantage coming out from West Spring Secondary School at this point. This is going to get even more of a huge lead. Malefic Gun has been picked up. This is going to be a lot of damage coming out from Ashton Hall. They can't deal with Ashton Hall. They can't deal with Jasky. These two are dealing so much damage all the way from the back. Now the machine gun
passion
coming out is not going to be able to find the finish. They take out Jasky. That's a huge turnaround from Hwa-Chong.
Oh man, that's a one person down, and that's your mage, right? Javsky on the mage. Yeah, that's going to be the mage going down from West Spring Secondary School, which means for this Lord fight, they're going to lack that area control. They're going to lack that crowd control that they so desperately need. Now, Hwa-Chong Institution trying to find a path to go in. We're going to see Super Squirrel do what Moskovs do best. Trying to get that cross-map pressure, maybe land that SOD, but will it be in time though? West Spring Secondary taking down this Lord as Bana does manage to hit the Retribution.
Yeah, really not able to get the SOD, but this is something that West Spring Secondary School needs to watch out for, right? The cross-map pressure, the mobility coming out from the Julian, the Moskov, and of course, John Cook as well, right? That's all three high mobility heroes. With the ultimate of John Cook, actually you do have a lot of mobility. So that's something that you need to watch out for consistently as they're going to go for the cross-map pressure. West Spring Secondary School, they need to worry about that. They take out Shrimp Peter, that's one of the worries gone.
Yeah, Dipper really putting in a lot of work right now, taking so much damage and really giving them a lot of space. Now Javsky will be taking some pot shots right here as Vanna trying to find his way in. Evil Queller doesn't really hit anybody. Oh wait, actually does hit a lot of people, but doesn't really do so much damage. Bottom lane will go down as the minions are slowly funneling into the middle lane. The Hwa-Chong Institution does manage to finish them off though. And you're going to see a nice traction pulse coming in, taking out DRZL, but here comes the AOG. Two people gets knocked out, but there's nobody to finish him off. Aspect falls as well. The Glorious Pathway not really doing anything. Here comes the Enhanced Chain, but that's all she wrote.
If they do have the poke damage, yes, but their advantage is not there. And this is what they should be doing, clearing out these creep waves, taking these slow fights, forcing them to segment themselves. But West Spring Secondary, as long as they are together, apes together strong. Now SOD going in the back, Super Squirrel going for the solo play. Dipper in a bit of trouble, in a bit of a pickle himself, but the rest of the team is here for the Engage Squirrel. Still trying to fight his way through. Spirit Misery, not enough. Ashton Hall will be able to finish him off. But there comes the rest of the team. They're clumped up. They cannot fight.
Man.
Glorious Pathway is there, but it comes too late as Aspect and Snow Teasy, DRZL will be the only one alive.
The base is open.
And the base is open. West Spring Secondary
man.
School. They're going to get this 2-0 if they just focus down the crystal.
minions?
DRZL is not going to be a factor. West Spring Secondary School, congratulations on making it to the grand final.
Another 2-0 clean game from West Spring Secondary School, showing to us why they were last year's champions.
Yeah. I
Man.
mean, it's been a long time since I watched West Spring Secondary School, right? And now that I watch them again, it's like, yeah, that's the reason why they're champions in the first place. And yeah, Snow Teasy making his debut here once again. Yeah, hello. I see you guys. And yeah, Javsky as well. So, I mean, these are repeat offenders here at the Campus Legends Secondary School. We have them on our, you know, maybe ban list. Maybe they are really strong in that community scene as well. So very good showing coming out from Hwa-Chong Institution. I gotta say, you guys had me thinking that you guys were gonna be one of the top contenders, and it's, for me, I feel that yeah, your level of
Definitely
gameplay,
can.
it's really there. It's really there as well. You guys should go and compete in more of the community matches outside as well. And of course, definitely if you have time, do keep playing together, and you guys might potentially be the pro players of tomorrow.
Yep, they do have the Gojo Satoru skin, so I must say this. Stand proud. You are strong.
Yeah.
Stand strong. You are proud.
Uh,
Stand, you are strong, proud.
I mean,
Proud, strong, you are. Stand.
this is the anime storyline, right? I mean, Gojo Satoru saying like, "Nah, I win," but he lost anyway.
Wait, hey,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah,
hey,
so,
hey,
so
hey, hey.
yeah, I mean that's what happened when you pick a savior. So yeah, I mean they were forced into that situation.
That's
Yeah,
right.
and that's going to be that situation as well. And really for the side of West Spring,
yes.
in game number 2, they had a draft that, yeah, you could counter it out, but the decision making coming in from them in the early game, right, shutting down that Julian, shutting down that snowball coming in, making sure that there's no way to play around that, well, yeah, just led to them one thing after another and became a domino effect.
Yeah, well, I guess that's going to be the second game of the semifinals, and unfortunately, the last game of the semifinals for this bracket. Now we're going to see who will win from Anglican High and Hua Yi Secondary School.
Yeah.
I think those two are currently still playing their matches. It's not updated on the scoreboard yet, so I'm really not sure whether they are currently at a 1-1 or is it going to be a 2-0 already. But all I know is that whoever makes it to the finals is definitely going to be strong.
Yeah, definitely. Now we have welcomed one of the teams already in to the grand finals, West Spring Secondary. So is there anybody else, any contenders out there that can take them down? That will be either Anglican or Hawaii Secondary School, who are playing the semifinals right now. We don't know the scoreline, but once we do, we will come and update you with the details.
That's right, and with that, I think we're just going to go for a short break.
Yeah,
I need to pee.
Yeah, we need to pee. So
Yep.
yeah, bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. I need to go to the toilet.
to play for the semi-final stage and subsequently the grand final stage. And this is where we will be able to crown the champion that will be going back home with $150 of gift voucher. That is for the first place. Respectively to the second and the third, we've got 100 gift voucher and then $50 gift voucher. Now, I do want to talk a little bit more about Guardians of the City though, but I'm not knowledgeable enough to tell you guys more about Guardians of the City. So why don't I just reel someone in and just lasso this person right out from outside and pull him right in. Hey, Cake.
Hi everybody. Oh my god. Hi.
Hi.
Hi everybody. I have been reeled in by Eugene. I've been reeled in by Abstract. So
Yes.
yes, my name is Cake and I will be casting the Guardians of the City 2.
Yes. In fact, can hear. Okay, there we go.
Alright, testing. Alright.
Okay,
So,
perfect.
Guardians of the City 2 is a really interesting card game that
Yep.
teaches you a lot about total defense. Now
Uh-huh.
before that, like, how many pillars of total defense are there?
6.
And they are?
The 6 pillars.
Alright, so if we're going to find that out real shortly once we get into the game. So the aim of the game is to divert the crisis that you're going to draw. And by
Okay.
doing so, you have to place down the defense cards. And you
Okay.
either place down all the defense cards required or be the closest to completion by the time ends or when you run out of cards.
Based on the 6 pillars.
Yes, it's based on the 6 pillars.
Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, I know the 6 pillars are the first one, the second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, and sixth one.
And you'll be absolutely right.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
right? Definitely.
Right, so
Educate me.
we're going to have the military defense,
Okay.
psychological defense,
Okay.
social defense,
Okay.
economic defense,
Okay.
digital defense,
Okay. That's 5.
and civil defense. Yeah, this
I
is
know
why.
that cyber defense is new, right?
Yeah, digital defense
Oh,
is the new one.
digital
Yeah.
defense.
So
Okay.
previously, back in my time, we only had 5 pillars.
Yeah.
Back in your time, we also have 5 pillars.
Yes.
So right now, in the new generation, because we are living in an increasingly digital era, we
Yep.
have 6 pillars of total defense right now. Yeah. So I guess the
Ah.
interesting thing about this card game is that you start with more than 30 cards in the deck. In fact,
More?
roughly double that, around like 40-ish, and you have to build a deck of 30 cards only. So these cards include your defense cards, which you require to win, and your event cards, and your community support cards. So your community support cards actually enable you to trigger the more powerful effects, like for example, playing another turn, or making your opponent discard 2 cards, or destroying 2 cards from your opponent's field, which will put you either closer to victory, or put your opponent even further from victory than they would have been.
They have me in the cards.
Yeah. Disgruntled NS men. It's all of us.
It's all
honestly,
of us. Yeah.
So all these cards actually tie into total defense and things that might happen, like for example, the pandemic, the COVID-19. We'll have social harmony. We'll have religious counseling. We have building a strong password. All these kind of stuff. So these cards actually do have little details on them that some of them do tie into real world events. So if you get the chance to do give it a read. So yes, this deck actually allows you to build very flexibly. So you can either build to have almost exclusively all defense cards, so you have the
Okay.
highest chance of getting the cards onto the board, or you can have cards that enable you to control your hand by allowing you to draw more cards and make sure that your opponent has lesser cards than you that they can play, limiting their options. Or you can play a disruptor deck, which basically gets rid of as many cards as possible from your opponent's side.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at least from my hand, all I'm seeing is 2 different category of cards: event
Yes.
cards and defense cards.
Yes, and there's going to be the community support cards as well.
Community
So
support.
I didn't pick them out. Did I pick them out? It
I
should
don't
be-
think so. I don't think I saw any.
Oh yeah, I didn't
community-
pick out the community support cards in this like example deck. But these cards are really powerful, and you want to have at least 2 of them on the board if possible, because the minimum required for the more powerful cards are 2.
Oh, okay. You sound like you have a lot of knowledge about this.
I literally just started playing just now, and it's really fun.
Oh, so it's pretty. In some sense, it's kind of easy.
Very intuitive.
Okay, so that would explain why you are able to, understand all these that easily.
That's
in fact,
right.
You will be giving us a commentary about this.
Yep, I'll be casting
Ah.
the semis and the finals for the solo category.
Perfect. Then we are gonna be in safe hands for those people that are not too sure about how these cards work out. This is the Guardians of the City 2. Thank you for the sample deck and thank you so much for the explanation.
I'll see you later.
I'll see you in a bit, Len. Then. I'll see you in a bit then. Alright, so without further ado, now that we have a better roundup as to how Guardians of the City 2 is like, let us just jump over to the board and take a look at who is going to be the ones playing. As a matter of fact, this semi-finals game, we have two singles. We have got two singles. So put our hands together and invite the players from St. Joseph Institution and Cedar Girls Secondary School.
Dun 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 dun.
Alright. So, we've got the board, we got the tables, we got the chair, we got everything that is prepared and ready to go. We even have got a camera from the top view to understand what is going on from a bird's eye view. So, we're gonna be in your safe hands now. Cake, take us through.
Alright, so we're going to have St. Joseph Institution against Cedar Girls Secondary School. Now, to start off the game, we do have to draw our first crisis cards. Now, these crisis cards represent the conflicts that we need to resolve by putting down these defense cards that are required. So, nice handshake from both, and we're going to be seeing who starts first. Now, on these crisis cards, you have these numbers on the top right-hand corner, which kind of determines who goes first. So, if your number is higher, let's say the pandemic card only has a value of 1, and the military conflict card has a value of 6. So if you draw the higher conflict card, you are the one who starts first. So in this case, it's just really up to you how your playstyle is. So we're going to be seeing the pandemic onto the side of St. Joseph's Institution. And on the side of Cedar Girls, we're going to be seeing the terrorist attack. Now, we have been through both of these situations before. The pandemic being in the 2020 period and the terrorist attack being a really long time ago, especially during the McDonald House bombing. And then these are things that we need to remember in order to grow as a country and progress as a nation. Okay, now the first card being played from Cedar Girls Secondary School, the community support card. That's the one that is going to enable a lot of gameplay options from the side of Cedar Girls Secondary School. Now we're just going to see what the second move from the first move from St. Joseph Institution is going to be, and both of them are going to be playing the community support card. Two community support cards going down from the side of Cedar Girls Secondary School. So this is going to unlock really powerful options such as being able to play another turn, and St. Joseph's the side of St. Joseph's Institution does a really great play in getting rid of those community support cards. A move which is followed by Cedar Girls Secondary School. Okay, some discard cards being present in both St. Joseph and Cedar Girls Secondary. So we'll probably be looking at a slight control deck. So having discard cards in your deck is actually pretty important. And we're going to have the career mobility, which allows him to draw one extra card. So if you have more than 7 cards in your hand, that's going to be a little bit of an issue. So you're going to have to discard them afterwards until you get 7 cards. And right now with the military, with the increased security checks, yeah, she does have a community support card, so that's going to allow her to draw 2 additional cards and take a card from your discard pile. So it's a really great late game card once you have once you run out of defense cards. Okay, another community support card coming down on the right hand side. So that's we've seen the power of a double community support event card. Okay, and we're going to have the psychological defense going down on the side of St. Joseph's Institution. Now, looking at the crisis cards, we are going to be seeing 2 cards being fulfilled on the side of St. Joseph, and on the side of Cedar Girls, we only have 1 requirement fulfilled. We don't really check and fold here, I'm so sorry. Yeah, so the hand over here, we're going to have the alert community. So there's going to be 3 on the side of St. Joseph, and over here on Cedar Girls, we're going to be playing a little bit of catch-up. And we're going to have 3 cards right now. And since we have 2 community points on that side, we do have an additional effect being played out. So that's going to allow her to draw 1 additional card and play 1 more card. So this really allows a lot of gameplay, and we're going to be seeing two social defense cards being stacked up over there. And oh, okay, another card being able to be played. So we're going to have two in the psychological defense and two in the social defense, and that will cause another event card to be played, which causes St. Joseph's Institution to drop his community support into the discard pile. Now keep in mind there are only 4 community support cards in the entire deck that you can have. So that means that the player from St. Joseph only has 2 more community support cards left in his draw deck. Not sure if you want to have more, not sure if they actually do have it, but we're going to have business resilience being played into the economic defense side. Gives him a little bit more hand control and a little bit of a buffer. Now, if you do remember, during the pandemic, a lot of businesses had to close due to low footfall. And this actually gave us a transition into the work from home model, which I'm sure many of us really love, especially the students and the NSFs who had BMT at home. I unfortunately had to miss the BMT at home. I wasn't part of that. That's actually quite sad. All right, so now we're going to be able to have the hand revelation from St. Joseph's Institution to Setter Girls. And okay. Yeah, that's one card going to be discarded from that side. I'm not sure how much time we have left on the clock, but at this moment we're kind of even Stevens. And so getting rid of the religious counseling, that's going to be 1 social defense card into the discard pile. And going to be another psychological defense in, which allows another additional card to be played. Oh, thanks. Oh, okay. All right, 4 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. Now we're going to have 4 defense cards per side right now. It's going to be pretty close. The next one to play the civil defense is probably going to be the winner. All right, another event card being played out right now. Can't really read that far. It's a bit small. Oh, 2 defense cards being discarded from the side of St. Joseph's Institution, which puts him on the back foot. Now, getting rid of those individual categories is probably the best move that you can do currently, since it reduces the amount of categories that are completed, which puts Cedar Girls in the lead. And a very convincing lead, actually. So we have the military defense, psychological defense, and social defense already bolstered and protected, since we have 2 cards per category on that side. Now, digital defense coming right down to St. Joseph's, which allows him to draw an additional card, but that is just about it, since there are no community support cards in his play. Now, Cedar Girls, if she does draw the civil defense, she does not have the civil defense card, unfortunately. So there's going to be another card being discarded from the hand of St. Joseph Institution. Which card will it be? Alright, the military defense does go down. I'm not really sure whether that's the card you want to get rid of, but since the pandemic doesn't really need the military defense, you could possibly get rid of the other ones. But okay, that's what the card that you probably want to get rid of, since that puts him 1 step closer to victory. So 1 social defense and 1 civil defense each would give them the win. Okay, digital defense coming down. Okay, it's on to St. Joseph. Is it going to be the heart of the cards that give him the social defense? Unfortunately, no. It's just going to be the digital defense that allows him to give him 1 additional card. The use of strong passwords. Make sure you update your passwords every day, boys and girls. Ideally every day, but you don't really have to do it every day. Would be good though. You don't really want to give the hackers a chance, but we're going to see the civil defense coming down, and that's going to be the first game to Cedar Girls Secondary School. You can clap. So a win by full completion of requirements. This is the best of 3, right? Yeah, so Cedar Girls will be taking this first game in this best of 3 series. So if she's able to win the next one, she's going to be moving on to the grand finals. So how is the gameplay change going to be coming out from St. Joseph's Institution to possibly give him an edge over Cedar Girls Secondary? Alright, so as we prepare on for the next round of the game, I would like to take your attention to one of the cards. This says increase security checks. So this card allows you to draw 2 additional cards and take any card from your discard pile and place it back into your hand. So this one does require 1 community point to play, but it's exceptionally strong, especially if all your defense cards from one category has been already placed into the discard pile. So this allows you to bring it back and actually have another shot at winning. So moving on to the second game, we're going to be seeing the crisis cards being laid out yet again. So Cedar Girls winning with the terrorist attack. Alright, so if we have any supporters for St. Joseph Institution, please make some noise. Alright, any supporters for Cedar Girls Secondary School, please make some noise. Alright, so we're going to be seeing a really high number over there. Cyber attack on infrastructure on the side of St. Joseph and on the side of Cedar Girls Secondary. We do have the disinformation campaigns. Remember, kids, it is bad to spread misinformation online. Please do not spread misinformation or the POFMA will get you. So St. Joseph's this time with the owners of initiative. Moving on to the second round. Will the heart of the cards be in the favor of St. Joseph's Institution? I cast Pot of Greed. Alright, so we're going to be seeing the education coming in from St. Joseph, giving him 1 additional card to be played. And that's community support going down. Alright, everybody loves the community support. I feel the community support in this game, but oh, there's a community support going down. Alright, we're going to see 2 community supports being discarded from the deck. As another one comes out from St. Joseph's Institution. And it goes back into the discard pile. It seems that Cedar Girls just really... Oh, a third one! A third community support. Will it be discarded yet again? Is it going to be discarded yet again? There is only 4 community support cards in the deck. Oh, okay. We're going to be taking a look at the hand. Now, just taking her time to choose the cards. And that's going to be the social defense card being thrown away. And that's the one that allows you to play an additional card. So that's going to be the chain potential being taken away as the silver defense card goes down and allows St. Joseph to draw 1 more card. Alright, Miracle Draw not really coming out from the side of Cedar Girls. So right now, just taking his time to think. 8 minutes left on the clock, still plenty of time. As we're going to be seeing the business resilience being played, it seems that St. Joseph's hand is being focusing more on getting the cards into the playing hand. But unfortunately, 2 cards are going to be discarded. Oh man. That means we're going to be seeing a little bit of a disruptive playstyle coming in from Cedar Girls this time, since she's just getting rid of everything that St. Joseph owns. But okay, here comes the community support card. Is there a discard going to be coming out to get that to the discard pile? Looking through his hand. Yeah, if that community support card is going to be staying there, that's not really going to be a good look. You're just going to give her a lot of opportunities to attack yet again. And maybe you don't really want to take that risk, but he does play a military defense, which allows him to either draw 2 or take 1 from the discard. I cast Pot of Greed. So it's going to be a card from the discard pile. I kind of missed that one. But oh, second community support. Alright, so we're going to have the stronger powers unlocked on the side of Cedar Girls Secondary School. But still, no defense cards coming out. St. Joseph's currently in the lead. 3 cards out of 5 already placed down on the board. And that's going to be 2 community support cards from both sides. Any discards coming in? Okay, economic defense. You're gonna have skills upgrading. Remember, once you hit the age of 25, you have access to your skills future credits, which you can use to take any courses that you want. Well, now we're gonna have 3 defense cards coming out for the side of Cedar Girls already. No Tatomida coming out just yet. Oh, a third community support? Okay, that's a lot of community support coming in, but 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're gonna see a 3 on both sides already being fulfilled. So unless St. Joseph's has play additional card defense in his hand, he probably won't be able to finish it in this turn. So we're gonna see, what is it? Nice gestures. Is it called nice gestures? Oh, sorry, neighborliness being played, and since he has a community support card, he can play yet another card. But that turns over already, and Cedar Girls is going to be taking the initiative on this one. 3 community support cards, kind of safe. I guess it's a little bit of overkill. But we're going to be 5 minutes in already, so we're going to be halfway through. All right, military defense coming out. She takes the draw 2 and is 1 card away from winning it all. St. Joseph's also 1 card away. He doesn't have it though. Does he? Does he have it? Oh, okay. We got the digital defense coming down, and that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, just 1 short. He just needs the civic defense going in, and he plays the lone wolf attacks. Now, if you know any of your friends who are being radicalized, please tell them not to. It starts with you. It starts with the community. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It seems that Cedar Girls Secondary School does take this win by the mode of full completion. And that's going to be Cedar Girls 2-0. And she moves on to the grand finals. Outstanding gameplay from both sides. Cedar Girls, the player from Cedar Girls Secondary School, really emphasizing the power of a disruption deck, while St. Joseph's nearly made it there, but was just 1 card short of pushing it into a game number 3. So yeah, we'll be going into a 5-minute break now as we go on to the next game really, really soon. So see you in 5 minutes.
Season 9. And of course, now previously just now we just had the first semifinals when it comes down to Guardians of the City 2, and of course we've got Cake that actually gave us a really good rundown on the game throughout the entire duration. However, that is not the end though, as we still have one more game that is upcoming, and that is going to be actually the grand final game. But before we even jump on over to the grand finals game, I'd like to give a huge shout out over to our organizers, the Singapore Cyber Sports and Online Gaming Association, short for SCOGA. We've got the Esports Academy, also part of the organizers, co-organized by the Defense Collective Singapore, supported by Munton, and of course produced by C2E4. Throughout the entirety of the day, we do have got quite a lot of MLBB games going on, and of course now we are coming close to the end. Before we even wrap it up with a grand finals of MLBB in a BO3 fashion, we will have to cover the entirety of Guardians of the City 2 first. Now, we previously saw Cedar Girls Secondary School that managed to claim themselves a 2-0 victory. So now the question is if whether the storyline can follow through as we watch Cedar Girls come up for the next match. As we've got the next one incoming, going up against Cedar Girls Secondary School. This is the grand finals, as we are also going to be introducing the other team, and that is NUS High School! In the meantime, of course, Cedar Girls Secondary School takes up to the podium once again. After taking the semi-finals, the two players are going to go head-to-head, and we'll see how they are going to fare in this final match. Cake, back to you.
Alright, thank you, Abstract. So right now we're back into the grand finals of Guardians of the City 2. We're going to be seeing Cedar Girls Secondary against NUS High School. So right now, yet again, we're going to be seeing the crisis cards being picked out. So who is going to be able to take it? Will Cedar Girls Secondary be able to take yet another 2-0? Or will we going to be seeing another worthy challenger take the crown? So we haven't really seen the playstyle of the deck from NUS High, but we've seen how much disruption the deck from Cedar Girls has. Like we're really making sure that all the troublesome cards are being discarded from the field, ensuring that there are no community support cards on the playing field, ensuring that the annoying defense cards are also being taken out. And so we're going to be seeing the terrorist attack from NUS High, and I think this is the economic strangulation coming out from Cedar Girls Secondary School. Now, economic strangulation can refer to disruption in trade lines or maybe even tariffs, just like a certain somebody has been doing so far. And as we all know, that is bad. And to have strong economic defense is also really important in ensuring our nation's survival. So just judging by the number on their crisis cards, it seems that Cedar Girls will be the one who takes the first move. And okay, an interesting formation coming out over here. Alright, so just a little crowd check. If we have any supporters from Cedar Girls Secondary School, can you make some noise? Alright, any supporters for NUS High School, please make some noise. Okay, supporters for both sides. Alright, so we're gonna have... The game should be starting pretty soon. So on the side of Cedar Girls, to make sure that the economic strangulation doesn't hit too hard, we have the digital, psychological, civil, military, and economical defense being required. And on the side of NUS High, we require digital, psychological, civil, social, and military. So the only difference is between the social and economical side, both of which has pretty interesting cards. Alright, and so we're gonna be seeing the... I can't read that. Where are my event cards? Alright, so anyway, we're going to have the hand revealed from the side of Cedar Girls. So right now, one card should be discarded this time. So that's going to be the event card. So as we all know, the player from Cedar Girls really loves to use these event cards to ensure that the opponents don't really have anything on that field. And so we're just going to be having another draw and no cards being played. Okay, and inside we're going to be seeing the community support go down. So that's the first of many that we're probably going to see. Oh, and there we go. That's going to be the discard card, the same place that we've seen just now. Really nice play coming in, this preventing the player from NUS High from actually building up to more powerful cards. As you can see, oh, another community support card coming out. So now both sides do have community support cards. 7 minutes left into the match. And so far, there has been little development on both sides. Okay, we're going to be seeing the first card going down, giving a draw 2. So you really want to build up that hand. And here comes a discard of the community support card. So further crippling her progress. And just in kind, yet again, another discard from the community's support. So both of these decks showing that they do have the appropriate means to do some hand and field control. But so far, not many defense cards has been placed down yet. Okay, military defense coming right out. 2 out of 5. And both of these cards will then be discarded. Okay, and desensitized citizens will allow the player from Cedar Girls to actually check the hand. And seems there are no event cards at the side of NUS High School. Just some social, economic, and civil defense cards. Now we do have a really okay, I guess we are discarding the military defense card. So we're going to see a little bit of progress being made over here yet again, starting from scratch, going up for 1 economic defense. But that's the card that he doesn't really need. So in a sense, we're still going to be stuck at 0 progress for NUS High. We're going to be seeing 2. No, wait, 2? Oh no, we're just going to be seeing 1 progress on the side of Cedar Girls this time. 2. Alrighty, right now we're going to be seeing 2 more progress being made for Cedar Girls, but both of those cards will be discarded. Really nice decision making from the player from NUS High, taking away all the progress that is required. Now, 4 minutes and 40 seconds left before the game ends. 1 digital defense card being played, and that allows you to play yet another one, draws an additional, and since there's no community support, no more additional moves will be played. Progress being pushed back to 2-1. Now, slowly taking this time, we don't really have that much time left. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in the game. Still only 1 progress, unless he does have a card which allows him to play more than 1 card. Okay, here comes the military defense. Another card into the hand, giving him a lot of options, but is there really anything that he wants to play right now? Okay, the blood bank runs dry. Yeah, that is something you really don't want in real life. So discarding 2 cards, progress is set back to 0. In case you need blood donations, please pray that blood banks do not run dry. And if you are a blood type O haver, please do donate your blood. Since blood type O is like, you know, the universal donor. Yep. Do good for your society. Okay, the civil emergency being taken out from the side of Cedar Girls. So that's, I would think, probably 2 civil defense cards being taken out already. That means the number of civil cards that you have left in the deck is probably pretty low at this point. It should only be around 5 of them. So now 3 minutes left on the clock. Still no progress for the side of NUS High. Okay, and oh, 2 cards being discarded. NUS High nothing on the board right now. She's really giving the masterclass in the sense of field control, but now NUS High retaliates in kind. So we're going to be seeing 0 cards, 0 progress being set on the board for Cedar Girls Secondary. But she does have the community support card, which opens up a little bit more gameplay options yet again. Another civil defense card coming out, and there's going to be another community support card coming in. Oh! 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 Oh, here comes the chain. Here comes 4, and that's going to be GG to NUS High School. Really playing the win condition of having the required cards in the hand, having the cards that allow you to play another card after another, and just finishing the game in one shot. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that is the required number of defense cards, and they are correct. Really nice disruptive play coming out from Cedar Girls Secondary School, but unfortunately, it's just going to be the hidden combo, the heart of the cards, that gives NUS High the cards that they need in order to get into the next game. Scores at 1-0 for this best of 3. If he's able to take this next game, he will be the grand champion of the Guardians of the City 2. How much did they win again? Okay. Second? Okay. What? 150 for first. Okay. Okay, thanks. Alright, so right now we'll be playing for the final. What is going to be the final game, possibly, if Cedar Girls ain't able to take this home? So much on the line for $150 worth of vouchers. Alright, so now looking at the crises being picked out yet again. We're going to have the terrorist attack. Why are there so many of these terrorist attacks coming out right now? And we're going to see the cyber attack on infrastructure being picked out as well. So Cedar Girls with the initiative yet again. Draws a card, does not play any. Oh, plays 1. Education, which allows another card to come out, and there's going to be the community support. Trying to get some early game setups right here. Like really getting the community support to play some stronger cards. And that's going to be another community support. Still nothing on the board for NUS High. Probably trying to build up yet again for that combo play. Going into the civil defense, but no community support to get those 2 cards. Alright, skills upgrading, giving her yet another card, and going in. Oh, okay. Okay. This might be a turn 2 win. Is there a social defense coming out? Oh, it's just a 3rd community support card, and that's just going to be it. Now, if NUS High does not have a card that can get rid of cards from the field, it's probably going to be GG. Oh, community support card is going to be heart of the drawer. Will she have the social defense card? It doesn't seem like she has it. Oh, goes in for the military defense, draws 2 cards. But there's not going to be any more cards that's going to be able to be played. NUS High, second chance at life. Does he have the cards required for the combo? Just 4 cards in. Oh, but he doesn't have it. Social defense. Will it come out? It doesn't come out. Digital defense comes out instead. And that's going to be... Oh, okay, okay. Another draw. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cards being fulfilled already. And that's going to be the community support being taken away from NUS High. Further crippling his chances. This game 2 is looking so strong to Cedar Girls. Social defense, will it come out at this time? Still doesn't come out. It's going to be the civil defense. Drawing 2, giving NUS High yet another chance at life. Now with no community support cards in his play, he doesn't have access to those powerful abilities to really get rid of the hand. So heart of the draw. Is it going to be it? Still no social defense. This is the fastest we've seen the board state get to this level so far. These 2 cards go back into her hand. She's probably going to have more than 7 cards at this point. But she only needs 1. Okay, community support going away. She doesn't really need it. She already has 3. Okay. Yeah, she doesn't need that military defense as well. But if the side of NUS High does have that double discard. Getting rid of that military defense might be pretty harsh. And okay, here comes the social defense, sealing the deal, pushing this into a game 3. Really quick plays coming out over here. And the combo plays now going to the side of Cedar Girls Secondary School. Disruption and a good draw in the first hand gave her the early lead and finished the game within 3 minutes. Now we are closer than ever. We are just one game away from seeing who will be the recipient of the $150 of vouchers. Second place will get $100 of vouchers. And the difference between that $50 would be bragging rights. Heavy disruptions from Cedar Girls versus calculated combo gameplay from NUS High. This is a play of 2 different game styles. This is a game of 2 different play styles. And let's hope that the terrorist attack will not be drawn yet again. We've seen it twice already. No more terrorist attack, please. Alright, so now going back into game number 3, we're going to be seeing the cyber attack on infrastructure, something you really don't want in real life. And okay, we're going to have 2 cyber attacks on infrastructure, so we're going to have to redraw the crisis cards again. Wow. Okay. Maybe it's fated to have cyber attack on infrastructure. And okay, we're gonna have the military conflict, so that's the highest number you can get in the game against a disinformation campaign. If any of you still use Facebook, please make some noise. I can't believe there are people who still use Facebook. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we're going to be seeing NUS High take the first initiative, getting a read on the hand in order to give a little bit more informed plays. So just keep in mind that you can build your own deck when it comes into these gameplays, but once the deck has been locked in, you will not be able to add or remove any cards. So we're going to get the business resilience being taken out, which prevents you from adding any more cards to your hand. Alert Community comes in, which gives her the card anyway, but it's not the defense that she needs. From NUS High, looking at the hand yet again and gets rid of that Lone Wolf attack. Now that's probably one of the cards that can get rid of community supports quite reliably. And so we're going to be seeing a social defense card going in. No community support trigger right there. But that's going to be 1 point towards progress. Okay, a community support card coming out, so that's going to be a little bit of gameplay coming in, and that's going to be sent straight to the discard pile straight away. Really quick reactions and decisive decisions being made out from NUS High. But still, no defense cards, no community support cards. So far, just playing to get the cards in the hand and also disrupting via the event cards. Okay, we're going to be seeing the first community support card from him being played out. And that's going to be sent straight to the discard pile. You really don't want those cards to kind of build up, because you're going to be running the risk of having those dangerous plays coming in, and he seems to be playing a little bit more of a hand control format this time. Lots of civil defense cards seem to be present on the side of Cedar Girls, but no military cards so far, and getting rid of that increased surveillance at maritime ports. So that's actually a really good one to kind of get a card from the discard pile or to draw 2. So getting rid of that, probably quite a good idea. And playing 2 into social defense, a little bit of a bolster over there. And here comes the first defense card from the side of NUS High, playing out the career mobility, giving him another card in his hand. So another community support card. Will he get rid of it? Just needs a okay. Yep, he does get rid of it. But now Cedar Girls does have an advantage. 3 more cards. No cards being played this time. But But at this point in the game, the number of cards being sent into the hand for the player on NUS High is alarmingly high. So that means, okay, 2 cards being gone away, but that means that we are being one step closer to the combo hand that won him the first game just now. So far, we do not have any hand revelation cards coming out from the side of Cedar Girls, so we don't know what's going to happen right now. Okay, we're going to be seeing 2 cards being sent to the discard pile with 6 minutes left on the clock. Okay, taking this time to go. Decks are slowly getting thinner and thinner as we speak. The win condition right now, if you run out of time or if you run out of cards, is to see who is closest to victory, if possible. So now we're going to view the hand yet again. Okay. Another attending National Day celebrations, which is something that we all do at Primary 5. I remember my first National Day celebration. It was it kind of rained that day. Not a very pleasant experience to be sitting in the rain, but it does fill you with national pride. Okay, so we're going to have the religious counseling being sent to the discard pile, as another card does go into her hand. Now this time the progress is set at 1-1 with 5 minutes left. Almost 5 minutes left on the clock. We're kind of halfway there. Sending Civil Defense away. Okay, we're going to be seeing a thinner deck this time. But that means we're getting closer and closer to the combo hand. Kind of calculating his options right now. Does he want to play the event card or does he want to... Okay, sending her last card. So it's resetting the board back to 0. Community support card coming in. There is no... Yeah, we don't have any discards coming out from the side of NUS High. So that's going to be a little bit of progress coming in from the side of Cedar Girls this time. Alright, looking at the hand again. Oh, nope. Alright, so we're going to have Preparation for Crisis going in. But it's not the card that she needs. So in this case, NUS High has taken back the lead. Now with a community support card, things are not looking too good for the side of Cedar Girls. But 2 community support cards going in. Oh, that's going to be quite dangerous. You do have a lot of abilities unlocked now from the side of Cedar Girls. But is the combo hand ready to be played? Is Exodia ready to go down? Checking for the items of the Forbidden One. Doesn't really have it. Yeah, the win condition really isn't ready yet, but we only have 3 minutes and 35 seconds left. Playing yet another event card just to keep him on board. But now the skills upgrading coming in, putting both sides at an equal pace. Oh, here comes the combo play. 3 cards being played down already. There's just 2 more cards left to be played. 4th card going, and there's a 5th one. And Cedar Girls will take this $150. Wow, Exodia coming out for the side of Cedar Girls instead. 2-1 GG to Cedar Girls Secondary School for taking the win.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. Oh, blinding. My name is Abstract and I am your host for today, and we are coming close to the end of Campus Legends Secondary School Season 9. And of course, throughout the entirety of yesterday and today, we have pretty much watched the Mobile Legends Bang Bang segments all the way through. Yesterday was all round robins, and today is all single eliminations. We have managed to play and watch top 16, top 8, and then the semifinals, and now we are down to the grand finals. I will introduce to you guys about the grand finalists in a bit later. But before we get the ceremony going, I do want to give a quick little announcement to everyone that is within of the Singapore Discovery Center at the theater. I see that there's quite a lot of you guys that is around, but I would like to trouble you guys to please make your way down to the bottom half of the theaters. So we do have people all the way at the back. At the back, I will trouble you guys to make your way down over to the bottom half here. So there's like a couple of seats here. Can we just please get everyone to come on down, please? Thank you. Can we get you guys to come down? Hey, come down lah! This is the only way to get them to come down. Oh, you see, they start moving already. Ah, okay. There's a couple of you guys at the end over there as well. Trouble you guys to come on down, please, as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. We've got that done and settled, and while they are moving, let me just give a quick little shout out over to our organizers. We do have the Singapore Cyber Sports and Online Gaming Association, short for SCOGA, as well as Esports Academy, and of course co-organized by the Defense Collective Singapore. Let's not forget about the support that we have from Moonton, as well as a production by C2E4. Since we're coming close to the end, let me tell you guys a little bit more about Campus Legends in case you are, relatively uninitiated, as the Campus Legends Collective has pretty much have been here all the way since 2021 to look for ways to meaningfully engage students during downtimes, and pretty much due to the rising popularity of esports, we want to kind of buckle up and use the esports to find ways to engage them, so that there is a way for a place for them to showcase their gaming talents and pretty much build critical life skills. And speaking of building critical life skills, it also supports holistic development through workshops, as well as on cyber wellness. We've got online safety, as well as digital literacy, right? Conducted by SCOGA and the Esports Academy. As a matter of fact, yesterday, when it comes down to the Shield workshop, we actually did conduct some of these to teach the students and instruct them, kind of train them on how to, kind of put themselves and how do they respond to different kind of situations by imposing AI. So AI adopts different kind of personas, such as the AI is the bully and is trying to bully you. AI is, kind of bullying other people, and you're kind of like a bystander. So it tests your skill on how you deal with this kind of situations, and then you get an evaluation afterwards. So this is a very interesting workshop that really helps the students to identify even false information, and you do kind of test them out and all. Now, without further ado, now that we are in the grand finals, we are looking at this one team that will be going back home with a total of 5,000 MLBB diamonds, with a total of 9,500 MLBB diamonds as a total prize pool. The second place prize, of course, with a total of 2,500 MLBB diamonds, and with the third place with 2,000 MLBB diamonds. The question is, who is going to be the one to go back home with a total of 5,000 diamonds? We will find out, as we would like to give a huge round of applause over to our grand finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for West Spring Secondary School and Hawaii Secondary School! And here we have it, the two teams, the two grand finalists. We'll have our commentators to bring us down and bring us through the intense action that is gonna happen here in the land of dawn. Moman and Kick will be here to give you guys the most extensive commentary. Over to you, boys.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Campus Legends Secondary School. I'm your caster, Momad. Joined with me is Cake.
Hello.
We are here at the grand finals, right?
Yes,
Finally, we are
sir.
here, but it's going to be a familiar face. West Spring Secondary School
Yet
over
again.
here and Hawaii Secondary School for the
So
first time.
we're going to see last year's champions against a new challenger in the form of Hawaii Secondary School. We saw just now that West Spring Secondary actually defeated Hwa Chong, a really powerful opponent,
Yeah.
decisively in a 2-0. And judging by the brackets right here, we can see that Hawaii actually kind of did the same.
Yeah.
Beating Anglican High in a 2-0. So that means, I'm not sure whether it was like, a stomp or it was like a really hard fought game, but I'm pretty sure both sides played well. And therefore, we'll have Hwa Chong Institution and Anglican High fighting for the third place.
Yeah, but they did take out last year's one of the top contenders.
Oh,
call,
yeah,
right?
Unity High, yeah.
Yeah, Unity Secondary School was taken out by Hawaii as well. So definitely one of the teams to watch.
And it was a 2-1.
Yeah, it's a 2-1, so it was close game. So yeah, when you reach that best of 3 status, it's always about the staminas, of course, and
The
well,
mental as well.
yeah, you've been playing MLBB the entire day, and yeah, maybe you're just tired of playing so many games a day. Well, but for pro gamers, of course, this has to be one of their repertoire where it's not just something that you have to envision as a character or someone like doing a job. It's like really doing a job because it's going to be something that you're going to be doing for a very long time.
Yep.
And of course, the passion for the game, well, this is something that you do have while you are at secondary school. And I feel that a lot of these guys, they're living the dream right now, playing the games.
Yep,
in
playing the
front-
dream also.
Yeah, playing in front of their friends.
Yeah, and if you like what you see, please do follow us on our socials for Campus Legends Secondary School, Skoga, and also Esports Academy.
Yeah, I think the tags
Yep.
are campuslegends.sg, Campus Game Fest, and also Singapore Cybersports, right?
Always on the
And
way.
now we are in
Your
with the
team
banning
is
and
banned.
drafting phase. Now, ready. The Matilda being taken out from the side of West Spring Secondary School. I mean, Matilda is very strong on that tier S. I would say in that role currently in the CLSS so far.
Yeah, we kind of saw how the Matilda and Martis played together to form a really powerful combination just now in the hands of Hwa Chong Institution. So this kind of flexibility that you get with mobility, with shields, with some form of damage, that's kind of something that you really wanna have. And if you can't
Yeah.
get it, just ban it. So right now we're gonna see Lucas and Freya being banned out as well. And I
Sir,
guess this might be
what's your
like
command?
a pocket ban.
Your team
Yeah, I
is
mean,
picking.
the Fanny.
Targeted bin, yeah.
Yeah, the Fanny as well. I mean, there's a lot of respect there. I mean, they have done a bit of the homework. And I feel that for Abana, Hayabusa, it's going to be one of his signature picks. And he already picked it up on the first pick. And generally, to match the Hayabusa's rotation, right,
Matsuyo's been
you
itching
do have
for
the
a
Suyo
real
available
fight.
in the pool. But now that they pick up the Kalea Suyo is also a very strong combo. We saw that in the hands of Hwa Chong. But of course, West Spring Secondary School, they dismantled that combination coming through. And take a little look at our previous competitors or also the fans in the crowd. Well, thank you for coming all the way to Singapore Discovery Center, guys. Welcome to the grand finals. You'll be watching art at work here, right? West Spring Secondary School is really a team to really look out for. Hawaii Secondary School going to contest today.
Yeah, so we're gonna be looking at Fui on that Granger and Kree on that Kalea. So we're gonna be seeing some really nice initiations, some nice late game plays, some Jiao signs being shown in the crowd, and Jeffsky on that Farsa with Snow Tizzy on that Galukacha. Now we've seen the power of Jeffsky for these ranged mages like the Sicilian, like the Novaria. So now we're going to be putting the Farsa piloted by Jeffsky. I think there's going to be a lot of burst and crowd control going the way of West Spring Secondary.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, burst crowd control going the way of West Spring Secondary, like you said. But Hawaii Secondary School, right? They have that poke damage, they have that chip damage, the sustained level of gameplay coming out. Granger, oh, Morgan on the screen. Okay. And we do have Zusin as well, right? Dealing with the Gato Kacha very well. So very good answers in terms of draft so far. Very good bans as well. Taking out the Moskov, not having that macro factor of gameplay coming out, because that might be something that West Spring Secondary School are looking towards. And the Boxia ban, because the Gato Kacha is going for the revitalization.
We probably might see another chunky boy onto the side of West Spring Secondary. Maybe we might see the high loss. Oh, okay, a Grok coming out over here. But Salvador, alright, Glue and Harif coming out for West Spring Secondary School. Now, Hawaii Secondary School, how are they going to counter this?
Yeah, Glue, I mean, very good at dealing with the front line, right? Kalea is going to be a problem, and of course, that Suyo is going to be a problem. So with that Glue, essentially what that does is it shuts down that front line. It really puts them displaced, right? And that's something that maybe you bring that Phoveus in, it might help, but Phoveus is more of an answer towards the Harith with the dashes.
Definitely.
Yeah, and with, of course, the Gato Kacha and the Hayabusa as well.
I mean, technically, yeah, you do have the Unbreakable, you do have the teleportation from the Quad Shadows. So we're probably going to be seeing this Phoveus fly all over the place. So right now, I'm just going to be, I'm just pretty interested to see how this Kalea will kind of play into this composition, because you do want to get that, those tidal strikes to really lock them down.
Yeah.
But there are no purifies on the side of West Spring Secondary School.
Yeah.
So that means these single target kidnaps are actually kind of a bit more possible.
And there's gonna be a lot of mobility, right? Having that flicker instead of the purify, you are opting for that mobility option. And for Hawaii Secondary School, they do have that poke option of the Granger going into the later stages of the game. But something very curious coming out from the side of Hawaii Secondary School is gonna be the emblem, right, on the Suyo. That's gonna be the killing spree. And instead, we have the war cry coming out from side of Bana.
Oh, yeah.
So that means they are going for more of a macro style gameplay. The kills are not really their priority. If there's a team fight, they have the Glue for it, they have the Gato Kacha for it. But if they can get the macro going, they will just take the macro.
What more can we ask for than a really nice start to this first match of the day? Sorry, not of the day, of these grand finals between West Spring Secondary School and Hawaii Secondary School. Now we're going to be looking at both sides farming up pretty nicely. Nothing out of the ordinary happening over here. Maybe just a little bit of pressure being put by Jeffsky. We're going to be looking at that range and the damage. Look at the amount of damage done to Kree.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, El Salvador is having that level 4 advantage already. And the Shadow kill actually finding its first pick.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, Twilight Zone was caught off guard, rotating towards the bottom lane. Now El Salvador answers with a kill of its own. Now that's a bigger target coming in from Hawaii Secondary School. That's Ashton
gold
Hall.
laner.
Yeah, on the Harith.
Yeah, we've seen what Ashton Hall can do once he's farmed up. So Hawaii Secondary School opting to shut him down. I think it's probably a really nice executive decision being made by them. But now I think the retribution being taken away from Bana is going to leave the turtle fight a little bit more towards the side of Hawaii Secondary School.
I mean, they do have that 10-second window, so I believe it's going to be back up by the time the turtle goes into that retribution range. But tipping the scales of the gold laner, right? Harith versus Granger is pretty much neck and neck. It's a skill-based matchup, and really just getting that gold advantage for free on that Granger is gonna impact the gold lane very heavily. Of course, Harith, you're gonna have a greater time once you get that Zaven's Force up compared to the Death Sonata. It's still a huge impact. Ulti from Ashton Hall.
Oh, a really nice flicker coming in. The kidnaps are going to be popped out. The flicker does come out from Ashton Hall, but he doesn't have the Diamond Force, and as a result, he's not going to be able to escape. But meanwhile, into the Turtle Pit, we're going to be seeing Bana started up. But now the entirety of Hawaii Secondary School is coming down. But will they be in time? Though they're just not going to be able to make it. And therefore, we're going to be Twilight Zone run away with the Crimson Flare. But it's just not enough if Jeffsky with the range gets a double kill.
Yeah, that Feather Airstrike is a huge problem for Hawaii Secondary School, right? The way to disrupt it is supposed to be Cry. He needs to jump into the backline. That's the only disrupt that they have. Yes, Twilight Zone, you can reach with the lantern, but your positioning has to be way out in front. And that's something that you don't want to see coming out from Zusin, right? Because you put yourself in a lot of vulnerability situations. Now, Zaemin's Force available for Ashton Hall. West Spring Secondary School, they have a huge AoE capability.
Oh, speaking of AoE, Starboy trying to get some AoE of his own, dashing away. He does have the Infernal Pursuit. But oh, okay, Feather Airstrike coming in. He opts to go in. If he's going to go out, he's going to go out swinging. But he ain't going to be able to swing enough to take down anybody.
Yeah, and usually we see the Eve to counter out the Zusin, but we can't forget that the Farsa with the Feather Airstrike also fulfills that kind of same condition. I would say he is a tier down from that Eve, but it still does the same job. And Feather Airstrike really gonna be a huge problem going into that mid stage of the game. Net worth, we're still 11,000 to 11,000. Anyone's game here, but do know West Spring Secondary School, they are going for the later game scaling conditions. Something that they will have to watch out for is also Fui on that Granger.
We all know that Granger stacks up really, really nicely once you get that, once you get the Sky Piercer, once you get the Malefic Roar, the Hunter Strike, he just becomes really, really hard to take down. Now, Starboy will be trying to fight this glue, but meanwhile, in the middle of the fight, we're going to be seeing the Feather Airstrike go down and 2 flickers actually being popped out. Oh, a lot of damage going in. OG Shadow Kill doesn't really pop out just yet, as Twilight Zone will be forced to use the Crimson Beacon to run away.
Now, something that YU Secondary School is trying to do is trying to find the pockets in timing, right? Between the Feather Strike. But double flicker here as both of the gold laners are having an anime battle on the top lane, but not getting each other. But now taking that turtle for himself. Now going in, but of course has the Quad Shadow to get away.
Yeah, even though West Spring has taken 2 turtles already, the gold lead isn't that far off. We're talking only 400 gold. That's like not even half an item. But now El Salvador jumping in alone. Not where you want to be. You have the grab being stuck onto him. And he will fall to the Feathered Airstrike. But meanwhile, Fui, you see he's running into the back line. We're going to be seeing Starboy jumping straight in. And again. Doesn't finds another one. Snow TZ does go down. Tower looking a little bit low. But he's going to be able to survive. Now, Yuzuri is going to be lifted up into the air. Get another jump, and another jump, and another jump, and it's going to be Starboy taking the kill away.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, it's always about the ulti reliance coming out from West Spring Secondary School. They're very reliant on this Feather Airstrike. So once this Feather Airstrike is up, they can take the team fights. But once it's gone, YU Secondary School, they're finding that pockets in timing. But what West Spring Secondary School has done to alleviate that fact is having Bana push on the off lanes, right? Where that you see that bottom lane turret, they have the advantage. Now the top lane is also a bit of danger. These are pockets of gold. These are objectives, minor objectives in the game that West Spring Secondary School can look towards.
Yeah, you're really utilizing the mobility of the Hayabusa, playing it to its fullest extent. Now Kree walking into the bush. Does see the slam right there, chooses not to go into it. Now, minions will be going down. Starboy looking to find an entrance into the fight, but choosing not to take any since the turtle's going to be spawning in 15 seconds. The top lane for Hawaii does go down though. Oh, not really something you want to have. Now the turtle going in, everybody's postured up for it. It's going to be an intense final turtle of the fight.
Yeah, bottom lane still. There's a 1v1 going on, but Zaemin's Force has been dropped
over
here with a Feather Airstrike. There's a lot of AoE capabilities. You don't want to fight into this ultimate heavy team. AOG onto the Zusin. Twilight Zone will not be able to survive here. Or will he? Oh, does it?
So close.
Yeah, the Feather Heaven already picked up from the side of Ashton Hall. And yeah, the AoE capabilities of West Spring Secondary School is like just unmatched at this point.
Here comes the Shadow Kill going in. Oh, it just goes into the minions instead. Fui managing to survive with the skin of his teeth. Oh, that just wasn't a really good team fight for YU Secondary School to take. Now the goal advantage has been extended, giving them a little bit more of an uphill battle to fight. Oh, meanwhile, Starboy over here getting a read onto Yuzurim.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, Blue will have to use that split very well in terms of trying to force out these fights, putting that Feather Airstrike advantage onto West Spring Secondary School. Well, they still have a very good team fight lineup. AOG, you think about it, split with the slam. There's a lot of AoE. Now Zaemin's Force already on the field. There is a lantern to help. Ashton, he's
Oh.
not gonna make it. But Salvador's alive. Feather Airstrike is here. They can't fight into this. Now Fui,
He's
he's
still
doing a
alive.
good job. Now Twilight Zone is alive, but Cry is not
Oh,
long for
man.
life. User Imp will be able to find him as
Starboy
Banal
jumping.
is getting locked down.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Asura Starboy taking him out, and now User Imp, the glue, going down.
Oh, what a scrappy team fight that was. Zaman Force being popped right at that corner probably wasn't the best idea to have. And Salvador nearly died right there. But by some miracle, he managed to escape. And that means that West Spring Secondary School has lost a little bit of the lead. Sure.
What?
What? Wait.
Javsky?
Hey,
Okay.
we take those. We take those. Alright, so it's going to be Salvador against Snow TZ. Retribution coming up. Yep, that's going to be Madara Uchiha going down to Hawaii Secondary School.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge momentum
Oh, man.
swing towards the side of Hawaii Secondary School, right? They took the fight without the Feather Airstrike, without the safety. It only came in the later stage of the segments, and it was Hawaii Secondary School who forced them into that just weird location, just forcing them into that bottom lane. And this is good rotation, good management of creeps as well. We did see Javsky trying to find a consolation prize, right? Taking out Twilight Zone in his own jungle, but it still ends up as a wash. Now, he does have that lethal ignition. It's going to be a huge
okay,
issue.
Tsunami Slam, but the AOG in response catches two. It's going to be the Starboy jumping, reaching for the sky, but will it be enough? Kree falls, but everybody's rushing in to get the fight. Twilight Zone with the Crimson Beacon coming out. There's a lot of CC going in. Ashton Hall trying to run away. He's not going to be able to. But Banner manages to take down Salvador, and he will be able to escape. But meanwhile, on the top, Ashton Hall escapes, and Twilight Zone also has to run away. But will it be all? Starboy? Starboy? Starboy?
Not able to find him. Not able to find him. He will be getting out of harm's way. And this is the Lord still left to deal with, right?
So close.
Ashton Hall and, well, that was a great move coming out from Ashton Hall. With this pick onto Javsky, you would think that they lost the team fight without the Feather Airstrike, but look at the back. He's taking out Fui, so that's the Granger gone. The damage is completely nullified, and that's how they managed to win this team fight. But now, just baiting out the utilities first, then going back in, because he knows that he's the damage, he cannot be the one to die. So the counter damage coming out from West Spring Secondary School, very well thought out, putting the bodies ahead first, then the damage comes later.
Now looking at the gold lead, we really don't see that much. In fact, it has swung over to the side of Hawaii Secondary. And you know, another fight is happening. Starboy jumping in again and again. We're going to be seeing the glue attached to him though. And Snow TZ will get him down. AOG pops to make him run away. Now we're going to be seeing a Feather Airstrike going in. It's going to be catching so many people, but now the zone is out. Fui going in. Nope, Fui is going to be able to run away. Nothing's going to be happening right here, as we're going to see the bottom tower being sieged yet again.
Yeah, that's the Holy Crystal,
Woohoo!
right? Out from Ashton Hall, but instantly shut down. Already, Ogi Shadow Kill not finding any value. And Hawaii Secondary School, that's a great team fight going
So
their
good.
way, right? Now, this is going to be a back and forth clapback. They both have the ability to actually scale into the later stages of the game. So, very interesting going into that 12-minute Lord. BOD picked up by El Salvador. That's going to be a lot of burst damage, a lot of late game damage as well. Goldgraph leads towards Hawaii Secondary School, but it's just a 2,000 advantage. It's still anyone's game at this point.
Yeah.
It's about the placements of the ultimates and when they use their utilities.
Ladies and gentlemen, this isn't the grand finals for no reason. It's just an insane swing back and forth, West Spring Secondary School had such a good lead in the mid game, but now Hawaii Secondary School just clawing it back. Their late game insurance seems to be picking up right now, as we've seen Fui with the damage already 5, 1, and 7. Ashton Hall going on 3 and 4, and now Starboy going in yet again, but just a little bit too much this time. Not really being able to bring User Imp off over the wall. AOG comes and outs the best Natalias in the world, and we're going to be see Kree run away, but will he be able to escape? Javsky with the stun attempt, but it's just not going to be nearly enough.
Yeah, they let that go, and really well done of Ashton Hall to try and protect them to their airstrike, right? Javsky was going to become the target of that Tsunami Slam, but Hawaii Secondary School, they couldn't find the Javsky target. Now they do have this location on the Lord. It's going to be a problem when Starboy jumps in with the Infernal Pursuit. Zamet's force is laid down. He's trying to fight as much as possible. Lord goes the way of West Spring Secondary School, but the team fight has come through. Starboy takes the first kill.
Salvador.
Going door. Double kill as well. Twilight Zone
Oh!
with the control.
Ho, ho,
It's going to be
ho.
a wipeout for Hawaii Secondary School as they had the damage to pull through.
Really great play from El Salvador right there, using the immunity from one of his dashes to ensure that OG Shadowkill actually went the other way, keeping him alive and allowing him to wreak so much damage. And as we see over here, Hawaii Secondary School taking the first game of the Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is one crazy upset. This
Man.
has been a day of upsets, and that timing was really well taken advantage of by Hawaii Secondary School, right? You can see that from the side of West Spring, they are they had that lineup to actually make it work. The team fight was insane, right? The
Yeah.
team fight, they had the AoEs, stacks on stacks on stacks, but the timing needed to be found. And look at them, they're crying cheers joy, right?
Whew. You know, I kind of talked to them just now, and I could hear from their voices that they have been screaming a lot. And that means that the games have been really, really, really intense. And now, just look at the items right now. Okay, Fui already on the full build at level 14 compared to Ashton. Ashton Hall just
Oh.
a little bit off.
Take a look at Fui's itemization, right? It's very interesting. Going for the Rose Gold Meteor and the Sea Halberd instead of going for pure damage as you would see a normal Granger doing. Because he wants to be the one to 1v1 Ashton Hall. Having the Rose Gold Meteor, what does it do? It actually gives you a form of shield match
Best
damage.
shield.
Yeah, and also that Sea Halberd, it reduces the abilities of shields as well. So very good build coming out from Fui just to counteract the fact that, yeah, I'm going up against a Harif. He's going to try and jump me in the back line. So why not extend the fight as much as possible?
It also does really well against heroes who build a little bit more HP than you. And in this case, we have Snow TZ and Userim actually picking up the tankier heroes which would grab more HP into their item sets.
Yeah.
So this ensures that if he does get dived upon, they're not doing it without risk.
Yeah.
They will risk getting shot to really, really, really low health, and the rest of the team can just come and peel it for them. All in all, it's just a really great itemization and really great play from Hawaii Secondary School.
Yeah, tough game coming out from both teams. They were all neck and neck.
Man.
It was a nail biter of a match, right? We never knew who was ahead, and even from the drafts, we couldn't tell. And looking at the highlights itself, you can see at the last part of the game, right? They took
at El
the
Salvador.
Lord, but look at that. User in, falling extremely low. El Salvador surviving at that point while the rest of the team crashes through. It was just symphony of skills.
Yep, everything just going down right here. If you need a destruction expert, please call Hawaii Secondary School.
Yeah, man. This is not the end, though, for West Spring Secondary
best of
School.
three.
It's a best of three after all.
One
They-
down, two to go.
Yeah, they might have taken the first series, but have they fully shown their hand here to West Spring Secondary? Will they be able to adapt? Or is Hawaii's playstyle just that versatile?
Hawaii Secondary School did go up against Unity Secondary School with a 2-1. And keep in mind, they actually did go past the semifinals last year. And I'm
Yeah.
talking about Unity Secondary.
Yeah, yeah.
Hawaii Secondary hasn't made it past the semifinals yet.
Yeah, this is one of the
Have they?
latest iteration of the grand finals. Yeah,
Yeah.
It was Unity. It was Unity last year. So for Hawaii Secondary School, I feel that at this point they have taken out very good top players as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, West Spring Secondary School, I mean, they are going to be one of the top dogs to watch. So it's very hard to go against West Spring Secondary School. I mean, these boys, they've
Yeah.
been playing a lot of community tournaments. I've seen them in community tournaments. They've been going up against pro players in the MPL region,
Exactly.
MPLSG as well. They took on players from Kingdom. They took on players from Rift Esports. And, of course, they also achieved great results. So for Hawaii Secondary School, this is no small feat.
And if they do manage to pull this off, I think we can give them the title of Giant Slayers.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I
they've taken
mean,
down Unity. They took down Anglican High as well.
Yeah.
With a 2-0. And we saw how well Anglican played just now, like kind of dissecting the gameplay of Bandimir with another 2-0 convincing game.
So right now in game number 2, it's just up to Westspring to see how they will react, how they will update their draft, maybe like get some fresh bands in, maybe get like a new composition that they've never seen before. Maybe we'll see Nana in the jungle. I don't know, man.
What?
What?
Okay,
Huh?
Nana, Nana in the
Huh?
jungle? Did you just say that?
What? Psh, no.
Some sort of blasphemy here. I mean, he's trying to spread misinformation. So digital defense, as you said, Pafma him right now.
Dang it, not again. No.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, going into the next stage of the team fights as well, going into the next stage of the drafts, it's time to take a look at maybe Westspring Secondary School, whether you have different types of play styles, whether you can have not a linear team fight style, because Hawaii, they've been countering that linear team fight style quite well, and the banning coming out from them, I feel that it's also very targeted.
And we didn't really see, like, we had heroes like Chip and Loi being opened up just now,
Yeah.
and none of them were picked up. So I guess just now, the game plan from both teams just now didn't really have any like rotations coming in, like some kampong style fights, as they say. Yeah, so maybe we might see that later.
Yeah, we did
Yeah.
see a lot of cross-terrain plays coming in from Javsky, where he was flickering across the terrain while feather airstriking at the same time.
Oh yeah,
It-
he was last year's MVP.
Yeah, it worked out very well for him, but of course, Hawaii Secondary School with the adaptations, right? The adaptations to put, just dive into the back line, make sure that you have that back line access. That feather airstrike is going to be a problem. If we cannot take the team fight, there's a disengage for us also
Definitely,
available.
yes.
Yeah.
Alright, so now we're just going to be taking our time
Sir,
to ban, and we're
what's
going to
your
see the
command?
Fanny
Your
banned
team
out
is banning.
from Hawaii Secondary School. We're
Yeah.
not going to risk it.
Yeah, not risking it.
We
not
saw
risking
what good Fannies are, and they are scary.
I am a daughter
Oh,
of
the Freya
Northern
being
Vale.
taken out as
Targeted
well.
ban,
Swear
targeted
to
ban.
protect it till my
I mean,
last
it's the
breath.
same. It's going to be the same, but of course, now Hawaii Secondary School, right? They are on that first pick. So there is that advantage of getting that first choice. We haven't seen the Kimmy yet because it got banned out. So, I mean, it's going to be a potential pick coming through. Now,
Your team
Lucas ban, okay.
Yeah, Lucas is not going to be seen today. I mean, West Spring Secondary School, they don't want that. And taking out the Hayabusa, I mean, they don't want it being used on themselves.
Yeah, we've seen the power of Hayabusa from the side of Banner. Like with the OG Shadow Kill. Like, I have no idea how Twilight Zone just died so fast just now at level 2.
Yeah.
But now we're gonna see Kalea being picked up by Kree again.
Yeah,
Cry?
I mean,
Cry?
Cry? Cree? I don't know. Cry? I guess it's Cry, man.
Cry, yeah.
I mean,
Okay, Baxia coming out from Snow TZ, the hero that they banned just now.
yeah. So Snow TZ very good on the box here, probably, maybe.
Good,
That's
good
why-
against the Kalea, I
Yeah.
would say.
Good against the Kalia, maybe? Yeah, but of course, Snow TZ, we know that he's good on almost every single roam hero. He's been playing in a long time, actually, in
Exorcist of the
Campus
Shadow
Legends.
at
And
your
already, for the
service.
other side, we do see the priority on the Kalia.
Oh.
But Dong will be that pick with that Granger. So once again, they do have Fui on that Granger. And I really like his itemizations on that gold lane
Very
as well.
flexible
Very flexible.
and reactive. And I think that's something that most players, like casual players, can learn from.
Yeah.
Because like you don't only have one item build, like you are able to switch out your items for a reason.
Yeah.
So maybe taking the page out of these players' handbooks and like switching up your items according to the situation. I guess that's something that everybody can learn from.
Yep, and of course, taking out the Suyo from the side of West Spring Secondary School. So, yeah, there is going to be quite a lot of front line with good poke as well. We saw a lot of success with this kind of playstyle from West Spring Secondary School, right? Putting Javsky on the Kimmy, of course, he is very dominant. Taking out that Tusin might be a
Okay.
potential problem. And yeah.
Yeah, juicing did cause a lot of issues just now, especially with the Crimson Beacon and the Lantern Flare, picking them up, throwing them away. But now Moskov, doesn't the guy look a little bit like Diablo?
Looks like Diablo? Nah.
No,
nah.
not that guy. A little bit to the left. A little bit to the left.
Who? Who? Diablo?
No, like a little bit. Okay, camera's not moving, but never mind. It's okay. So Ashton Hall might be picking up like a new gold lane. Okay, 1-1.
Your team is
Yeah,
banning.
this is very interesting,
Oh yeah, that guy.
right? Going for that 1-1, well, usually you do have that lockdown when you are picking the 1-1. Usually the combo is, right, 1-1 Franco, 1-1 something with a lockdown, 1-1 Cho. So are we gonna see that? And maybe Baxia will be on the EXP lane instead. You put Snow Cheesy on the Cho. Then yeah, that's gonna be a very good
I like
pick.
that. I like
Your
that.
team is picking.
So Twilight Zone picking up the Faramis.
To live.
Wait, but then
trick the
Valentina hasn't been picked out. Their mid laner hasn't been picked out on
Yeah.
the side of West Spring Secondary.
No, Kimmy.
Oh, Kimmy, yeah. My bad. It's been a while since I last saw the old portrait, so like.
Yeah.
Also, like knowing that there's no more Valentina, they can just pick up the
Faramis.
for free. So the Ghostbusters, yeah, nice damage. The Nethergraphs also really nice CC. But what you really want is the Nether Realm.
Yeah, I mean, the NetherRealm is extremely good at dealing with the crossbow Tang. And of course, that's going to be the only thing. I feel that they have a lot of poke damage. So Ashton Hall, I mean, he can pick his fights. So West Spring Secondary School, they still have a shot in this. I would say that draft is slightly less favored, especially if YE Secondary School, they go for the damage build on the Faramis as well. So
That's gonna hurt.
yeah, that's going to hurt them quite a bit because there's a lot of survivability and Badang going in might be a problem, especially the disrupts.
What's that? Oh my God! They do have the borders. Wow. Okay. Oh, okay. 3 of them have the borders. Goodness gracious. All right, but enough of that, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to hop into the second game of the grand finals. Potentially the last game. Can Hawaii Secondary School close it out, or will West Spring come back?
Yeah, this is gonna be crazy because I mean, Hawaii Secondary School, they have put up a potential upset here, 1-0 at the point score. Now, with this game, well, West Spring Secondary School, their lineup looks like they kind of is kind of jumbled together, but they still have the recipe to make it work. They have Javsky on that Kimmy. It's gonna be Snow Cheesy on that Matilda as well, and that's one of his signature heroes.
Yeah, the Matilda really giving. We saw the amount of mobility and the amount of like sustain that the Matilda could give. So now that West Spring Secondary School has that, along with the Baxia and the Suyo, that's something that Hawaii Secondary School needs to find out how to deal with. Now Kree and Snow TZ looking to have a little staring competition right now, chasing each other around, ring around the rosy right now. And now Javsky, a lot of damage coming into the Twilight Zone. Then the grass coming in, but it's just a little bit too early to pop it off. That's a lot of damage. Now that's a lot of damage.
Now the difference now between this game and last game, right? We see West Spring Secondary School respect the Kalea a bit more, and now there are 2 Purifies coming out from the side of West Spring Secondary School. So that's going to be a problem when you go for these kind of engages. Now, with the setup potential coming in for YE, there's a lot of setup potential. It can be a Spear of Alpha. It can be the Kalea going in. It can be the Badang with the Fizz Break as well. So that's 3 potential setups that West Spring Secondary School needs to watch out for. That Fizz Break is going to be huge because
Yeah, definitely.
there's no flickers on the side of West Spring Secondary School.
No purifiers as well, especially onto the Twilight Zone. So the moment he gets caught, he can't just pop the NetherRealm to save his entire team. So we're just going to see, it's going to be a matter of timing at this point.
Yeah.
So right now we're going to be seeing the Turtle go to the side of West Spring Secondary School. Yet again, feels like deja vu, as they're going to be posturing around it. Kree with no level 4, can't really do anything about it, as Dipper will put those shields to work. Let's see Twilight Zone already on that level 4. Will he pop that NetherRealm anytime soon? Turtle is going down and Kree takes it! NetherRealm goes in the nick of time, saves them all, and Dipper will go down. Suyo already down. Javsky trying to make the most of his situation, dashes across the wall. But unfortunately, everybody has ran away already. Snow TC manages to escape with the Purify, but Twilight Zone isn't finished. She isn't finished, but he will be finished by Javsky.
Yeah, slight little ego play coming out from YE.
I respect that.
Yeah, I respect that coming through. Flashy plays, but of course, West Spring Secondary School take a little bit of a beating as YE Secondary School, they get the Turtle, they get the kills, and of course, only trading a Faramis, now putting themselves 1.5k ahead. Now, this is going to be huge because the Badang is somewhat accelerated. This is going to be Starboy becoming more and more of a problem in that later stage of the game. Now, I want to see how Dipper plays into that equation. That Baxia is going to be huge when he goes for the sustained team fight. This Alpha is meant to counter that out with that true damage. So definitely that true damage is going to play a factor into taking it 1v1.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether you want to find the 1v1s right now. Evskyevsky will be running away with his anti-grav thrusters. Now just 45 seconds left until the turtle spawns. You're just going to be walking around. Now the War Axe already going to the side of El Salvador. And now Westwood Secondary School taking the journey. Here comes the Traction Pulse. There goes the Swallow's Path. Nothing much really happening over here as they're all going to walk back down to mid.
Yeah, rotation's not found in time, right? But already that bottom lane pressure is going to come through from the side of Hawaii Secondary School.
Starboy!
Now we do have a bit of a skirmish, more members gathering in that middle lane, but flickers are still not available for the side of Twilight Zone and Starboy, so they will be waiting for just a little bit. West Spring Secondary School, they don't see an objective to fight for, and they can't go for the macro play, so they're a bit kind of stuck. They will be rotating towards the top lane. Fui finds itself in a lot of danger. Dipper not
nice
able
flicker.
to find the stun. Now Fui, stuck in the turret, will not be able to get out as the members just crash into them. They get a turtle trade, but the members are in. Circling Eagle being used to control him, but Starboy is control immune as the Tsunami Slam goes on to Dipper to drag him towards the back. He gets pile drivered away from his teammates. Now West Spring Secondary School, they need to retreat, but they cannot. 2 members lost.
Absolutely beautiful coming out from the side of Hawaii Secondary School. Now Fui buying them enough time to rotate up, and even though he did lose his life right there, Hawaii Secondary School was able to just pull it back. Well, that was a good team fight where they kind of traded 3 members away from West Spring Secondary School, so it wasn't all for naught.
Yeah, West Spring Secondary School, I mean, identifying that they had to go for Fui here, it's a good identification, but they weren't hoping that the rotation would come fast enough because they managed to blitz down the turtle. Now, Starboy might be a target here. Crossbow tank available, doesn't need to use it. Ashton Hall gets the kill with the help of 2 other teammates. Bana is going to be on that power spike now. He is already level 8.
Yeah, we're going to see Ashton Hall starting to shoot a little bit faster than usual. And that's kind of something that you really don't want to play against. Now, 1-1 in the early game is something that you can kind of like mess around with, that you can kind of play around. You can kind of shut it down a little bit, but the moment she gets like roughly at this stage, at this point in the game, once she gets her first few items, that's when she's going to be a little bit harder to pin down and a little bit harder to like defend against.
Yeah, 1-1 is very dangerous when you start losing turrets because suddenly a bush is not safe. That crossbow tank gives her complete invulnerability, so that's something that you need to watch out for, right? Now, does not have any other items other than the Windtalker.
Corsair Skies as well.
Yeah, Corrosive Scythe and the Windtalker, so it's not still huge yet, no Demon Hunter Sword, but still,
it's on the way.
Something that you need to watch out for. Cry going for that Dominant Ice, it's going to help out just a little bit, but not going to help out in the long run.
Yeah, just a little bandage to put on the bigger wound, but Fui will get caught out, unfortunately. No crossbow tank being used right here, and now Dipper being kidnapped. A lot of damage coming in, but here comes another round to save them all. Ashton Hall shooting again and again. Crossbow tank still in the pocket. But
what a disgusting Spear of Alpha from El Salvador into 4 members of West Spring Secondary School. The discipline to hold it for the counter engage gives them the 3rd turtle of the game. Now take a look at the replay once again. You can see that their targeting here was Fui. That put them in positioning, prime positioning for this to happen. Kalea going in first, and now the Spear of Alpha just decimating and tearing through everybody. That's true damage.
Yeah, the nice Netherrealm was a little touch on the cherry of the cake. I mean, like, nobody was really dying there, but it's always good to have insurance than no insurance. And now Ashton Hall finding a mark on Twilight Zone, gets caught out over there, gets kidnapped. Ashton Hall shut down right that. No more crossbow tag, no more threat of the crossbow tag. And right now Dipper being caught out from the bush, jumping away. Oh, hits the wall instead. Really? Oh, okay, Jukes for days, Jukes for days.
This Cry guy is a WWE star, man. Like, the way that he's been finding these Tsunami Slams are crazy. But El Salvador, well, finds Snow Teasy in the jungle, gets that middle turret, advantage for his team. Now, with that, West Spring Secondary School, they are on the back foot, but not by too far. They do have the later scaling advantage of that Boxia, right, and the Kimmy. But Hawaii Secondary School, their gold laner is very scary. It's a Granger.
Yeah, Granger against 1-1. I mean, there's one that I don't really want to face against. Like, in the really, really later stages of the game. Honestly, okay, I don't want to face any of them in the later stages of the game. But if I had to choose, I'd rather not face a 1-1. Because once you go invincible with the crossbow of Tang, that's something that's you can only pray that you survive. And once you pop that Inspire while shooting from the skies, your chances of survival just go down that much.
Yeah, but the crossbow of Tang has to be on a great target,
You
right?
need to get the marks.
You're hopefully hoping that, yeah, NetherRealm is not available, so they do have that eject button to really kind of save them. That one click, one trick just to save them. And now, with the Lord already out on the battlefield, do they go for the macro options here? They do have that lane pushing on that bottom side already. Now, Ashton
Banner.
Hall, he shows himself
Banner.
going for the tier 2 instead. No trade coming through. West Spring Secondary School, they know that. They don't have to fight for
Oh,
the
fist
Lord.
crack! Oh, the fist crack doesn't really get anybody, but here comes the traction pulse. The revenge is on the way, but it's going to be denied by the NetherRealm. NetherGround doesn't really pull anybody. Starboy manages to escape, but Ashton Hall will come from behind, getting the marks of Twilight Zone. Goes down, but he manages to escape with his life.
Oh.
Now Zipper, El Salvador trying to run away, and Fui gets the shots off. El Salvador unable to protect that middle turret. West Spring Secondary School with the surprise attack of a lifetime,
Yeah,
while putting an end to Hawaii Secondary School rampage.
Ashton Hall getting a bit antsy there, right? He found the flank of a lifetime, couldn't get the crossbow of Tang off, and still got the finish onto Twilight Zone. That's huge, but couldn't find the rest of the members. Now, that's going to be a great trade for West Spring Secondary School because they handled the Lord. They got that team fight. Still, it's could have been a bit better, but doesn't matter. It's still icing on the cake. Really, they already took the cake without the icing.
That's not healthy. But right now you're going to see right here, Azure Starboy looks like he was going to fall, but the NetherRealm comes in just on time and he manages to just go across the wall. And now that they knew that the NetherRealm was gone and there's nobody else to prevent the deaths of the rest of the team, El Salvador tried to salvage the situation right there, but it just wasn't enough as Fui had the mind, had the capacity to just roll back and finish Ashton Hall off.
Yeah, Fui, really a hallmark of a good Granger player is using that Death Sonatas, right, for the movement to enhance the Rhapsody as well. And that's something that he's been doing consistently for the game. So I feel that, yeah, he's very good as a Granger player. If you're learning how to play Granger, if you want to know how to play Granger, watch Fui. It's really very good. But Ashton Hall, he's been doing amazing on the 1-1 so far.
Oh,
now Cry,
Cry.
he's in a bit of
Cry.
danger. Yeah, Dipper finds him in, but the team is there to bail him out.
Yeah, where we have the Flower of Needles. The Flower of Needles on the Ashton Hall is still there, so that's a Purify for free. That means Cry can't really just jump in willy-nilly to RKO our Ashton Hall. Right now, El Salvador just farming up a little bit, level 15 already. That means advantage onto the Retribution fights. West Spring Secondary just posturing around. Right now, we're in the macro phase of the game.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, right, they cannot reveal a crack of their locations because if they do, all right, they might risk a potential mistake here. Now, with West Spring Secondary School having a bit of stilted creep pressure, they're still waiting for that Lord to spawn before showing themselves and taking out that creep pressure as well. Now, getting a bit of top lane pushing is going to be Ashton Hall, so that lane is going to be not long for life. They will have to handle that when this Lord spawns.
Alright, 4 seconds left for the Lord, but where are they going? Where they... Alright, so we're going to see a little bit of lane management coming up. Nobody really wants to take the Lord yet, but the vision provided by Dipper is enough to give West Spring the go-ahead to go for the Lord. They knew that Hawaii was already going to adjust the lanes. And now the 1v1 on the gold lanes, we're going to see who's going to win that fight, and it's going to be Ashton Hall taking that W. Meanwhile, Banner chucking down the Lord, Madara Uchiha, not long for the earth as he does go down. El Salvador unable to go in for the retribution fight, and Ashton Hall taking away everything that they love and hold so dear.
Yeah, West Spring Secondary School, they set that up. They forced that Lord, knowing that Ashton Hall had the mobility to catch up to Fui at this point. Now they will get this tier 2 for free. And while this is happening, you can see Bana, he's all the way on that bottom lane, getting that lane pressure going, waiting for the Lord to spawn up, right? Before you get that tri-lane push going. But this would mean that Fui, he has time to get back out. So there's a bit of advantage lost. Now, this high ground defense, YE is very good at the high ground defense. West Spring Secondary School will need to find either a good breakthrough or YE Secondary School will have to make a crucial mistake.
Yeah, with the Spear of Alpha pushing everybody away with the Fist Break to lock them in with the Nether Realm to protect them from the crossbow of Tang. YE Secondary School has so many tools at their disposal, and West Spring Secondary School, like you said, has to find a way around it. Dipper jumps right in, not really getting anybody, but here comes the Traction Pulse getting Kree out. Nothing really much going in. Madara Uchiha charges straight in, trying to get that turret down. Middle lane turret will be slowly pushing in as well. The Lord disappears. No progress really being made, except for a little bit of damage being done to the towers. West Spring Secondary School knows that they can't really push this fight, but here comes the minions. Minions are just disappearing left, right, and center. Here comes the catch on Ashton Hall. Ashton Hall will be able to escape. Dipper also escaping with his life. Creep flickers in, doesn't get the find. NetherRealm has to be popped up right now to save his life. Banner, you will have to run away. This fight is just so scrappy. Ashton Hall jumping straight in. Unfortunately, he will escape.
Yeah, what a great find by West Spring Secondary School, right? Catching the huge mistake coming out for YE Secondary School. They actually had the lane already covered, but they wanted to go for more Cry. I can see the intention there, going for that flicker play, but couldn't find a key target. NetherRealm was used to save, but this will apply more pressure. Javsky, he's been consistent in dealing damage. Cry going for once again, but he has been disrupted. Circling Eagle has been used on him, and they will be out of the game. El Salvador as well. Twilight Zone, the only one left, as Starboy will be going down. 5 members of West Spring Secondary School will be alive. Twilight Zone, can he defend here? He cannot, as West Spring Secondary School tie things up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3 of the Grand Finals.
Wow. First game number 3 that is streamed for today. So really a grand finals. We got some games on our hands.
All right.
And we got one game left in your tanks.
Oh, Hawaii Secondary Schools looked so close. They just looked like they had it. But unfortunately, that one mistake coming out for Cry, that failed flicker tsunami slam was the catalyst that brought about their demise.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think the players are going for a toilet break, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so of course, if you guys yourselves need to go to a break and you guys need to go to toilets, well, time to grab your waters because this last game is going to be one roller coaster ride.
It's so intense. Now we've seen the power of the Matilda, the circling eagle, and the guiding wind really helping them to pull out and in. We saw how it saved Ashton Hall from certain doom, pulling him away from the turrets.
Yeah.
Through the walls where he might as well have been dead back then.
And this is really a lot on the versatility, right? On the side of West Spring Secondary, where they have shown 2 different types of playstyle already.
Definitely.
One with the Farsa, one with the Gato Kacha, and then now suddenly they're pulling it another strat out of the book, where oh yeah, we still have the Matilda in our banks. We still have the ability to use that Kimmy too. So Javsky on that Kimmy really doing very well. And Ashton Hall, I just gotta say, man, Ashton Hall on the 1-1, yeah,
He's putting in the work.
he's a monster. He's very scary to deal with. Fui, I thought he was very good, but Ashton Hall, he got his number, man. 1v1 god.
Well, we thought that he kind of lost out on the farm.
Yeah.
But by just like being left alone, he kind of clawed it back.
Yeah.
And you never fight a cornered cat.
Yeah, definitely.
A cornered cat will always come back and scratch you. They will win the fight.
Yeah, and that's the thing with also the 1-1, when the turrets start going down, when he starts to find more avenues, right, to get those marks off of you. And with the turret behind you, yeah, you do have a spacing to actually hug the wall and not get the auto attacks off. Crossbow of Tang does not go off. But once the turrets start to go down, that's when 1-1 becomes even more and more dangerous, because he gets the attack speed up, he can move across the map, and we saw how the team supplemented him as well. So YE Secondary School, they did a great job, but they were just one step behind, I feel, because they couldn't exactly read into what West Spring Secondary School are trying to do. They're still very reactive.
Yeah, not only that, 1-1 was immune to just one form of crowd control from the Tsunami Slam with the needle of flower of needles.
Yeah,
The second skill.
the second skill,
It's basically a free purify, so she could just play a little bit more greedy, hold that inspired with no problem. Now, unless there is a Kaja or a Franco or somebody with like a really strong suppress coming in, now that's when you might have a little bit of issue. So maybe that's something that
Hawaii might want to consider, like if they have a strong Franco player,
Hmm.
like regardless of rank, a good Franco player is always really scary.
Yeah, regardless of rank, a good Franco player is really scary. But if you look at the jersey I'm wearing RQ jersey, and RQ. Edoc, well, he's the one of the best Francos in the world, and he plays it on the international stage. So he played it during the last Mobile Masters and took a lot of games on the Franco. So it's still very viable in the meta, especially if you're very strong on a certain hero. It's gonna become meta just because of you, and of course,
Yep.
you gotta have the team to play around you as well. So that's something that a lot of the pro teams do, and we are seeing a bit of that in Campus Legends as well, where we saw the likes of Shimmer playing the Alucard as well, right?
Oh
And
yes,
yeah,
yes.
the team was very well in playing around him in the first game, but in the second game, of course, completely read out by the likes of Anglican High.
Was it Anglican High?
I think so,
Was it
right?
Hwa Chong?
Anglican versus Bendemeer, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Anglican High, yeah. So like these kind of pocket picks, they can be really, really, really strong. Like if they're given the chance to have the space, and we've seen some really surprising ones like Freya.
Yep.
Like to have that strength to be single target target banned. I think that's one of the highest form of compliments you can get.
It feels like Bana is very good on the Freya, and he just fears it. And yeah, on the other side, of course, we are also scared of El Salvador as well. He was playing a very mean Suyo.
So strong.
Yeah, so scary to deal with. And this guy, well, on that alpha as well, well, he had that 4-man
on the way.
Spear of Alpha. Now they do ban out the Matilda, right? So
Yep.
respect ban for Snow TZ there. He is a very respected player on this
I'm not the
Matilda,
only one
something that you have
bound
to
by
watch
these
out for.
chains.
Javsky on that Kimmy is also something that really, really speaks to me. MVP of last season as well.
And they take away the phobias from
Sir,
Starboy,
What's your command?
showing the
Your
amount
team
of
is picking.
trouble that he actually gave that he gave West Spring Secondary School.
Yeah.
So that means we're probably seeing a little bit more dashing heroes, maybe.
Definitely. There might be a bit of mobility there.
Okay, Baxia
they
comes
go
up
for the
again.
Baxia. Well, that is generally something that is more of like a Hylos counter, right? You don't want to pick the Hylos anymore because the Baxia is there available. Tankiness is
You don't really want to
itching
pick
for a
Lucas or
real
Kalea as
fight.
well, but we're going to see a Kalea come out right now.
yeah.
Yeah, we saw like a little bit of disruption done to the Kalea from the Baxia since you really don't heal as much
Your
and you don't
team
really have
is
that much
picking.
staying power anymore.
Yeah.
So we're going to see El Salvador on the higher booster this time and Lunox.
Yeah, so two members of team number 7, right? On the other side, Kakashi and Sakura already out on the field. Baxia will be there. Still, 2 more picks left for West Spring Secondary School. They can go for anything that they want here. Well, a lot of good picks still in the pool. Harif, Granger, if you think about the Loi and the Chip, they're still there. And they do go for the Loi. Javsky Loi, it's going to be kind of scary. Ashton Hall, we know he plays a mean Granger as well.
Okay, so here's the thing. Loi was the hero that Jevsky got the MVP with last year.
Yeah.
With really great diversion plays, putting the team where they need to be and where they don't need to be, leaving the opponents just guessing and also doing what Lois do best. That AoE, crowd control, that amount of damage. So we're going to see Twilight Zone pick up that Juicin. Now, as you said, they have Snow TZ, so it's kind of threatening either the Roam or the EXP side. But if they do ban out the chip, that means they're just giving them like... Okay, Gado Kacha being banned out. Gado Kacha being banned out.
Instead of Chip.
Your team
Yeah, Gato Kacha being banned out instead of Chip, right?
So where will Kree go?
Well, Kree is definitely on the roam, on the Kalea. So yeah, it's gonna be something more of the pick for free now. Going up against a Granger, you still have the Harif available. You still have the Moskov available if you want to play that.
Oh no, no more Moskov.
Oh yeah, Moskov is gone. Yeah, so West Spring Secondary School, very good ban, very good
Taking
ban.
out that cross map
Yeah.
control. Do they really want to take Natan? Okay, okay.
Huh?
I'm swimming again.
I mean, Natan technically does do very well, especially since you have the Hayabusa.
Oh, okay, okay. Estes coming right in over here.
Huh? Okay, so coming in from West Spring Secondary School, it will be an Estes together with the Boxia to kind of combo, right? I mean, I've seen this before, but it was more of the Angela together with the Boxia. But this is also kind of a viable type of play because it's all coming out to chip damage and burst damage. If you can live through that, Hawaii Secondary School, technically they can't extend the fight any further. But if they pick this hero up, they can actually extend it. And they do. So that's a very good counter coming out from Hawaii. To go with that glue into the Estes, well, you're going to have fun just jumping into that Estes club ball.
Yeah, this kind of feels like Ube 2.0. Actually,
Yeah.
kind of like 4.0 at this point. Like, you really want to stay together with the Estes, but with a glue, you want them to stay together. So you can just keep on applying your stacks. You can have that staying power to fight in that like really scrappy team fight.
Oh, man.
I'm just really interested to see how this Natan will turn out.
I'm very curious about how the Loyi is going to find synergy, right? Because Badang, yes, you will have a lot of synergy, but it's not as big of an impact, not as big of a control as Tigreal, but definitely a good setup still. But now, we're here. Game 3, we have reached the final game of the grand finals between West Spring Secondary School and Hawaii Secondary School.
Alright, so for all the supporters right now in the auditorium, please give them your energy. Make some noise for game number 3 of the grand finals. Yeah, right now we're going to be looking at Jepsy and Snow TC into the mid lane along with Twilight Zone and Kree. Twilight Zone trying to pick Kree up off the floor. Yep, she kind of gets it, but like it's just like, you know, a little bit show of power kind of thing right there. Nothing much really happening right there.
Yeah, and this is a very hard lane for Fui. Until he gets the ultimate, it's going to be extremely tough. Now, Dipper playing with the vision extremely well, but he's going to have a hard time against Glue because nobody survives a 1v1 better than a Glue.
Now, El Salvador kind of had his health chucked down pretty low. But right now, if we're going to be taking a look at the rotations, Fui is going to be struggling a little bit in this 2v1. But 2v1 no longer, as Ashton Hall will be forced to pop that flicker to keep himself alive.
Yeah, that was quick reactions coming in from
Fast
Ashton Hall.
head.
Yeah, literally one more second there, and he could have been in a lot of trouble. But with that quick thinking, he does get himself in harm's way, but for a utility use, right? That flicker means that gives Salvador a little bit of timing with the Ogi Shadow kill. Now, he does have it up. Both junglers are ready at that level 4 mark. Now, Bana is going to be the one on the Boxia, so I would like to see how he's going to really implement the Boxia into these team fights, because for this case of West Spring Secondary School, the only thing about the damage is between Javsky and Ashton, and Javsky doesn't have it until late game. Mid-game, I mean.
Oh, Kree kind of just jumping over the wall right there. Don't really want none of that. As Bana will just be driving around like Tokyo Drift. And now the turtle will be up. West Spring Secondary School already really quick. Just at the turtle pit ready to get it down. But El Salvador, will he be able to find a way in? Does not have the quad shadows. And Retribution popped by Bana. We'll just go that way. And then meanwhile, Dipper over there will be picked up. Twilight Zone popping out the Crimson Beacon, trying to get them all into the air. And Bana goes into the tower, but he's too tanky and he's able to just run away.
I really like the rotations coming out from Ashton Hall to match Fui's rotation, right? Forcing him out to use the ultimate, it's always so good. And for the side of Ashton Hall, it's a very low committal ultimate. The Death Sonatas are just extremely chill. You can just use them for this kind of poke and prod. Because at the stage of the game, well, it's not very action intensive. You don't really need it to finish it off, and you don't have the itemizations to really burst through. Now, Dipper has to match the rotations of Starboy because he's the prime target
nice punch.
to lock him down. Now, really, we're knocking him down so much.
Okay, a kidnap comes in. Everybody put it very low, but it's not going to be Dipper that will be the one to lose all their HP. That's a really nice play by Javsky. Javsky with the diversion. Where are they going? Oh, going into the bot lane. Fui left alone. Entropy being popped to save him, but it's not going to be enough. El Salvador will have to pop that OG Shadow Q. But where are you going to go?
Yeah, and this is why when they picked Natan, I went, huh? Because you picked Natan into a Loyi. This is gonna happen. This is gonna happen repeatedly if, let's say, the Loyi players know exactly what he's doing. And it's on Javsky that every single diversion you just gotta watch your bush, and that just denies you a lot of farm. Now, this bottom lane, it has to be very heavily prioritized because Natan, you do require a lot of heavy babysitting to get that farm through.
Alright, now Starboy over here meeting two other people from the side of Westbrook Secondary School. A third party has entered the chat. Now the diversion trying to get him away. And goodbye, Glue, straight to base. Glue Airlines, ding, ding, ding. He gets sent back to his base, courtesy of Jeffsky.
Oh man, this guy, this guy. Oh my lord, using that tech already free. He does manage to get a recovery going on that bottom lane. Just using that timing to get that gold plating. Now, with that, West Spring Secondary School, they do get the
Close, almost.
turtle. No steal coming through.
Yeah, really nice from Bana getting that. I mean, he's kind of, okay, yeah, even Stevens when it comes to the level now. Bana running straight into Twilight Zone, unfortunately doesn't really manage to get that stun. Twilight Zone's going to be able to run away, and right now Hawaii Secondary School will be back to farming.
Yeah, 13.6k to 12k right now. I mean, both teams are still neck and neck when it comes to this. And what's really interesting to me is Jeffsky's pick of Battle Spell, right? He went for the Brave Smite. So yeah, you can tell that this man.
He wants to live.
He wants to live. He really wants to fight. He doesn't care about the lethal initiation.
Oh.
And it's all about the fight.
Snow-Teasy gets kidnapped, but here comes the blessing of the Moon Goddess. Unfortunately, no more blessings are enough to keep him alive. But that's just going to be the support going down, as the entirety of West Spring and Hawaii are going to be slowly moving their way down. National Hall gets picked up, but there's going to be the Purify. Nothing is enough to prepare him for the onslaught though, as Jeffsky will get picked up again. No more diversion to save him this time, as Hawaii Secondary School manages to take this fight. Bana trying to get a little bit of picks up over here, but he's not going to risk his life for nothing. Twilight Zone trying to pick him up, but that crowd control immunity from the Shield of Unity is just going to keep him alive.
Yeah, and this is something that is of a weakness for West Spring Secondary School, because the second hunt that I went is about also the Estes, right? You pick the Estes, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Yeah, it's very good in taking these team fights. But Hawaii Secondary School, they have a lot of these team fights. That line damage coming out for Fui is going to shred you even if you're standing together. So that's something of a weakness in terms of macro and also micro, because you don't have the mobility, and now this is going to consistently keep happening. You're going to get kidnapped by Starboy.
Just like that, we're going to be seeing Kree launch somebody into the air, but she's going to have to run away, unfortunately, to save his life. But a lot of things happening right here. Twilight Zone does get caught, but it's going to be Glue running in straight again. A lot of stacks are applied, but the ultimate is not available. Here comes the diversion as everybody disappears into the mid lane, trying to save it. Is it going to be enough though? 1 minion left. Oh, mid lane turret does survive, but now we're going to be seeing the turtle fight.
Yeah, if you take a look at that fight, it was 4 consistent 1v4s coming out from Hawaii Secondary School, right?
And they survived all of it.
Yeah, and it's just goes to show, right? The lack of damage that West Spring Secondary School have, it's very evident. It's all on Ashton Hall to actually get the finishes. And it's going to be like, yeah, sustained damage out from Bana, yes. But who's the finisher? Who's going to get the burst damage through to get through that front line? Because that's only on Ashton Hall, and that's only in that 12 to 15 minute mark.
Oh, really nice play coming right here. Cry will have to fall. Oh, nice Loi play right there. They don't take the diversion.
Yeah,
I think
they
it's
don't
just a
take it.
vision diversion.
Yeah,
Vision.
I guess so.
And right now the mid lane turret does go down. Entropy being popped up from Free just to escape. Not able to protect the turret just yet. We don't really see enough damage coming out from Fui to take those really nice fights. I don't really think he has enough items yet. Oh,
Yeah.
but Bana.
Oh!
Okay, those two get caught out. Oh my god, the stragglers are off as Starboy and El Salvador will fall.
Yeah, that's going to be a crime to overstay your welcome in that bush, because West Spring Secondary School, they punish that with that rotation already. And they know that they don't have the diversion, but still, the recall wouldn't find out in time. And they didn't have the creep pressure to have that vision. Now, that brings West Spring Secondary School back on the path of recovery. Right now, 2,000 to 3,000 gold ahead. Hawaii Secondary School, however,
Jeffsky.
they have Fui.
Jeffsky gets kidnapped, but here comes the blessing of the Moon Goddess to keep him alive. Blast of the Waste keeping him just a little bit healthy. And right now we're going to see the fist crack. Not really catch anybody as Bana. Bana drives into his buff, trying not to get anybody, but Fui! Fui gets taken out of the shop, and here El Salvador jumps in with the quad shadows. not really committing on their OG shadow kill, as Hawaii Secondary School will have to leave and lick their wounds.
Yeah, Natan very out of position there, getting caught by the Yin Yang procs coming out from Javsky. Just a slight positioning error and was instantly punished from the likes of West Spring Secondary School. They have the harder execution draft, but they are doing it because it is very hard to get a kill with this lineup, and it really heavily relies on either Javsky getting a good setup or Ashton Hall getting the damage through. Hawaii Secondary School, they have not been able to avoid these minefields.
Now looking at the bot lane, those minions are looking really scary. Ashton Hall does take that. Oh yeah, he does take that red buff, and look at the amount of damage. He out-levels Salvador now.
Yeah, Ashton Hall has been free farming, and they have done a great job of funneling the farm, right? And with that, 3, 1, and 4,
No retribution.
this Lord,
No retribution. Yeah, Ashton Hall will take it. I mean, no retribution there. Twilight Zone will be forced to use the Flicker and the Crimson Beacon to run away. And right now, Western Secondary School knows that the utility has been used. And where are they going? Where are they going? They go to El Salvador, reading his pick, and that's the basic attack from Snowtitzy. The blessed basic attack, managing to track him down and shooting down like a homing missile.
yeah, and that, while all of that, Ashton Hall was not there. El Salvador going down there is huge. Now, Hawaii Secondary School, they still can mount the defense without El Salvador, but now with Dipper coming through, already giving up his own life to start the team fight, but they're in the middle of the turret with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, but it might not be long. It's already gone, and they have to disengage her. They are going to keep their lives for now.
A 4v5, 4v4 situation right now. Hawaii Secondary School losing turret after turret. West Spring Secondary School bringing the demolition ball down on them. Oh, it's just getting a little bit dicey for the side of Hawaii Secondary School as they lose yet another inner turret.
Yeah, but Hawaii Secondary School, right, they are a ticking time bomb, right? They're waiting for that power spike coming out from Fui when he gets the Holy Crystal, that 12 to 15 minute mark where he's able to really punish them with the ultimate. Now, they do need a good setup though, and West Spring, they've been disrupting that setup time and time again with the diversion. So they have to be wary of all these bushes, especially if a man like Javsky is going to come to your back line.
Wait.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah,
yeah.
nothing's gonna happen. Right?
I'm just so worried every time they pop the diversion because either something happens or nothing happens. Now looking at the items right now, Natan does have the Holy Crystal, Star and Sky, and the Feather of Heaven. So we're probably going to see some very scary Natan very soon as he goes in with the first skill. Doesn't really get anybody, does get his marks though, giving me a little bit of damage boost to keep those minions at bay.
Yeah, and that tier 3 opened up. And they were playing so scared of the diversion because they don't have anyone to run into the diversion to actually disrupt it, right? If, let's say, that diversion catches you, any member would have died. It's not the case where you have something like a Tigreal, where if 5 members, like, they divert into you,
I want that. I want that.
Yeah, come into me. I have Implosion. But for West Spring, they potentially just know that, and they're just gonna abuse it time and time again because at this stage, level 12, they have that 20-second cooldown. They can use it off and on.
And look at the number of kills on the board right now. Just 13 kills in total. These teams are playing so disciplined. Like, they're not really going for any unnecessary kills. And just as I say that, we got Starboy jump right straight in, but baiting on the Blessing on the Moon Goddess. Nobody's actually going down right now. We see Kidnap coming in right now. It's going to be the Dipper that goes down first. Here comes a scary Natan as Natan takes a double. They do lose 2 of their own as well. But Ashton Hall showing us the power of the late game grandeur. Blue goes in. Ashton Hall, will he be able to take him down? He takes down Starboy as well, leaving Twilight Zone alone to defend this base from a very scary Granger and Estes. Bana goes in as well just for laughs as Twilight Zone will be forced to watch as West Spring Secondary School slowly chips away at their base. Towers on the top, towers in the middle, base in the bottom. It does not go down just yet. Here comes a Kidnap. Here comes the defense of the minions, and this does not enough as West Spring Secondary School takes this win, takes this best of 3, takes these grand finals.
Yeah, congratulations to West Spring Secondary School. They will be our champions once again. The defending champions return with a stellar gameplay, stellar turn as well.
What a nice fight.
Yeah, congratulations to our first runner-up as well, YE Secondary School. You put up a great fight. You put us in that best-of-3 situation, nail-biters of games, right? We never knew who was going to win, and for both teams, very well deserved. We will have the prize presentation ceremony really soon, but of course, we got to talk about that game where both teams really performed out of their minds. And of course, for YE Secondary School, you're not leaving with nothing, right? You're still our second place. All right, first runner-up. It's really good.
Like, going into the finals is already hard enough.
Yeah.
They took down giants like Unity. They took down Anglican High.
Mhm.
And they stood the test against West Spring Secondary School, taking one game off them and coming to a very close game, number 3.
Yeah.
I think they were just so close, and if they just played together a little bit more.
They had a need to wait for the timing. And something that is really scary to deal with is always that diversion, right? Picking something like a Natan when it comes to someone like a Loyi, yeah, something is going to go wrong if you keep getting caught. And Javsky, he just completely abused that. He made sure that every single member is weak to the diversion. Because when Starboy, he got caught by the diversion, yeah, he got the stick off. But still, the rest of the team, it was enough because they picked that Estes. And that was a huge fresh of breath air for me because I got proven wrong. That Estes, well, I don't know. I still don't like it, but it worked.
Como yes. Yeah, so they didn't really have anybody who could capitalize the fact that they had to stick together. And they really specialize on single target pickoffs.
Yeah.
And Estes loves the single target pickoffs because he can just heal them.
Yeah.
And the healing from Estes really concentrates onto one person unless you have the blessing of the Moon Goddess. So in this case, I think the pick of Estes kind of did really, really well against their team comp. Now, if they had an Atlas, that would be a different story.
Yeah, I mean, that was 5-on-5 team fights where, yeah, they wasn't able to find value with the Natan as well. I felt that the shred damage was going to kill them because there's a lot of shred damage coming out from Natan, but they just ran at them even harder, and that's just amazing tenacity coming out from our defending champions, West Spring Secondary School, because they put on a great show for you guys today. And of course, for all those of you guys that are watching, these guys, they've been playing for a very long time. They've been developing their MLBB skills. They've been polishing it season after season, and I've seen them outside in the community scene as well. They are playing smaller tournaments here and there, getting the experience here and there. So this is not talent. This is hard work. And of course, to be a pro gamer, it takes a lot of hard work. So congratulations to all the teams that have made it here. And of course, getting into the round of 16 is not an easy job to make it here in Campus Legends.
Yeah, so we're going to see West Spring Secondary walk away with 5,000 diamonds for everybody. So there's going to be 1,000 diamonds per person. Enough to roll your Naruto skins.
Nah, I don't think so, right?
At least 1 or 2 rolls, at least.
I mean,
Bish
if,
Bosh.
if it's enough, it's enough. It's extra diamonds.
Yep.
It's free diamonds, right? I mean, not free. Technically, you had to play for it, but
Yeah,
still.
they worked for it.
Yeah, you worked for it, but still, yeah, you know, you're building towards your future. Maybe next time, today it's diamonds. Next time it might be MSC, and you might be winning the grand prize there at the World Cup. So we'll be looking forward to your development in the future. And of course, congratulations also to YESEC, who managed to get second place. I'm wondering who got the third place between Anglican
And Hwa Chong Institution.
Hwa Chong Institution as well. So I'm not too sure about that, but we'll find that out later
I think,
as we go into the prize presentation.
yeah, sure. Let's go straight to Eugene, I guess.
Yeah, see you, Abstract. Oh, no?
No.
Oh,
We will
yeah,
see
we're-
Eugene later
Yeah, yeah.
as we hop
it's a
straight
break, it's
into a break.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Bye.
of the way. Okay, so this is what's gonna happen. If you're called, go up on stage, pick up your prize from the prize presenter, and then take a photo. Once the photo is done, then you can go down the stage. Once everything is done, then we'll have everyone back up on the stage again, or podium, whatever it is, and we'll take a group photo together. Okay? So, to first start, we will like to invite the first prize presenter for the as we give away the MLBB prize. We do have got the president of Skoga. Can we please invite and have Dennis Uy up on stage? On second runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to Hwa Chong Institution! All right, once again, a round of applause over to Hwa Chong Institution, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, first runner-up. Round of applause over to Hawaii Secondary School. And finally, the moment that we have all been waiting for, the champion of the MLBB for Campus Legends Season 9 Secondary School Edition, West Spring Secondary School! right, thank you so much. Thank you. Whose phone? And did someone lose their phone or misplace their phone? Phone? iPhone? Okay. Now, of course, we'll move on to the next game. For the solos category for the Guardians of the City, we'd like to invite Frank Yong, Chief Executive Officer of C2E4, up on stage to please present the prize. Firstly, second runner-up for the GOTC Solos. Second runner-up we'll have from St. Joseph Institution, Joel Tan. And for first runner-up, from NUS High School, we have Tan Jing Yang. And finally, the champion of the Guardians of the City solo category, we have from Cedar Girls Secondary School, Yo Shik Z. Alright, can we have all three come up on stage for a group photo, please? Thank you. Alright, thank you participants and thank you Mr. Frank Yong. We'll now like to invite the next presenter, Mr. Joseph Tan, Chief Executive Officer of the Defense Collective Singapore. And here, for the GOTC groups, for second runner-up, we have Cedar Girls Secondary School. Alright, thank you so much. And for first runner-up, we have NUS High Team 1! And finally, the champions of the Guardians of the City 2 groups category goes to NUS High Team 2! Alright, can we just invite all of the participants of the GOTC groups to come up to the stage and take a photo together, please? Alright, can we have the GOTC groups to stay, please? Because now we have a massive photo. We'll have everyone from the MLBB podium finishers, everyone from the GOTC solo podium finishers, and everybody from GOTC group podium finishers to come up on stage for a massive group photo, please. All the podium finishers, please make your way up on stage. Some be at the top, some be at the bottom. You know, we'll kind of spread ourselves across the stage. Some squat down, some sit down, so that we'll be able to capture everyone in that same shot. Okay, MLBB groups stand at the back side. Okay, the one further behind. Thank you, thank you. Alright, where are your medals, boys? Where are your medals? Show it off, show it off. Alright, do we have enough space for everyone? Alright, so remember, if you can't see the camera can't see you, okay? So make sure you can see the camera. Can we have the people on West Spring, the first two boys, to bend down a little bit? Yeah. You boys are too tall. Like, bend down a little bit. Yeah. So that lady at the back can be seen. Yep. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. All good. Alright, so we'll do a fun shot first. And then shortly after the fun shot for video opportunity, I need everyone to do a rah-rah, super high one, and just scream to the camera and it says Campus Legends, okay? I'll do it with you guys, okay? So everyone here, your shot also, okay? Okay? So, fun shot, fun shot, fun shot. Take the fun shot. No. Okay, one more time with the fun shot. Photo. Yes, photo. I'll take a photo. One more time. Redo it. Redo. Okay, cue for the timing. All right, 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, wait. Okay, now we'll do the video, okay? The videographer is that one, okay? So, on the count of, when I count to 3, we do Campus Legends Secondary School. Okay? Campus Legends Secondary School. Do it fast and... Okay? Sorry? Oh. Okay, can. So, I won't say it with you guys. Okay? Yeah. Okay? Ready? When I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time, huh? When I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. And that is all. All right, thank you so much to all the participants and everyone that came down to Campus Legends Secondary School once again. Once again, we also like to give a huge thank you and congratulations to all the podium finishers. Hold on a second. Oh, don't turn off the lights yet. Don't turn off the lights yet. Okay. All right, so I will assume that this is the camera for the stream. Do we still have the stream? Okay, so let me just interact with the stream real quickly, alright? So, before we, kind of wrap up whatever that we have here, we'll have more photography opportunity going on here, so we're just gonna party a little bit. But for everyone that is live on Twitch and TikTok, I guess, thank you so much for tuning in all the way through. I hope that every single one of you have thoroughly enjoyed yourselves throughout the entirety of yesterday and today for the Campus Legends Secondary School Season 8. Note it down on the calendar. Campus Legends will be back for Season 10 from October 30th and October 31st. Make sure you guys follow us on Telegram t.me/Campus Legends, and also follow us on our social media platforms, Singapore Cyber Sports. We've got campuslegends.sg as well as Campus Game Fest. Before we close it out, of course, thank you to our organizers, the Singapore Cyber Sports and Online Gaming Association, short for SCOGA, as well as the Esports Academy, co-organized by Defense Collective Singapore, supported by Moondon, and produced by C2E4. My name is Abstract, and with me are the casters at the top previously with Cake, as well as Moment. We will see you guys on Campus Legends Tertiary itself. See you guys. Take care. See you on